Hey there, night owls. Tonight we're stepping into a conflict so massive, so brutal, that the people who lived through it simply called it the Great War. Because surely, nothing this catastrophic could ever happen again. Spoiler alert, they were tragically optimistic. We're talking about a war that swallowed empires whole, turned farm boys into statistics, and redrew the map of the world with trenches and blood. 4 years, 20 million dead, and a peace treaty so vindictive it basically scheduled the sequel. Before we dive into the chaos, do me a favour, drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from tonight. London, Berlin, Sarajevo perhaps? That last one's historically significant. Hit that like button if you're into this kind of deep dive and settle in somewhere comfortable. Dim those lights, get cozy, and prepare yourself for a journey through the war that was supposed to end all wars. Ready? Let's roll. Picture Europe in the early 20th century as a continent that had essentially divided itself into two armed camps, each convinced they were the reasonable ones, and the other side was clearly up to no good. On one side you had the Triple Entente, France, Russia and Britain, bound together by a series of agreements that ranged from formal military alliances to what basically amounted to, we should probably help each other if things get weird. On the other side stood the Triple Alliance, Germany, Austria, Hungary and Italy, though Italy would later switch teams with all the loyalty of a cat who found a neighbour with better food. This arrangement was supposed to keep the peace through mutual deterrence. If everyone has powerful friends, nobody will start trouble, right? Unfortunately, what it actually created was a situation where a bar fight between two guys could instantly escalate into a brawl involving everyone in the establishment. The great powers of Europe had spent the previous decades engaged in what historians politely call an arms race, though military shopping spree might be more accurate. Germany was building a navy to rival Britain's, which the British found about as amusing as you'd expect from a nation whose entire identity was wrapped up in ruling the waves. France was modernising its army and nursing a 40-year grudge over losing Alsace-Lorraine to Germany in 1871, because nothing says, let it go, quite like spending 4 decades planning revenge. Russia was industrialising its military with all the efficiency of a bear learning to use power tools, while Austria-Hungary was trying to hold together an empire of 11 different nationalities who mostly couldn't stand each other. Everyone was stockpiling weapons, drafting war plans, and generally behaving like neighbours who keep buying bigger dogs because they don't trust the guy across the street. Colonial ambitions added another layer of tension to this already volatile mix. The European powers had spent the 19th century carving up Africa and Asia like a Thanksgiving turkey, and by 1900 there wasn't much left to carve. Germany, having arrived late to the colonial party, felt particularly aggrieved about this situation. Here was the most powerful nation in continental Europe, and it had to make do with a handful of African territories, while Britain controlled an empire spanning a quarter of the globe. This seemed deeply unfair to German leadership, though the people actually living in those colonies might have had different opinions about who should feel aggrieved. The scramble for colonies had already produced several diplomatic crises, most notably in Morocco, where Germany twice tried to challenge French influence and twice backed down, leaving everyone more suspicious and resentful than before. Nationalism, that intoxicating cocktail of pride, identity, and we're better than those other people, was running at full strength across the continent. In the Balkans, this was particularly explosive. The Ottoman Empire was crumbling, earning it the charming nickname the Sick Man of Europe, and everyone wanted a piece of the inheritance. Serbia dreamed of uniting all South Slavs under its flag. Austria-Hungary, which ruled over millions of South Slavs, found this dream approximately as appealing as a landlord finds tenant unions. Russia saw itself as the protector of Slavic peoples everywhere, which conveniently aligned with its desire to expand influence in the region. The Balkans had already produced 2 wars in 1912 and 1913, conflicts that reshuffled borders, created new grievances, and convinced absolutely no one that violence had solved anything, which naturally meant everyone was ready to try more violence. The leaders of Europe approached this situation with a confidence that seems almost touching in retrospect. They believed that war, if it came, would be short, decisive, and even glorious. The last major European conflict had been the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871, which Prussia had won in about 6 months through superior planning and aggressive offence. Military thinkers across the continent had studied this war obsessively and concluded that the key to victory was attacking first attacking hard and never giving the enemy time to recover. What they failed to account for was how much technology had changed in 40 years. Machine guns, modern artillery, barbed wire, and railways had transformed warfare in ways that would become horrifically apparent very soon. But in the summer of 1914, generals were still dreaming of cavalry charges and decisive battles, like men planning a sword fight without noticing their opponent had brought a machine gun. The alliance system was supposed to prevent war by making the consequences too terrible to contemplate. If you attack France, you also have to fight Russia. If you attack Russia, you also have to fight France and probably Britain. Surely no one would be crazy enough to take on half of Europe at once. This logic made perfect sense right up until someone actually tested it. The problem was that the same alliances that were supposed to deter aggression also meant that any conflict, anywhere, could potentially drag in everyone. A dispute between Austria-Hungary and Serbia wasn't just a Balkan problem. It was a Russian problem, which made it a German problem, which made it a French problem, which made it a British problem. The system designed to prevent war had become a machine for spreading it, and so Europe entered 1914 armed to the teeth, divided into hostile camps, nursing old grudges and dreaming of new glory. All it needed was a spark. That spark would come on a sunny June day in a Bosnian city most people outside the Balkans had never heard of, from the pistol of a 19-year-old nationalist who probably didn't fully understand what he was about to unleash. The great powers were about to discover that their confidence in a quick, decisive war was perhaps the most catastrophic miscalculation in human history. The morning of June 28, 1914, was bright and warm in Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, was visiting with his wife Sophie to observe military manoeuvres and, less officially, to celebrate their wedding anniversary. The date was significant for another reason too. It was St. Vitus Day, a Serbian national holiday commemorating a medieval battle against the Ottomans. For the Archduke to visit Bosnia on this particular day struck many Serbs as a deliberate provocation, though Franz Ferdinand himself probably gave it about as much thought as you give to what day the plumber is coming. He had bigger concerns, primarily related to the fact that his uncle, Emperor Franz Joseph, disapproved of his marriage to Sophie because she wasn't royal enough. Official visits were one of the few occasions when Sophie could appear at his side as an equal, so Franz Ferdinand tried to schedule as many of them as possible. Love conquers all, they say, though in this case it would lead to considerably more conquering than anyone anticipated. Security for the visit was, to put it charitably, inadequate. The local authorities had decided that a thin line of police officers along the route would be sufficient protection for the heir to one of Europe's largest empires. There were no troops lining the streets, no serious crowd control, and the route had been published in the newspapers days in advance. This was either supreme confidence in the loyalty of Bosnia's population or a spectacular failure of imagination, possibly both. What the authorities didn't know was that a group of young Bosnian Serb nationalists had obtained weapons from connections in Serbia and positioned themselves along the Archduke's route, determined to strike a blow for South Slavic unity. The group called themselves the Black Hand, which sounds like something from a thriller novel but was unfortunately very real. The Archduke's motorcade consisted of 6 cars, moving slowly through the crowded streets so the crowds could see their future emperor. Shortly after 10 in the morning, one of the conspirators, a young man named Nedeljko Kabrinović, threw a bomb at the Archduke's car. In what would prove to be characteristic of this conspiracy's execution, the bomb bounced off the folded-back convertible top of the car and exploded under the vehicle behind it, wounding several people but missing its target entirely. Franz Ferdinand, displaying either remarkable composure or complete obliviousness to his ongoing danger, insisted on continuing to the town hall for the scheduled reception. "So this is how you welcome your guests, with bombs?" he reportedly said to the mayor, which was either a dry observation of the obvious or the understatement of the century. After the reception, the Archduke decided to visit the wounded from the earlier bombing in the hospital. This required a change in the planned route, but unfortunately, nobody thought to inform all the drivers. When the lead car made a wrong turn, the Archduke's driver followed, then stopped to reverse when someone shouted that they were going the wrong way. By pure chance, or fate, or cosmic irony, depending on your philosophical inclinations, the car stopped directly in front of a delicatessen, where Gavrilo Princip, another member of the conspiracy, happened to be standing. Princip had essentially given up after the failed bombing and was reportedly buying a sandwich. Now, suddenly, his target was sitting stationary just 5 feet away. Princip drew his pistol and fired twice. Both shots hit their marks. Franz Ferdinand and Sophie were dead within minutes. The assassination itself was almost farcical in its execution, a comedy of errors that ended in tragedy. A bomb that bounced off a car, a wrong turn, a fortuitous sandwich shop. If a novelist wrote this sequence of events, editors would reject it as too contrived. But history, as it often does, proved stranger than fiction. The deaths of Franz Ferdinand and Sophie might have remained a Balkan footnote, mourned in Vienna but quickly forgotten elsewhere. The Archduke wasn't particularly popular at home, and his wife's lower status meant the court wasn't exactly devastated. Emperor Franz Joseph reportedly said, "A higher power has restored the order which I unfortunately could not maintain," which gives you some idea of the family dynamics at play. But Austria-Hungary's leadership saw an opportunity to deal with the Serbian problem once and for all, and they were determined to take it. The Austrian government was convinced, correctly as it turned out, that the Serbian government had connections to the assassination. The weapons had come from Serbian military arsenals, and members of the Black Hand included Serbian military officers. What Austria wanted was an excuse to crush Serbia and eliminate it as a rallying point for South Slavic nationalism. The problem was that Serbia had a powerful friend in Russia, and Austria needed to know that Germany would back them if things escalated. On July 5th, Germany issued what became known as the blank check, a promise of unconditional support for whatever action Austria decided to take. This was either a bold assertion of alliance loyalty or a catastrophic failure to think 3 moves ahead on the chessboard, depending on how charitable you want to be. Armed with German backing, Austria-Hungary spent the next 3 weeks drafting an ultimatum designed to be impossible to accept. They wanted war, but they wanted Serbia to be blamed for starting it. The demands included suppressing anti-Austrian publications and societies, dismissing officials who had expressed anti-Austrian sentiments, allowing Austrian officials to participate in the investigation of the assassination on Serbian soil, and several other conditions that essentially required Serbia to surrender its sovereignty. The ultimatum was delivered on July 23rd, with a 48-hour deadline for response. Sir Edward Grey, the British Foreign Secretary, called it the most formidable document I have ever seen addressed by one state to another that was independent. Which was rather the point. Serbia's response was surprisingly conciliatory. They accepted most of the demands, quibbling only over the ones that directly violated their constitution and independence. A reasonable observer might have seen room for negotiation. But Austria-Hungary wasn't interested in negotiation. They were interested in war. On July 28th, exactly 1 month after the assassination, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia. The next day, Austrian artillery began shelling Belgrade. The first domino had fallen. What happened next was the alliance system working exactly as designed, which is to say, catastrophically. Russia, as Serbia's protector and champion of Slavic peoples, began mobilizing its army. Russian mobilization was a slow, cumbersome process. The country was simply too large and its railway network too underdeveloped to move quickly. This meant that Russia had to start mobilizing early if it wanted to be ready to fight, but early mobilization looked aggressive to everyone else. Germany demanded that Russia stop mobilizing. Russia refused. On August 1st, Germany declared war on Russia. Now the Western dominoes began to fall. Germany's war plan, the famous Schlieffen Plan, was based on a simple premise. Germany couldn't fight a 2-front war against both Russia and France simultaneously, so it had to knock out France quickly before Russia could fully mobilize, then turn east to deal with the slower Russian bear. The plan called for German forces to sweep through neutral Belgium, outflank the French defences, capture Paris, and force a surrender, all within 6 weeks. The fact that Belgium was neutral, and its neutrality was guaranteed by Britain, was either considered an acceptable risk or not fully thought through. German Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg famously dismissed the treaty guaranteeing Belgian neutrality as a scrap of paper, a phrase that would haunt Germany throughout the war and beyond. On August 2nd, Germany demanded free passage through Belgium for its troops. Belgium, showing considerably more backbone than anyone expected, refused. On August 3rd, Germany declared war on France. On August 4th, German troops crossed into Belgium, and Britain declared war on Germany. In the span of 1 week, what had started as a Balkan quarrel had become a European conflagration. The alliance system had worked perfectly. which is to say, it had achieved exactly the opposite of what it was supposed to achieve. Italy, the third member of the Triple Alliance, looked at the situation, decided that the alliance only required them to join defensive wars, and declared neutrality. They would eventually join the other side in 1915, proving that in international relations, as in poker, it pays to wait and see which way the wind is blowing. The entry of Britain was particularly significant because it meant the war would not be confined to Europe. Britain commanded the world's largest empire, and its dominions, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, would follow it into war. Japan, allied with Britain since 1902, saw an opportunity to grab German territories in the Pacific and declared war on Germany in late August. The Ottoman Empire, seeing a chance to regain lost territory from Russia, would join the Central Powers in October. What had begun with a teenager's pistol shots in Sarajevo was rapidly becoming a global conflict. The speed of the escalation stunned contemporaries, and it should stun us too. On June 28th, the Archduke was assassinated. On August 4th, 5 major powers were at war. In 37 days, the diplomatic system of Europe had completely collapsed. Part of this was due to the alliance system, but the alliances alone don't explain everything. After all, alliances can be invoked or ignored. Italy ignored its alliance, and Britain could have stayed out if it chose to. What drove the escalation was a combination of factors: fear of being caught unprepared, belief that war was inevitable anyway, and a deeply mistaken confidence that it would all be over quickly. The mobilization timetables played a crucial role. Modern armies required precise railway schedules to move millions of men and mountains of equipment to the front. Once mobilization began, it couldn't easily be stopped or reversed. The trains had to run, the schedules had to be kept, or chaos would result. This created enormous pressure on decision-makers to mobilize early, before their enemies could gain an advantage. But early mobilization looked like aggression, which prompted counter-mobilization, which looked like more aggression. The military technology of the era had created a system where hesitation meant defeat, but rapid action meant escalation. Leaders felt trapped by their own war machines. There was also a widespread belief that war would be short. Every general staff in Europe expected a decisive campaign lasting weeks or months, not years. German planning was based on defeating France in 6 weeks. French planning assumed an aggressive offensive would break through German lines quickly. Everyone expected to be home by Christmas, which became one of history's most bitterly ironic phrases. This expectation of a short war made it easier to pull the trigger. If the whole thing would be settled by autumn, why not take the risk? The costs seemed manageable, the glory attainable, the outcome certain. Nobody expected 4 years of grinding attrition, millions of dead, and the collapse of empires. If they had, would they have made different choices? Probably. But they didn't, and they didn't. The mood in the capitals of Europe as war was declared ranged from enthusiasm to resignation, with enthusiasm unfortunately predominating. In Berlin, Paris, Vienna, and St. Petersburg, crowds gathered to cheer the news of war. Young men rushed to enlist, afraid that if they waited too long, all the fighting would be over before they got there. This wasn't universal. Many rural populations were less enthusiastic about marching off to die than urban crowds suggested, and socialist parties had long warned that workers should refuse to fight in a capitalist war. But when the moment came, nationalist fervour overwhelmed international solidarity. German socialists voted for war credits. French socialists rallied to defend the Republic. The Second International, which had promised that workers would never fight against each other, collapsed overnight. Looking back, it's easy to see the catastrophe coming. But at the time, war seemed like a reasonable option to many reasonable people. Austria-Hungary genuinely believed it couldn't survive without crushing Serbian nationalism. Germany genuinely feared encirclement by France and Russia. France genuinely wanted to recover Alsace-Lorraine and avenge 1870. Britain genuinely worried about German domination of the continent. Russia genuinely saw itself as the protector of Slavic peoples. Everyone had reasons, and everyone believed their reasons were good. The tragedy is that they were all right about their fears and all wrong about the solution. War wouldn't make Austria-Hungary more secure, it would destroy it. War wouldn't break Germany's encirclement, it would lead to occupation and dismemberment. War wouldn't restore French glory, it would bleed France white. Everyone got the opposite of what they wanted, at a cost beyond imagination. But all of that lay in the future. In August 1914, 6 million soldiers were mobilizing across Europe. They marched off to war with flowers in their rifle barrels and songs on their lips, confident that they would be victorious, confident that they would be home soon, confident that God was on their side. They were about to discover that confidence, while admirable, is no protection against machine guns. The German war plan that went into effect in August 1914 was named after Alfred von Schlieffen, who had served as chief of the German General Staff from 1891 to 1906. Schlieffen spent 15 years obsessing over a single problem. How could Germany win a two-front war against France and Russia simultaneously? His answer was elegant in theory and catastrophic in practice. Since Russia was large and slow to mobilize, Germany would hold a defensive line in the east, while throwing the bulk of its forces west to defeat France quickly. The German army would sweep through neutral Belgium, bypassing the heavily fortified Franco-German border, and swing around behind Paris like a giant door closing. France would be forced to surrender, and then the entire German army could turn east to deal with Russia before it was fully ready. 6 weeks for France, then victory against Russia by Christmas. Simple, clean, decisive. The plan that the German army actually executed in 1914 had been modified by Schlieffen's successor, Helmuth von Moltke the Younger, nephew of the great Prussian military commander of the same name, though unfortunately with less of his uncle's talent. Moltke had weakened the all-important right wing that was supposed to sweep through Belgium and around Paris, transferring troops to strengthen the left wing and the Eastern Front. He was also more cautious about violating Dutch neutrality than Schlieffen had been, which narrowed the corridor through which the German armies had to pass. These modifications would prove significant, though arguing about whether the original Schlieffen plan would have worked has kept military historians employed for over a century. The German army that marched west in August 1914 was probably the finest military force in the world at that moment. Disciplined, well-trained, superbly equipped, and led by a professional officer corps that had studied war as a science, the German army had prepared for this moment for decades. They moved with clockwork precision, following railway timetables that had been calculated to the minute. Within days, 7 German armies totaling over 1.5 million men were advancing through Belgium and northern France. The plan called for a march of over 200 miles in the first month, an incredible logistical feat in an era before trucks and mechanized transport. Everything depended on speed, on maintaining momentum, on keeping the French off balance until it was too late. Belgium was supposed to be a speed bump, quickly overrun and forgotten. It wasn't. The Belgians, outnumbered and outgunned, fought with a tenacity that nobody had expected from such a small nation. The fortress city of Liège held out for 12 days against the German onslaught, buying precious time for the French and British to react. German frustration with Belgian resistance led to atrocities against civilians, the burning of Louvain, the massacre at Dinant, which were then exaggerated by Allied propaganda into tales of babies on bayonets and nuns violated in churches. The real atrocities were bad enough, but the propaganda versions took on a life of their own, poisoning international opinion against Germany and helping to justify British involvement in the war. Germany had expected to march through Belgium so quickly that the world wouldn't have time to object. Instead, Belgium became a moral issue, and brave little Belgium became a rallying cry. The French, meanwhile, were executing their own war plan, which was almost magnificently inappropriate for the circumstances. Plan 17 called for an immediate offensive into Alsace-Lorraine, the provinces lost to Germany in 1871. French military doctrine had become obsessed with the concept of élan vital, the idea that French fighting spirit and aggressive offensive action could overcome any material disadvantage. The French soldier, properly motivated and led, would charge forward with bayonet and conquer through sheer courage and willpower. The practical details of how bayonets were supposed to defeat machine guns and artillery were left somewhat vague. The French army in 1914 still wore bright red trousers, not because this made tactical sense, it manifestly did not, but because changing them was considered a threat to French military tradition. Camouflage, apparently, was for cowards. The result was predictable and catastrophic. French armies charging into Alsace-Lorraine ran into prepared German defences and were slaughtered. In the Battle of the Frontiers, fought in the last weeks of August, France suffered over 300,000 casualties, including 75,000 dead. August 22, 1914, was the bloodiest single day in French military history, with an estimated 27,000 French soldiers killed in 24 hours. The Elan Vital proved considerably less effective than machine guns. By the end of August, the French offensive had failed completely, and the German armies were advancing rapidly toward Paris. The French government began making plans to evacuate the capital. The situation looked desperate. Britain had sent an expeditionary force to France, about 100,000 professional soldiers, tiny compared to the continental conscript armies, but highly trained and well equipped. The BEF, as it was known, took up position on the left flank of the French line near the Belgian border. They encountered the advancing Germans at Mons on August 23rd and discovered what the French were also learning. Modern warfare was not what anyone had expected. The British professionals were excellent shots, and their rapid rifle fire was so intense that some German units reportedly believed they were facing machine guns. But skilled shooting couldn't stop a million-man army, and the BEF was forced to retreat along with everyone else. What followed was one of the great epics of military history, the retreat from Mons. For 2 weeks, British and French forces fell back before the German advance, fighting rearguard actions, marching through summer heat, trying to maintain cohesion while everything seemed to be falling apart. The British retreated nearly 200 miles in 13 days, fighting battles at Le Cateau and Néry that would become legendary in regimental histories. Men marched until they couldn't walk, slept while marching, fought while exhausted. The retreat was orderly enough to prevent disaster but demoralizing in a way that's hard to convey. These men had marched to war expecting victory, and instead they were marching backward, watching French villages burn behind them, wondering if there was any line that could hold. The German advance, meanwhile, was running into problems that the Schlieffen Plan hadn't adequately addressed. Supply lines stretched thin as the armies marched deeper into France. Horses died by the thousands. The German army relied on horses for transport, and horses need food and water and rest, none of which were in abundant supply during a forced march through enemy territory. Soldiers were exhausted, having marched for weeks with inadequate rest. The right wing, which was supposed to sweep around Paris, was weakened by the need to leave troops behind to besiege Belgian fortresses and guard supply lines. Communications broke down as the advance outpaced the ability to string telegraph wire. Commanders lost track of their own units and had only vague ideas of where the enemy was. General Alexander von Kluck, commanding the German First Army on the critical right wing, made a fateful decision. Instead of swinging west of Paris as the plan called for, he turned southeast, pursuing the retreating French Fifth Army. His reasoning was understandable. A general is supposed to pursue a beaten enemy. But it exposed his flank to the Paris garrison and brought him within striking distance of the French capital, without actually encircling it. French aerial reconnaissance spotted the turn, and suddenly the French High Command saw an opportunity. The German First Army had exposed its flank. If the French could strike there while holding elsewhere, they might be able to stop the German advance. The result was the First Battle of the Marne, fought between September 5th and 12th, 1914. French commander Joseph Joffre, who had presided over the disasters of August with imperturbable calm, some said too much calm given the circumstances, scraped together every available unit for a counterattack. The newly formed French Sixth Army, commanded by Michel-Joseph Montnory, struck the exposed German flank. The Paris garrison contributed what it could, including a famous episode where about 6,000 reserve soldiers were transported to the front in Paris taxicabs, the taxis of the Marne, which became a symbol of French improvisation and determination, though the military impact was more symbolic than decisive. The battle raged for a week across a front of nearly 200 miles. Both sides were exhausted, both sides were at the end of their logistical ropes, and neither side had a clear picture of what was happening beyond their immediate vicinity. At the critical moment, a gap opened between the German First and Second Armies, and the British Expeditionary Force advanced into it. The advance was cautious. Too cautious, critics would later argue, but it was enough to alarm the German commanders. General Moltke, directing the battle from headquarters in Luxembourg over 200 miles away, sent a staff officer named Richard Hensch to assess the situation. Hensch concluded that the German position was untenable and authorised a retreat. The German armies pulled back to the Aisne River, about 40 miles north of the Marne. The advance on Paris was over. The miracle of the Marne, as the French called it, was not quite the decisive victory Allied propaganda made it out to be. The Germans retreated in good order to strong defensive positions, and attempts to pursue them failed. But it was decisive enough. The Schlieffen Plan was dead. Germany would not defeat France in 6 weeks or 6 months. The dream of a short war ended on the banks of the Marne, though nobody quite realised it yet. What followed was a series of attempts by both sides to outflank each other to the north, a process historians call the race to the sea. It wasn't really a race. It was more like two wrestlers trying to get around each other and failing. Each attempt to turn the enemy's flank led to an extension of the front line, until by November it stretched from the Swiss border to the English Channel. There was nowhere left to go around. While the Western Front was consuming most of the world's attention, events in the East were following a different but equally dramatic course. Russia, despite the slowness of its mobilization, had moved faster than Germany expected. By mid-August, 2 Russian armies under Generals Pavel Rennenkampf and Alexander Samsonov had invaded East Prussia, the heartland of Prussian militarism. The German forces in the east were badly outnumbered, and for a moment it seemed like East Prussia might be overrun. The panicked East Prussian populace began fleeing westward, and Berlin newspapers reported the Russian advance with alarm. The German response would become a military legend. Paul von Hindenburg, a retired general who had been recalled to active service, was appointed to command in the east, with Erich Ludendorff as his chief of staff. These 2 men would become Germany's most famous military partnership, though much of the actual planning was done by a staff officer named Max Hoffmann, who rarely got the credit he deserved. The German plan was audacious. Using their interior railway lines, they would concentrate against one Russian army while holding the other at bay, defeat it, then turn against the second. The 2 Russian armies were far apart and, crucially, their commanders personally despised each other. They had apparently had a public altercation years earlier, and their mutual hatred was well known. The result was the Battle of Tannenberg, fought between August 26 and 30, 1914. The Germans fell on Samsonov's Second Army with overwhelming force, while Rennenkampf's First Army, for reasons historians still debate, failed to intervene. Samsonov, realizing that his army was being encircled, fell into despair. He rode away from his staff into the forest and shot himself. His body was found days later by German soldiers. The Russian Second Army was annihilated, about 92,000 men captured, 78,000 killed or wounded, with only about 10,000 escaping. It was the most complete victory of the war, a double envelopment reminiscent of Hannibal's victory at Cannae 2,000 years earlier. Hindenburg and Ludendorff became national heroes overnight, their names invoked whenever Germany needed reassurance that victory was possible. But even Tannenberg wasn't decisive. 2 weeks later, at the First Battle of the Masurian Lakes, the Germans drove Rennenkampf's army out of East Prussia as well. Russian casualties in these 2 battles approached 250,000, and the military reputation of the Russian army never fully recovered. Yet Russia remained in the war, its vast reserves of manpower seemingly inexhaustible. Germany had won spectacular victories but hadn't knocked Russia out of the fight. Meanwhile, Russia was having better success against Austria-Hungary. Austrian armies invading Russian Poland were thrown back with heavy losses, and by the end of 1914, Russian forces had overrun most of the Austrian province of Galicia. Austria-Hungary had already discovered what it would confirm many times over. Its military was not capable of handling a major European war without German assistance. The Austrian campaign against Serbia, which had started this whole mess in the first place, was going equally badly. The Austro-Hungarian army crossed the Serbian border in August, expecting an easy victory against a small Balkan nation. Instead, they ran into a Serbian army that had been hardened by 2 recent wars and was defending its homeland with desperate determination. The Serbs counterattacked and drove the Austrians back across the border. Austria tried again in November and briefly captured Belgrade, the Serbian capital. But in December, the Serbs counterattacked once more in the Battle of Kolubara, inflicting a crushing defeat that forced Austria to evacuate all Serbian territory. Little Serbia had beaten mighty Austria-Hungary 3 times in 5 months. The punitive expedition that was supposed to avenge Franz Ferdinand had become a humiliating failure. By December 1914, the shape of the war had become grimly clear. On the Western Front, the armies had dug in, creating a continuous line of trenches that neither side could break through. The Germans held most of Belgium and a slice of northeastern France, including important industrial regions and coal mines. The French were determined to expel them. Neither side was strong enough to achieve a decisive breakthrough, but neither side was willing to accept a compromise peace. In the east, the front was more fluid but equally inconclusive. Russia had been beaten badly but remained in the war. Austria-Hungary was proving to be Germany's burden rather than its asset. The short war everyone had expected was already turning into something else entirely. The human cost of 1914 was staggering, though it would come to seem almost modest compared to what followed. France had suffered approximately 300,000 dead in just 5 months, the worst losses it would experience in any equivalent period of the war. Germany had lost approximately 240,000 dead on both fronts. Austria-Hungary's losses were harder to calculate but certainly exceeded 200,000 dead. Russia had perhaps 200,000 dead as well, though Russian casualty figures were never as reliable as Western ones. Britain's professional army, which had arrived in France 100,000 strong, had been virtually destroyed. Technically, new recruits were arriving, but the old regular army was gone, its experience and expertise irreplaceable. And Serbia, the tiny nation whose crisis had started everything, had suffered proportionally worse than anyone, losing perhaps 100,000 soldiers while fighting off repeated Austrian invasions. 1 million men dead in 5 months, and nothing decided. The optimism of August had curdled into something darker. The troops who had marched off to war singing patriotic songs were now huddled in muddy ditches, trying to survive artillery bombardments and sniper fire. The home fronts, which had expected their boys back by Christmas, were beginning to realise that Christmas would come and go without them. Some soldiers got brief leaves and tried to explain what they were experiencing, but the gap between the trenches and normal life was already too wide to bridge. How do you explain that you spent last week living in a hole in the ground, watching men die around you, to someone whose main concern is whether there will be enough sugar for their tea? The illusion of the short, glorious war was dead. What had replaced it was the reality of industrialized killing on a scale humanity had never before attempted. The machines that had produced unprecedented prosperity were now producing unprecedented destruction. Factories that had made consumer goods were churning out shells and bullets. Railways that had carried tourists to alpine resorts were carrying trainloads of wounded to overcrowded hospitals. The modern world was demonstrating its capacity for both creation and destruction was winning. None of this meant that the war was going to end. The terrible logic of the situation drove continued fighting. Germany had gained territory and wasn't going to give it up voluntarily. France couldn't accept peace while the enemy occupied its soil. Russia couldn't abandon Serbia and its pretensions to Slavic leadership. Austria-Hungary couldn't admit that its bid to crush Serbia had failed disastrously. Britain couldn't allow Germany to dominate the continent. Everyone had reasons to keep fighting, and everyone believed that one more push, one more offensive, one more sacrifice would finally bring victory. They were wrong, but they wouldn't discover how wrong for another 4 years. As 1914 drew to a close, the soldiers on the Western Front experienced one of the war's most poignant moments, the Christmas truce. On Christmas Eve, German troops began placing candles on the parapets of their trenches and singing carols. British troops responded with carols of their own. On Christmas Day, in various sectors along the front, enemies emerged from their trenches and met in no man's land. They exchanged gifts, chocolate, cigarettes, buttons, badges. In some places they played football, though the details of these games have been embellished over the years. They shared photographs of their families. For a few hours, the men who had been trying to kill each other treated each other as human beings. The Christmas truce wasn't universal, fighting continued in many sectors, and it wouldn't be repeated on the same scale. High command on both sides was horrified that soldiers had fraternized with the enemy and took steps to prevent it happening again. Artillery bombardments were ordered for future Christmases. But the truce happened, and it reminds us that beneath the national hatreds and military necessities, these were ordinary men who wanted to go home to their families and live normal lives. The tragedy is that they couldn't. The war had taken on a momentum of its own, a logic of escalation that no Christmas football match could break. The men who shared cigarettes in no man's land would soon be trying to kill each other again. Many of them would succeed. Most would never see home again. The year 1914 had begun with Europe at peace, prosperous, and confident in its civilization's progress. It ended with 1 million dead, the continent locked in a war that nobody knew how to end, and the foundations of that confident civilization cracking under the strain. The bells that rang in 1915 were ringing in a new and terrible age, though few yet understood how terrible it would become. The war that everyone expected to be over by Christmas would continue for nearly 4 more years, consuming an entire generation and transforming the world in ways that are still shaping our lives today. The Schlieffen Plan had failed. The Russian steamroller had been stopped. Every prediction about the war's course had proven wrong. But the war went on because nobody could figure out how to stop it without admitting that all the suffering had been for nothing. And so they kept fighting, kept dying, kept hoping that the next offensive would be the one that finally broke through. The trenches stretched from sea to mountains, and the artillery never stopped. The war to end all wars was just getting started. By the winter of 1914, something unprecedented had emerged across the Western Front. A continuous line of fortifications stretching approximately 440 miles from the English Channel to the Swiss border. What had begun as temporary shelter from enemy fire had evolved into an elaborate underground civilization, complete with its own geography, customs, and peculiar horrors. The trenches weren't planned, they grew organically, like a particularly unpleasant fungus, as both sides dug deeper to escape the murderous fire that made movement above ground suicidal. Nobody had expected this. Military academies had taught maneuver warfare, cavalry charges, decisive battles. Nobody had taught how to live like a mole while artillery shells redesigned the landscape above your head. The trench systems that developed were far more complex than the simple ditches most people imagine. A typical sector featured multiple parallel lines of trenches connected by communication trenches, running perpendicular to the front. The frontline trench was where soldiers actually faced the enemy, though faced is perhaps the wrong word since you mostly faced a wall of sandbags and mud. Behind that lay the support trench, where reserve troops waited to reinforce or counterattack. Further back still was the reserve trench, and behind that the artillery positions, supply dumps, headquarters, and all the infrastructure needed to support a modern army. The Germans, who generally occupied higher ground and expected to hold their positions permanently, built the most elaborate systems: concrete bunkers, deep dugouts, electric lighting, and ventilation systems that made their trenches almost comfortable compared to the Allied versions. The French and British, who considered their trenches temporary and expected to advance any day now, built rougher accommodations, which meant their soldiers suffered more from the conditions. Optimism in this case was not exactly an asset. The space between opposing trenches was called no man's land, and it earned that name honestly. This strip of ground, sometimes as narrow as 50 yards, sometimes as wide as several hundred, was the most dangerous real estate on Earth. It was cratered by shells, tangled with barbed wire, littered with unburied bodies, and swept by machine gun fire that could cut a man in half before he took 3 steps. The wire was particularly nasty, thick belts of barbed wire, sometimes 30 yards deep, designed to slow attackers to a crawl while defenders picked them off. Cutting the wire with artillery was supposed to clear the way for infantry assaults, but artillery often just threw the wire around without destroying it, creating even more tangled obstacles. Men who attacked across no man's land sometimes found themselves caught on the wire like insects on flypaper, hanging there until they died. It was not, as they say, a great way to go. Life in the trenches followed a rhythm dictated by danger and routine. The most dangerous times were dawn and dusk, stand to in military parlance, when both sides manned their parapets fully in case of attack. Attacks often came at first light, when there was just enough visibility to see but defenders might still be groggy. After stand to came breakfast, assuming supplies had gotten through, followed by the day's work, repairing trenches, filling sandbags, cleaning weapons, trying to sleep despite the noise. Daytime was relatively quiet in many sectors, a gentleman's agreement that both sides would rest during daylight hours, though snipers were always active, and artillery could arrive at any moment. Night brought the real work: patrols into no man's land, wiring parties to repair or extend the barbed wire, raiding parties to capture prisoners for intelligence. Sleep came in fragments, interrupted by sentries, shelling, and the ever-present anxiety of knowing that death could arrive without warning. The physical conditions of trench life were almost incomprehensibly awful by modern standards. The trenches were carved into whatever soil was available, and in Flanders, where much of the British sector lay, the water table was approximately 3 inches below the surface. This meant the trenches flooded constantly. Soldiers stood in water for days at a time, their feet never drying, their boots rotting on their feet. The result was trench foot, a condition in which the feet literally began to decay while still attached to their owner. In severe cases, gangrene set in and amputation was the only option. Commanders tried to prevent trench foot by ordering regular foot inspections and dry sock changes, but when you're standing in a flooded ditch while shells explode overhead, foot hygiene tends to drop down your priority list. The British Army recorded over 74,000 cases of trench foot during the war, though the actual number was certainly higher since mild cases often went unreported. The mud deserves special mention, because it was unlike any mud soldiers had experienced before. Artillery bombardments churned the soil into a substance that had the consistency of thick porridge and could swallow men whole. The Flanders mud became legendary, a glutinous, clinging mass that could suck the boots off your feet, drown men who fell into shell holes and make every step exhausting. Wounded men who fell in no man's land sometimes drowned in mud before stretcher bearers could reach them. Equipment disappeared into it, never to be recovered. Mules carrying supplies sank up to their bellies. One account describes a soldier who stepped off the duckboards, the wooden walkways laid down to provide footing, and sank to his waist immediately. His comrades tried to pull him out, but only succeeded in pulling him in half. The mud was not merely an inconvenience, it was a geological enemy that seemed actively malevolent. Then there were the rats. The trenches hosted a rat population that would have impressed any medieval plague city. These weren't ordinary rats. They were enormous, sleek creatures grown fat on the one food source that was never in short supply: human corpses. Bodies lay everywhere in the trench system, buried in walls that collapsed, lying in no man's land, half interred in the mud. The rats fed on them and bred prolifically, producing generations of fearless, aggressive rodents that ran over sleeping soldiers, ate their food, and gnawed on the wounded. Soldiers tried everything to control them, shooting them, bayoneting them, clubbing them with entrenching tools. But for every rat killed, 10 more appeared. Some grew so bold they would steal food from men's hands. One account describes rats so numerous that they formed a living carpet on the floor of a dugout. Living with rats became just another part of trench normality, another indignity in a life full of them. Lice were the other constant companion, and unlike rats, you couldn't even pretend to fight them. The lice infested every seam of clothing, every fold of skin, biting constantly and spreading disease. Reading your shirt, holding it up to a candle to watch the lice pop in the heat, became a common evening entertainment, though entertainment is perhaps too strong a word. Delousing stations existed behind the lines, but the relief was temporary. Within hours of returning to the trenches, soldiers were reinfested. The itching was maddening, and the diseases lice carried, particularly trench fever, could put men out of action for weeks. Trench fever wasn't usually fatal, but it caused high fever, severe pain, and weeks of weakness. Medical officers eventually traced it to louse feces entering the skin through scratches, which meant that scratching your lice bites, an almost irresistible urge, was literally making you sick. The war found many ways to punish natural human responses. The smell of the trenches is something no written account can fully convey, though many veterans tried. Imagine a combination of unwashed bodies, thousands of men who hadn't bathed in weeks, mixed with the reek of latrines that were essentially open pits, the chloride of lime used to cover corpses, the cordite smell of explosives, the mud and decay, and rotting sandbags, and the sweet, sickly odour of decomposing flesh that pervaded everything. Men who spent time at the front said you could smell it from miles away, a miasma that announced the presence of the trenches before you could see them. New soldiers arriving at the front were often overwhelmed by the stench before anything else. Veterans claimed they stopped noticing it after a while, but whether that was true or just something they told themselves is hard to say. The nose can adapt to many things, but whether it can truly adapt to the smell of death is questionable. The psychological toll of trench warfare was immense, though the language to describe it barely existed. What we now call PTSD was then known as shell shock, a term that reflected the assumption that artillery bombardments physically damaged the brain through concussive force. This wasn't entirely wrong. We now know that blast waves can cause traumatic brain injury, but it missed the larger picture. Men broke down not just from the physical shock of shell fire, but from the cumulative stress of constant danger. The horror of watching friends die, the guilt of surviving when others didn't, and the sheer sensory overload of industrial warfare. Symptoms varied. Some men became catatonic, unable to move or speak. Others developed uncontrollable tremors, stammers, or paralysis with no physical cause. Some had screaming fits. Some simply walked away from the front in a fugue state, unsure where they were or what they were doing. Military authorities were initially unsympathetic to shell shock, viewing it as cowardice or malingering. Soldiers who broke down were sometimes court-martialed and even executed for desertion or cowardice in the face of the enemy. The British Army executed 306 soldiers for military offences during the war, many of them almost certainly suffering from psychiatric conditions that would be recognised and treated today. This wasn't unique cruelty. All armies struggled to distinguish between genuine breakdown and simple fear, and the stakes of getting it wrong seemed high. If everyone who was afraid could leave the trenches, nobody would stay. But the scale of psychiatric casualties eventually forced a rethinking. By 1916, specialised treatment centres were established, and doctors like W.H.R. Rivers developed therapeutic approaches that anticipated modern trauma treatment. The war that created mass psychological casualties also created modern military psychiatry, though whether that counts as progress is debatable. The food in the trenches was another adventure in diminished expectations. Official rations were theoretically adequate. Bread, bully beef, a kind of tinned corned beef that soldiers universally despised, hard biscuits, tea, jam, and occasional treats like cheese or dried vegetables. But getting food to the front lines was a logistical nightmare, and what arrived was often cold, stale, or contaminated. Hot meals were rare luxuries since fires attracted artillery. The bully beef was so unappetizing that soldiers invented numerous ways to make it palatable, frying it with onions when available, mixing it with biscuit crumbs, or simply choking it down while trying not to think about what it might actually contain. The hard biscuits were genuinely hard. There are accounts of men breaking teeth on them, and often infested with weevils. Water came up in petrol tins that gave it a distinctive flavour that veterans remembered for the rest of their lives. And yet men were often hungry, because supply lines broke down, because carrying parties got lost in the trench maze, because artillery destroyed the food before it arrived. Hunger became another constant companion, along with the rats and lice. Despite all this, life in the trenches wasn't constant horror. Human beings are remarkably adaptable, and soldiers developed routines, relationships, and even pleasures amid the nightmare. Parcels from home were treasured. Food, tobacco, warm clothing, small luxuries that reminded men of normal life. Letters were written and received, maintaining fragile connections to families who couldn't really understand what their sons and husbands were experiencing. Friendships formed that were intense and lasting, forged in shared suffering. There was humour, dark, bitter humour that outsiders might find shocking, but that helped men cope with unbearable situations. Soldiers gave affectionate nicknames to the shells that might kill them, made jokes about death, and found absurdity in the contrast between military formality and trench reality. Officers would inspect trenches in full uniform while standing in 3 feet of water, and somehow maintaining these rituals of normalcy helped everyone pretend that the situation was manageable. The sector system meant that troops rotated between frontline trenches, support positions, and rest areas behind the lines. A typical rotation might involve 4 to 6 days in the front line, then a similar period in support, then time in reserve. Rest areas weren't exactly resorts. Drilling, working parties, and inspections filled most of the time, but they offered hot food, baths, delousing, and the psychological relief of being out of immediate danger. The contrast between the front and the rear was jarring. Just a few miles behind the trenches, French villages continued something like normal life. Soldiers on rest could buy food at estaminets, attend concerts organised by the army, play football, or simply sleep without the constant threat of death. Then it was back to the trenches, back to the mud and rats and shells, back to the routine of survival. The tactical problem that trench warfare presented seemed insoluble. Any attack required crossing no man's land under enemy fire, and the mathematics were brutal. A machine gun could fire 500 rounds per minute, and a defended trench line might have dozens of machine guns per mile of front. Even if attackers survived the machine guns, they faced artillery, rifles, and the barbed wire that channeled them into killing zones. Defence had become overwhelmingly stronger than offence, a complete reversal of the military thinking that had dominated before the war. Every attempted solution failed. Artillery bombardments were supposed to destroy enemy trenches and cut the wire, but they also warned defenders that an attack was coming and churned the ground into impassable mud. Infiltration tactics, poison gas, tanks, Each innovation promised a breakthrough and each proved insufficient. The trenches had created a stalemate that devoured men by the hundreds of thousands, while moving the front line barely at all. The attacks continued anyway, because generals couldn't think of anything else to do. The logic seemed compelling. If we attack with enough men, enough artillery, enough determination, surely we will break through. And sometimes attacks did achieve local success, capturing a trench line or a strong point. But exploiting success proved impossible. The attacking troops were exhausted, their communications cut by artillery, their support struggling through the same devastated terrain they had just crossed. Meanwhile, defenders could bring up reserves on intact roads and railways, counter-attacking before the attackers could consolidate. The trench system was like a giant sponge. It could absorb attacks, bend backward, and then spring back into shape. To truly break through, attackers would need to advance faster than defenders could reinforce, and nothing in 1915 or 1916 made that possible. The soldiers who endured this developed a worldview distinct from civilians at home. They stopped believing the propaganda about glory and noble sacrifice. They knew that death in the trenches was usually random, meaningless, and ugly. They developed contempt for the staff officers who planned attacks from comfortable headquarters miles behind the lines, for the politicians who spoke of fighting to the last man, for the civilians who handed out white feathers to men not in uniform, without knowing what they were asking men to endure. But they also developed pride in their endurance, in their units, in the strange accomplishment of surviving another day. The trenches created a separate world with its own values, and the men who lived in that world were never quite able to return to the normal one they had left behind. By the beginning of 1916, military leaders on both sides had absorbed a grim lesson. The trench deadlock could not be broken by clever tactics or limited offensives. What was needed, they concluded, was a battle of attrition, a strategy of simply killing so many enemy soldiers that the enemy would run out of men before you did. This was not a new idea. Wars of attrition had been fought before. But the industrial capacity of modern nations meant that attrition warfare could be conducted on a scale never before imagined. The year 1916 would see this theory tested in two massive battles that together would kill or wound over 2 million men, Verdun and the Somme. These weren't battles in the traditional sense. They were industrial processes designed to consume human beings as efficiently as factories consumed raw materials. The Battle of Verdun began on February 21, 1916, when German artillery opened the largest bombardment in history to that point. Over 1,200 guns fired approximately 1 million shells in the first 10 hours, obliterating French trenches, burying defenders alive, and creating a landscape that resembled nothing so much as the surface of the moon. The architect of this assault was German Chief of Staff Erich von Falkenhayn, whose strategic vision was as cold-blooded as anything in military history. Falkenhayn didn't particularly want to capture Verdun. Instead, he wanted to use it as a killing ground. The fortress complex was symbolically important to France. It had historical significance and controlled key terrain, and Falkenhayn calculated that France would defend it regardless of cost. By attacking Verdun, he would force France to feed its army into a meat grinder, bleeding it white while German losses remained acceptable. He called this approach bleeding France white, which was refreshingly honest about his intentions, if nothing else. The choice of Verdun was strategically clever in a horrifying way. The fortress complex sat in a salient, a bulge in the line, that the Germans could attack from three sides while the French could only reinforce from one direction. The terrain favoured defence, but that was exactly the point. The Germans would attack just enough to force the French to defend, then use superior artillery to destroy the defenders. Falkenhayn estimated that German losses would be half of French losses, a ratio that would eventually exhaust France's manpower while leaving Germany able to continue the war. The mathematics of mass murder had been worked out in detail. What Falkenhayn underestimated was French determination, and the way that Verdun would consume German manpower too. The initial German assault achieved dramatic results. The bombardment had devastated French defences, and German infantry advanced behind a creeping barrage, a curtain of artillery fire that moved forward at a predetermined rate, with infantry following close behind. This technique, relatively new in 1916, proved highly effective. Within days, the Germans had captured Fort Douaumont, the largest of the Verdun fortresses, in an assault that was almost farcical. A small group of German soldiers found the fort practically undefended, its garrison having been pulled out for other duties and simply walked in. The fall of Douaumont shocked France and threatened to become a symbol of national humiliation. Something had to be done. The French response came in the form of General Philippe Pétain, appointed to command at Verdun on February 25th. Pétain was an unusual French general. He had been sceptical of offensive doctrine before the war and understood the power of modern defensive firepower. His first priority was logistics. He organised a massive supply operation along the single road into Verdun, which became known as the Voie Sacrée, the Sacred Way. Along this road, trucks rolled continuously, bringing reinforcements, ammunition and supplies into the battle. At its peak, one vehicle passed every 14 seconds, an unending stream of material that kept the defence alive. Pétain also instituted a rotation system, cycling divisions through Verdun rather than leaving them there until they were destroyed. This spread the burden across the entire French army, but also meant that eventually almost every French soldier would experience Verdun. The battle became a shared national trauma. Pétain's famous order, "Ils ne passeront pas," they shall not pass, became the rallying cry of the French defence, though whether he actually said it, or it was invented by propagandists, is disputed. What matters is that the French army did not break. Despite losses that mounted into the hundreds of thousands, despite conditions that made the ordinary trenches seem comfortable by comparison, the French held Verdun. They held it because national pride demanded it, because Pétain organised effective resistance, and because the Germans, despite their initial success, couldn't quite deliver the knockout blow. Falkenhayn's strategy of limited attacks to maximise French casualties meant that German pressure was never quite overwhelming, giving the French time to reinforce and reorganise after each assault. The fighting at Verdun was among the most intense of the entire war. The battlefield became a moonscape of overlapping craters, churned and rechurned by endless artillery fire until the original terrain was unrecognisable. Villages that had stood for centuries were erased, not just destroyed but literally pulverised until nothing remained. The forts that had been Verdun's pride were pounded until they resembled nothing so much as concrete rubble. The small hills that dominated the area, with names like Hill 304, Morhomme, Dead Man, and Côte 304, became the focus of endless attacks and counterattacks, changing hands repeatedly as both sides paid in blood for a few hundred yards of cratered earth. The experience of soldiers at Verdun was hellish beyond ordinary trench warfare. The bombardments were so intense that men went mad from the noise alone, crawling into shell holes and refusing to move, catatonic from the endless explosions. Water was almost impossible to supply, and men drank from shell holes that were contaminated with gas residue, decomposing bodies, and human waste. Food often couldn't get through, and men went hungry for days. The dead couldn't be buried and lay everywhere, decomposing in the summer heat, their remains mixing with the mud until the very ground seemed made of human debris. Survivors described walking on surfaces that squished and gave way because they were walking on layers of corpses. One French soldier wrote that Verdun was not a battle but a massacre, a slaughterhouse where men were fed into the machinery of death with no apparent purpose except killing itself. German soldiers suffered equally. Falkenhayn's strategy of attrition was working, but it was working on both sides. German divisions were ground down just as French divisions were, and the ratio of losses that Falkenhayn had predicted, 2 French casualties for every German, proved optimistic. In reality, losses were roughly equal, which meant that Germany, with a smaller population than France, was actually losing the attrition war. By summer, the German army had captured some terrain and killed many Frenchmen, but it had not achieved the breakthrough that would justify the costs, and its own strength was being bled away at an unsustainable rate. Falkenhayn's cold-blooded strategy was consuming his own army. The battle reached a crisis point in June and July when German forces attacked Fort Vaux, one of the last major French positions still holding. The garrison of Fort Vaux, under Major Sylvain Eugène Raynal, held out for a week in conditions that defy description. The Germans had surrounded the fort, and the garrison was cut off from resupply. Water ran out first. Men were reduced to licking the walls where condensation gathered, drinking their own urine, and eventually dying of thirst. Food ran out too. The defenders fought room to room, using grenades, bayonets, and makeshift weapons as the Germans slowly pushed deeper into the fort. Raynal communicated with the outside world using carrier pigeons, his messages growing increasingly desperate. The last pigeon, named Valiant, carried a message through gas-filled air that killed it shortly after arrival. When Fort Vaux finally surrendered on June 7th, only a handful of defenders were still capable of fighting, and even the Germans were impressed enough to allow Raynal to keep his sword, a gesture of respect for extraordinary courage. The fall of Fort Vaux marked the high point of German success at Verdun. In late June, the Germans launched their final major offensive using a new weapon, phosgene gas, that promised to break the deadlock. The attack came close to achieving a decisive breakthrough, reaching a point from which the city of Verdun itself was visible. But close wasn't enough. French counterattacks, desperate reinforcement, and German exhaustion stopped the advance. By July, it was clear that Verdun would not fall, and the German attack slackened as attention shifted to the Somme, where the British were about to launch their own massive offensive. The Battle of the Somme began on July 1st, 1916, and its first day remains the bloodiest in the history of the British Army. The British had planned their assault with meticulous care. Too meticulous, critics would later argue. A 7-day preliminary bombardment had fired over 1.5 million shells at German positions, theoretically destroying the trenches, cutting the wire, and killing or demoralising the defenders. When the bombardment ended at 7:30 a.m. on July 1st, the infantry would advance across no man's land and occupy the shattered German positions. It should have been a walkover. It wasn't. The bombardment, despite its unprecedented scale, had failed. The German trenches in this sector were exceptionally deep, excavated into chalk that allowed for bunkers 30 feet underground, and the defenders had simply waited out the shelling in their dugouts. When the bombardment ended, they scrambled up to their machine gun positions and found the British infantry walking toward them in neat lines across open ground. The wire hadn't been cut either. Many of the British shells were duds, and the shrapnel shells used for wire cutting often failed to do the job. The result was slaughter on a scale that nobody had anticipated. British soldiers had been told that resistance would be light. Some were even ordered to walk rather than run to maintain formation, and they advanced into machine gun fire that they had been promised wouldn't exist. The German machine gunners, who had been terrified in their bunkers during the bombardment, now found themselves facing the kind of target soldiers dream of: masses of men advancing slowly across open ground in broad daylight. They fired until their guns overheated, changed barrels, and fired again. A single machine gun could kill or wound hundreds of men in minutes. By the time the sun set on July 1st, 1916, the British Army had suffered approximately 57,470 casualties, including about 19,240 dead. Many units were simply annihilated. The 1st Newfoundland Regiment, for example, suffered over 90% casualties in about 30 minutes, virtually ceasing to exist as a fighting force. Entire towns in Britain lost a generation of young men that morning, because the PALS battalion system had grouped men from the same communities together, meaning that a single disaster could devastate a village. The catastrophe of July 1st did not end the Battle of the Somme. The offensive continued for another 4.5 months, grinding forward in a series of attacks that gained ground measured in hundreds of yards at a cost of thousands of lives. The tactics evolved, commanders learned from the disaster of the first day, and developed more sophisticated methods, but the fundamental problem remained. The Germans had defensive positions of extraordinary strength, and breaking through required firepower and coordination that 1916 technology couldn't reliably deliver. Each attack followed a similar pattern: bombardment, assault, initial success in capturing the frontline trenches, then failure to exploit as German reserves arrived and counterattacked. The line moved, but slowly, at terrible cost. The Somme did produce some innovations that would prove important later. Tanks made their combat debut on September 15, 1916, when 49 of the new machines were deployed in an attack near the village of Flers. The tanks were primitive, slow, mechanically unreliable, and vulnerable to artillery, but they terrified German soldiers who had never seen anything like them and couldn't be stopped by machine gun fire. One British report famously described a tank walking up the main street of Flers with the British Army cheering behind. This was somewhat optimistic. Most of the tanks broke down before reaching the enemy lines, but the potential was clear. Tanks offered a way to cross no man's land under armour, suppressing machine guns and crushing wire. The technology wasn't ready in 1916, but the concept would eventually help break the trench deadlock. The Somme also saw significant tactical evolution on both sides. The Germans developed defence in depth, pulling back from their frontline trenches to deeper positions that were harder for artillery to reach. They created machine gun positions in shell holes and ruins across the battlefield, making every advance costly. The British and French learned to use artillery more effectively, developing the creeping barrage into a fine art and coordinating infantry movements with artillery fire more precisely. Infantry tactics evolved too, small groups using fire and movement rather than waves walking forward in lines. These lessons, paid for in blood, would eventually produce the more mobile warfare of 1918. But that was in the future. In the autumn of 1916, both sides were simply trying to survive. The Somme officially ended on November 18, 1916, when winter weather made further operations impossible. The Allies had advanced about 6 miles on a front of about 16 miles, capturing territory that had no strategic value and could not be exploited. British casualties totaled approximately 420,000, French casualties about 200,000, German casualties somewhere between 400,000 and 600,000, depending on how you count. For all this slaughter, nothing decisive had been achieved. The Germans had been pushed back, but they had not been broken. The Allies had demonstrated their determination, but they had not found a way to win. Back at Verdun, the French had finally launched their counter-offensive in October 1916, after German attention had shifted to the Somme. Using tactics refined through months of bitter experience, the French recaptured Fort Douaumont on October 24th and Fort Vaux in early November. By the end of the year, they had pushed the Germans back to roughly their starting positions. The battle that Falkenhayn had designed to bleed France white had bled Germany equally. Falkenhayn himself had been dismissed in August, replaced by the Hindenburg-Ludendorff team, whose victories in the east had made them national heroes. The new command would bring new strategies, but the fundamental problem remained. The Western Front was a machine for killing soldiers, and nobody knew how to turn it off. The combined casualties of Verdun and the Somme in 1916 exceeded 2 million men, killed, wounded, captured, or missing. To put that number in perspective, it's roughly equal to the entire population of a modern city like Houston or Paris. These men were killed or maimed in battles that moved the front line by at most a few miles. The strategy of attrition had been tested, and what it proved was that modern industrial nations could sustain casualties that would have destroyed earlier armies and keep fighting. Neither side ran out of men in 1916, and neither side showed any inclination to negotiate. The war would continue. The soldiers who survived 1916 were changed men. They had seen things that civilians could never understand, and endured conditions that seemed designed to destroy human dignity. Many developed what we would now recognise as severe PTSD, though the term wouldn't exist for another 60 years. They became cynical about the high-minded rhetoric of politicians and generals, sceptical of promises that the next offensive would finally bring victory, and bonded to their fellow survivors in ways that would last the rest of their lives. The literature that emerged from this experience, the poems of Wilfred Owen and Siegfried Sassoon, the novels of Éric Maria Remarque and Henri Barbusse, captured a disillusionment that spread far beyond the trenches. The romantic view of war as noble and glorious died at Verdun and the Somme, replaced by a grim understanding that modern warfare was simply organised murder on an industrial scale. And yet the war went on. The governments that had started it couldn't figure out how to end it without admitting that all the deaths had been for nothing. The generals who commanded it kept believing that one more push, one more offensive, one more sacrifice would finally break through. The soldiers who fought it kept going back to the trenches because that was what soldiers did, because their friends were counting on them, because desertion meant disgrace or execution. The meat grinders of 1916 had consumed their terrible harvest, and still the machinery of war demanded more. 2 more years of killing lay ahead before anyone found a way to stop. The philosophical implications of attrition warfare were as disturbing as its practical effects. Traditional military thinking had always sought decisive battles, concentrated efforts that would break the enemy's will and force a political settlement. Attrition abandoned this entirely. Instead, it embraced a kind of industrial logic, war as a process of production and consumption, with human beings as the raw material. Victory would go not to the side with the best generals or the bravest soldiers, but to the side with the largest factories, the biggest population, and the greatest willingness to accept losses. This was war stripped of all romance, reduced to mathematics. You killed their soldiers faster than they killed yours, and eventually they ran out. The fact that eventually might be years away, and the losses astronomical, was accepted as the cost of doing business. The home fronts absorbed this logic with varying degrees of acceptance. In all the belligerent nations, 1916 marked a turning point in public understanding of what the war actually meant. The casualty lists grew too long to ignore, the wounded too numerous to hide, the absence of young men too visible in every village and neighbourhood. Governments that had promised quick victory now promised only eventual victory, asking for patience, sacrifice, and faith. Some populations responded with renewed determination, the famous British resolution to see it through, while others began to question whether any objective could justify such slaughter. The seeds of future unrest were being planted, seeds that would bloom in revolution and mutiny before the war was over. For the soldiers themselves, 1916 created a divide between those who had been there and those who hadn't. Men who had survived Verdun or the Somme carried that experience for the rest of their lives, marked by it in ways visible and invisible. They developed what might be called a trench consciousness, a way of seeing the world shaped by their experiences in the mud and blood. This consciousness was suspicious of authority, darkly humorous, intensely loyal to comrades, and profoundly alienated from civilian life. When these men eventually returned home, many found they couldn't explain what they had been through, couldn't connect with families and friends who had no frame of reference for understanding. The trenches had created a lost generation, lost not only in the literal sense of the dead, but in the spiritual sense of men who had been permanently displaced from normal human experience. The memory of 1916 would shape the remainder of the war and the peace that followed. For France, Verdun became a sacred symbol of national resistance, a place where the nation had been tested and had not broken. The veterans of Verdun formed a powerful constituency in post-war politics, and the battle's lessons, or what were believed to be its lessons, influenced French military thinking for decades. The Maginot Line, built in the 1930s, was in many ways Verdun made permanent, a defensive position that would force attackers to bleed themselves white against impregnable fortifications. That this strategy would fail catastrophically in 1940 was one of history's bitter ironies, but in the years after Verdun, it seemed to make perfect sense. For Britain, the Somme occupied a similar place in national memory, though with darker overtones. The disaster of July first became a symbol of military incompetence, of brave soldiers sacrificed by incompetent leadership. Lions led by donkeys became the shorthand for the British experience of the war, though recent historians have questioned whether this judgment was entirely fair. The Somme shaped British attitudes toward war itself, contributing to the pacifism and appeasement of the interwar period. A generation that had seen what modern warfare could do was understandably reluctant to repeat the experience, a reluctance that would complicate responses to the rise of fascism in the 1930s. Germany drew its own lessons from 1916, lessons that would prove equally problematic. The failure at Verdun convinced many German leaders that attrition warfare favoured the Allies, who had access to global resources and could draw on colonial manpower. Germany, surrounded and blockaded, would eventually lose a war of endurance. This analysis would push Germany toward increasingly desperate gambles, unrestricted submarine warfare, the spring offensives of 1918, that sought decisive victory before Germany's resources were exhausted. These gambles would ultimately fail, but they reflected a real understanding of Germany's strategic predicament, an understanding born in the killing fields of Verdun. The year 1916 demonstrated something else that would prove important: the resilience of modern states. Before the war, many observers had assumed that industrial societies were fragile, that massive casualties and economic strain would quickly produce collapse. The experience of 1916 proved otherwise. France absorbed the horror of Verdun and kept fighting. Britain absorbed the catastrophe of the Somme and kept fighting. Germany absorbed roughly equal losses and kept fighting. The modern state, with its bureaucratic capacity and its ability to mobilize entire populations, proved capable of sustaining punishment that would have destroyed earlier forms of political organization. This resilience would extend the war far beyond what anyone had anticipated, and it would have implications for the 20th century more broadly. States that could mobilize for total war could mobilize for other purposes too, a lesson that would not be lost on future totalitarian regimes. As 1916 ended and 1917 approached, the belligerents faced a grim but clear situation. The war could not be won quickly, and it could not be ended by negotiation. Neither side was willing to accept terms the other could offer. It would have to be endured until one side or the other broke. The question was which side would break first, and how long the breaking would take. The answer would come in 1917 and 1918, through revolution, mutiny, American intervention, and finally a German collapse that surprised almost everyone. But all of that lay in the future. For now, the armies prepared for another year of attrition, another year in the meat grinder, another year of killing that seemed as endless as it was pointless. The First World War became the greatest weapons laboratory in human history, a 4-year experiment in industrial killing that transformed warfare more dramatically than any conflict before or since. Every belligerent nation poured resources into developing new ways to kill, maim, and terrify the enemy, convinced that the next technological breakthrough would finally shatter the trench deadlock and bring victory. What they actually created was an escalating arms race where each new horror was met with countermeasures, each innovation spawned counter-innovations, and the only consistent result was more efficient slaughter. The war that began with cavalry charges ended with tanks, aircraft, and chemical weapons. A transformation so complete that veterans of 1914 would barely recognize the battlefield of 1918. The machine gun, while not invented during the war, came into its own as the defining weapon of the conflict. Hiram Maxim had demonstrated his automatic gun to military observers decades before the war, but most armies had dismissed it as a curiosity, interesting for colonial warfare against natives perhaps, but surely not relevant to civilized combat. Between European powers, this assessment proved, to put it mildly, incorrect. A single machine gun, properly positioned, could stop an infantry attack cold. The mathematics was simple and brutal. A Maxim gun could fire 500 rounds per minute, and even the most disciplined infantry couldn't advance faster than walking pace across broken ground. The combination meant that attackers were cut down long before they reached enemy trenches. Generals kept ordering infantry assaults anyway, convinced that enough men, enough artillery preparation, enough determination would overwhelm the machine guns. They were wrong, repeatedly, at a cost of millions of lives. Artillery underwent its own revolution during the war, evolving from a supporting arm into the dominant force on the battlefield. By 1916, artillery was causing approximately 60% of all casualties on the Western Front, a proportion that would have astonished military thinkers of previous generations. The guns themselves grew larger and more numerous. The Germans deployed Big Bertha siege howitzers that could demolish fortresses, while both sides developed railway guns capable of firing shells weighing over a ton. But the real revolution was in how artillery was used. The creeping barrage, a curtain of shell fire that moved forward at a predetermined rate, allowing infantry to advance behind it, became standard practice. Counter-battery fire, using aircraft observation and sound ranging to locate enemy guns, grew increasingly sophisticated. By war's end, artillery had become a precise instrument capable of hitting specific targets with reasonable accuracy, though reasonable accuracy in 1918 still meant a lot of shells landing in the wrong place. The appetite for shells was almost inconceivable. During the preliminary bombardment before the Somme, British guns fired over 1.5 million shells in a week. At Verdun, the Germans fired approximately 1 million shells on the first day alone. Producing enough ammunition to feed this hunger became a national priority that transformed home front economies. The shell crisis of 1915, when British forces in France ran short of artillery ammunition, brought down the government and led to the creation of the Ministry of Munitions under David Lloyd George. Factories that had produced consumer goods converted to shell production. Women entered the workforce in unprecedented numbers to staff munitions plants, the famous munitionettes, whose skin turned yellow from exposure to TNT, giving them the nickname Canary Girls. The war was won or lost not just on the battlefield, but in the factories, and the nations that could produce the most shells had an enormous advantage. Poison gas represented perhaps the most horrifying innovation of the war, a weapon that seemed to cross some fundamental line of human decency. Though, as critics pointed out, it was hard to see why killing someone with gas was more immoral than blowing them to pieces with artillery. The Germans first used chlorine gas on a large scale at Ypres on April 22, 1915, releasing 168 tons of the greenish-yellow vapour from cylinders positioned along their front line. The cloud drifted toward French and Algerian troops who had no idea what was happening and no protection against it. The effect was devastating. Men died gasping as the chlorine destroyed their lungs or fled in panic, creating a gap 4 miles wide in the Allied line. The Germans, not entirely trusting their own weapon, had not prepared sufficient reserves to exploit the breakthrough, and the opportunity was lost. But a new era in warfare had begun. Gas warfare escalated rapidly as both sides developed new agents and delivery methods. Phosgene, more lethal than chlorine and harder to detect, appeared in late 1915. Mustard gas, introduced by the Germans in 1917, was perhaps the most feared of all. It caused horrific blistering of the skin and lungs, could persist in the environment for days, and victims often didn't realize they had been exposed until symptoms appeared hours later. The sight of gas casualties, men blinded, struggling to breathe, their skin covered in suppurating burns, became one of the defining images of the war's horror. Wilfred Owen's poem Dulce et decorum est captured the experience of a gas attack with brutal clarity, describing a man drowning in the green sea of poison, the white eyes writhing in his face. Yet gas, despite its psychological impact, never became the war-winning weapon its proponents hoped. Both sides developed gas masks, and while these were uncomfortable and reduced efficiency, they provided reasonable protection against most agents. Tactics evolved to minimize gas casualties, recognizing wind conditions, identifying contaminated areas, treating exposure quickly. Gas certainly added to the misery of trench warfare, and it caused tens of thousands of casualties, but it couldn't break the deadlock. Like every other technological innovation, it produced adaptation and countermeasures rather than decisive advantage. The main legacy of chemical warfare was a universal horror that led to the Geneva Protocol of 1925, banning the use of chemical and biological weapons in war, a ban that, remarkably, has been largely respected in the century since, though whether from ethical conviction or practical calculation is an open question. The flamethrower made its debut on the Western Front in 1915, another weapon designed to terrify as much as to kill. German Flammenwerfer units sprayed burning fuel into enemy trenches, igniting anything flammable, including, unfortunately, people. The psychological effect was enormous. Few things are more terrifying than seeing a jet of flame coming toward you, and the burns caused by flamethrowers were particularly horrible. But the weapon had serious limitations. The operators were vulnerable. They carried tanks of flammable fuel on their backs, making them priority targets for anyone with a rifle and reasonable aim. The range was limited to about 20 yards in early models, requiring operators to get dangerously close to enemy positions, and the fuel was heavy, limiting how long the weapon could be used. Flamethrowers found their niche in clearing bunkers and strongpoints, but they never became the breakthrough weapon their inventors had imagined. The steel helmet, unlike most innovations of the war, was designed to save lives rather than take them. At the war's outbreak, most soldiers wore soft caps that offered no protection against shrapnel, the flying metal fragments from exploding shells that caused most head wounds. The French introduced the Adrian helmet in 1915, followed by the British Brodie helmet and the German Stahlhelm. The results were immediate and dramatic. Head wound casualties dropped by approximately 75% in units equipped with steel helmets. This was one technological innovation that everyone could agree was a good idea, and within a year of introduction, helmets had become standard equipment on all sides. The distinctive shapes of these helmets, the shallow bowl of the Brodie, the coal scuttle profile of the Stahlhelm, became iconic images of their respective armies, and helmet designs developed during the First World War remained in service, with modifications through the Second World War and beyond. Tanks emerged from a peculiar combination of desperation and imagination. The problem was clear. Infantry couldn't cross no man's land under machine gun fire. The solution, some British officers reasoned, was to create a vehicle that could, something armoured enough to resist bullets, mobile enough to cross broken ground, and armed enough to suppress enemy fire. The early development of tanks was so secret that even the name was a deception. The vehicles were described as water tanks for Mesopotamia, and the name stuck. The first tanks were primitive by any standard, slow, mechanically unreliable, nearly impossible to see out of, and hot enough inside to cause heat exhaustion in their crews. They broke down constantly, got stuck in craters and trenches, and were vulnerable to artillery fire. But they could cross no man's land, and they terrified defenders who had never seen anything like them. The tank's combat debut came on September 15th, 1916, during the Somme offensive. Of the 49 tanks assigned to the attack, only 32 made it to the starting line, the others broke down on the way. Of those 32, only 9 managed to advance ahead of the infantry as planned. The results were mixed. In some sectors, tanks achieved local success, helping to capture German positions. In others, they were destroyed or simply failed to influence the battle. Haig, the British commander, was enthusiastic enough to order 1,000 more, but the tank technology of 1916 simply wasn't ready to deliver decisive results. The machines were too slow, too unreliable, and too few to exploit any breach they might create. It would take another 2 years of development before tanks became the war-winning weapon their advocates promised. By 1918, tanks had evolved dramatically. The British Mark V was faster, more reliable, and could be controlled by one man instead of 4. The French Renault FT, a light tank with a rotating turret, introduced the design concept that would dominate tank development for the next century. At the Battle of Amiens in August 1918, over 500 tanks spearheaded an assault that broke through German lines and advanced 8 miles in a single day, an almost unimaginable achievement by Western Front standards. Ludendorff called it the Black Day of the German army, the moment when he realized that Germany could no longer win the war. The tank had finally delivered on its promise, though it arrived too late to prevent 3 more years of slaughter after its introduction. Aviation transformed warfare in ways that extended far beyond the Western Front. When the war began, aircraft were fragile, slow, and used primarily for reconnaissance, flying above enemy lines to observe troop movements and artillery positions. Within 4 years, aircraft had evolved into specialized instruments of war. Fighters designed to destroy other aircraft, bombers capable of striking targets behind enemy lines, ground attack planes that could strafe trenches and disrupt enemy movements. The air war created its own mythology of individual combat, the aces who became celebrities, engaging in what seemed like chivalric duels above the industrial slaughter below. This image was largely propaganda, but it served a purpose. In a war where individual heroism seemed irrelevant, the air aces offered a romantic alternative that the public desperately wanted to believe in. The reality of air combat was considerably less romantic than the propaganda suggested. Early aircraft were so flimsy that pilots sometimes fell through the fabric-covered floors. Parachutes existed, but were generally not issued to pilots. Commanders worried that crews would abandon perfectly good aircraft, so being shot down usually meant death. The life expectancy of new pilots on the Western Front was measured in weeks, sometimes days. The famous aces survived partly through skill, but largely through luck, and even the best of them eventually fell. Manfred von Richthofen, the Red Baron, survived 80 aerial victories before being killed in April 1918, shot down by either a Canadian pilot or Australian ground fire, depending on which account you believe. The romantic dueling knights of the air were, in reality, casualties waiting to happen. Strategic bombing emerged during the war as a new form of warfare that would have profound implications for the future. German Zeppelin airships began bombing British cities in 1915, killing civilians and causing panic out of proportion to the actual damage inflicted. The Zeppelins were eventually countered by improved anti-aircraft defences and night fighters, but Germany then turned to aircraft. The Gotha bombers that raided London in 1917 killed hundreds of civilians and forced Britain to divert fighters from it. France for home defence. The British responded with their own strategic bombing campaign, creating the Royal Air Force in 1918 partly to coordinate bombing raids against German industrial targets. The destruction was modest by later standards, but the precedent was set. In future wars, cities and civilians would be targets, and the distinction between combatant and non-combatant would become increasingly meaningless. Communication technology evolved rapidly under the pressure of wartime necessity. The telephone, already in widespread civilian use before the war, became essential for coordinating military operations. But telephone wires were vulnerable to artillery fire, and maintaining communication with advancing troops proved almost impossible. Wireless telegraphy existed but was bulky, unreliable, and easily intercepted. The result was a persistent communication gap that plagued offensive operations. Once troops went over the top, commanders often had no idea what was happening until runners made it back from the front, a journey that could take hours through devastated terrain, assuming the runners survived. This communication failure was one of the key reasons why successful attacks couldn't be exploited. By the time commanders learned that troops had broken through, the opportunity had often passed. Medical technology made remarkable advances driven by the unprecedented flood of casualties. Blood transfusion, barely practical before the war, became routine as doctors learned to type blood and store it safely. Plastic surgery developed to treat the horrific facial wounds caused by modern weapons. Doctors like Harold Gillies pioneered techniques for reconstructing faces that would form the foundation of modern reconstructive surgery. Prosthetic limbs improved dramatically to serve the tens of thousands of amputees the war produced. Psychiatric treatment, initially primitive, evolved as doctors confronted the epidemic of shell shock and began developing therapeutic approaches. The war was a catastrophe for human bodies, but the medical profession learned an enormous amount from the catastrophe, knowledge that would save lives for generations afterward. The submarine, or U-boat in German parlance, represented perhaps the most strategically significant technological development of the war, though its impact was felt primarily at sea rather than in the trenches. Submarines had existed before 1914, but they were generally considered auxiliary vessels, useful for coastal defence but not for major operations. The war transformed this assessment entirely. German U-boats proved devastatingly effective against Allied shipping, threatening to sever the supply lines that kept Britain in the war. The submarine campaign raised profound questions about the laws of war, questions that would eventually draw the United States into the conflict and seal Germany's fate. But that story belongs to the next chapter. The cumulative effect of all this technological innovation was to make warfare more lethal, without making it more decisive. Each new weapon prompted countermeasures that neutralized its advantage. Gas was countered by masks. Tanks were countered by artillery and anti-tank rifles. Aircraft were countered by anti-aircraft guns and other aircraft. The result was an escalating cycle of innovation that increased casualties without breaking the deadlock. The war to end all wars became instead a laboratory for developing more efficient methods of killing, methods that would be refined and applied on an even larger scale in the next global conflict. The technology of death had entered the industrial age, and humanity would spend the next century learning what that meant. One often overlooked technological development was the transformation of logistics and supply. Modern armies required immense quantities of everything, not just weapons and ammunition, but food, clothing, medical supplies, replacement equipment, and 1,000 other necessities. Moving these supplies to the front required railway networks of unprecedented complexity. The French Voie Sacrée at Verdun was perhaps the most famous example, but every sector of every front depended on similar logistics operations. Railway troops became essential specialists, constructing and maintaining the networks that kept armies alive. Behind the trenches, supply dumps the size of small cities accumulated the material needed for offensives, dumps that became prime targets for enemy aircraft and long-range artillery. The war also drove innovations in manufacturing that would transform civilian industry afterward. Mass production techniques pioneered to produce shells and rifles would later produce automobiles and consumer goods. Quality control methods developed to ensure ammunition reliability would become standard in manufacturing. Women who had learned factory skills during the war would not entirely forget them afterward, changing gender dynamics in the workforce. The assembly line, which had existed before the war, became universal during it. Industry learned to produce standardized goods at scales previously unimaginable, a lesson that would define the 20th century economy. While the armies bled each other white in the trenches, another war was being fought on and beneath the world's oceans, a war that would ultimately prove more decisive than any battle on land. The naval war of 1914 to 1918 was a contest of blockade and counter-blockade, each side trying to strangle the other's economy while keeping its own supply lines open. Britain, with the world's largest navy, held the initial advantage, using its surface fleet to cut Germany off from global trade. Germany responded with submarines, attacking the merchant ships that kept Britain fed and supplied. This undersea campaign would bring the United States into the war, transforming a European conflict into a truly world war and sealing Germany's ultimate defeat. The British blockade of Germany began almost immediately after war was declared, though its full effects would take years to develop. The Royal Navy didn't need to fight dramatic battles to impose its will, it simply closed the exits from the North Sea. The Northern Passage between Scotland and Norway was patrolled by the Grand Fleet based at Scapa Flow. The southern exit through the English Channel was controlled by minefields, patrols and shore batteries. German merchant ships couldn't get through, neutral ships carrying contraband could be stopped and searched, and Germany was effectively cut off from overseas trade. This sounds straightforward, but the legal and diplomatic complications were enormous, because blockade in its traditional sense required actually stationing ships outside enemy ports, something impossible to do against Germany's short coastline, backed by powerful coastal defences. Instead, Britain implemented what it called a distant blockade, intercepting neutral ships far from German waters and claiming the right to search them for contraband. The definition of contraband expanded steadily throughout the war to include not just weapons and military supplies, but food, cotton, and eventually almost anything that might help Germany's war effort. Neutral nations, particularly the United States, the world's largest trading economy, protested vigorously. American businesses wanted to sell to whoever would buy, and American principles held that neutral ships should be free to trade with belligerents. Britain managed these protests through a combination of diplomacy, bribery, and creative legal arguments, buying American goodwill by purchasing enormous quantities of American goods for the Allied war effort. The British blockade violated international law as Americans understood it, but the violations were technical and didn't kill Americans, which made them easier to tolerate than German actions would prove to be. The effects of the blockade on Germany accumulated gradually but inexorably. Germany had been a major importer of food before the war, and losing access to foreign supplies created immediate problems. The 1914 harvest had been poor, and the war had pulled millions of agricultural workers into the army. By 1915, food rationing was introduced for bread, and shortages of other essentials were becoming chronic. The famous German efficiency that organised armies proved less effective at organising a wartime economy. Multiple agencies competed for control, hoarding and corruption were widespread, and the black market flourished. The turnip winter of 1916 to 1917 became a defining experience of the German home front, when the potato crop failed and turnips became the staple food for millions. Germans ate turnip bread, turnip coffee, turnip everything, and still went hungry. The human cost of the blockade was enormous, though exact figures remain disputed. Wartime and post-war estimates suggested that approximately 750,000 German civilians died from malnutrition and related diseases during the war, more than British combat deaths in the entire conflict. Recent historical research has questioned these figures, suggesting the true toll may have been lower, but no one disputes that the blockade caused severe suffering and significant mortality. Children were particularly affected. Growth rates declined, infant mortality increased, and diseases like tuberculosis and rickets spread among populations weakened by inadequate nutrition. The blockade was, in effect, a weapon aimed at civilians, not through the violent drama of bombing, but through the slow attrition of empty stomachs. The British maintained the blockade even after the armistice in November 1918, keeping it in place until Germany signed the Treaty of Versailles in June 1919. This decision, intended to pressure Germany into accepting peace terms, contributed to the deaths of thousands more civilians and created lasting bitterness. Germans remembered the hunger blockade as a war crime equivalent to any atrocity committed on the battlefield, and this memory would fuel resentment that helped bring the Nazis to power. The blockade was effective. It contributed significantly to Germany's ultimate collapse, but its methods raised moral questions that have never been fully resolved. Is starving civilians into submission more or less acceptable than bombing them? The First World War forced these questions into the open, and the Second would answer them in ways that satisfied no one. Germany's response to the British blockade was the submarine campaign, a counter-blockade that aimed to do to Britain what Britain was doing to Germany. The logic was straightforward. Britain was an island dependent on imports for food, raw materials, and war supplies. If submarines could sink enough merchant ships, Britain would be forced to surrender or starve. The problem was that submarines, by their very nature, couldn't operate according to the traditional rules of naval warfare. Those rules required warships to stop merchant vessels, search them for contraband, and ensure the safety of crews before sinking them. Submarines couldn't do this. Surfacing to search a ship made them vulnerable to armed merchantmen, and they were too small to take on survivors. Sinking ships without warning was the only practical way to use submarines, but sinking ships without warning violated international law and risked killing neutrals, including Americans. Germany initially tried to square this circle by declaring a war zone around the British Isles in February 1915. warning that any ship entering the zone might be sunk without warning. This was supposed to provide legal cover. Neutral ships entering the zone did so at their own risk, but it satisfied neither international lawyers nor the American government. President Woodrow Wilson warned that Germany would be held to strict accountability for American lives lost to submarine attacks, a phrase that sounded firm without quite specifying what it meant. The stage was set for a confrontation that would eventually bring America into the war. The crisis came on May 7, 1915, when the submarine U-20 torpedoed the British liner Lusitania off the coast of Ireland. The Lusitania was one of the largest and fastest ships afloat, a symbol of British maritime supremacy, and it sank in just 18 minutes, so quickly that most of its lifeboats couldn't be launched. Of the 1,959 passengers and crew aboard, 1,198 died, including 128 Americans. The sinking provoked outrage in the United States and around the world. Germany had warned Americans not to travel on British ships. They had even published newspaper advertisements cautioning passengers about the Lusitania specifically, but this seemed like blaming the victim for standing in front of the bullet. The Lusitania controversy raised questions that remain debated today. Was the ship carrying military cargo? Almost certainly yes. It was later confirmed to have been carrying rifle ammunition and artillery shells, though the British government denied this at the time. Did this justify sinking it without warning? Under traditional rules of war, arguably yes. Ships carrying war materials were legitimate targets. But the Lusitania was also carrying nearly 2,000 civilians, and killing civilians to destroy cargo struck most observers as disproportionate at best. Why did the ship sink so quickly? The official explanation was that the torpedo detonated stored ammunition, but recent underwater exploration suggests a more complicated picture involving coal dust explosions. Whatever the full truth, the Lusitania became a propaganda triumph for the Allies and a diplomatic disaster for Germany. The aftermath of the Lusitania forced Germany to reconsider its submarine tactics. The outrage in America was so intense that some German leaders feared it would bring the United States immediately into the war. Kaiser Wilhelm, deeply concerned about American intervention, ordered restrictions on submarine operations, no attacks on passenger liners, no attacks in the Channel or Western approaches where neutral ships were common. These restrictions frustrated the Navy, which believed submarine warfare was Germany's best chance of winning, but the political leadership was unwilling to risk American belligerence, yet. For the next 18 months, Germany pursued a modified submarine campaign that tried to balance military effectiveness against diplomatic risk. Submarines continued to sink merchant ships, but with restrictions that limited their impact. The policy satisfied no one. The Navy believed they were being held back from decisive action, while the civilians continued to suffer under the British blockade. By early 1917, Germany's strategic situation had deteriorated. The Somme and Verdun had bled the army white. The British blockade was tightening, Russia was weakening, but hadn't yet collapsed. Something had to change, and the naval leadership believed that unrestricted submarine warfare was the answer. The advocates of unrestricted submarine warfare presented their case with compelling mathematics. Germany had about 100 operational submarines. These submarines could sink approximately 600,000 tons of merchant shipping per month if allowed to operate without restrictions. Britain imported about 60 million tons of goods annually, carried in ships totaling about 20 million tons. If submarines could destroy shipping faster than new ships could be built, British imports would collapse, and Britain would be forced to sue for peace within 5 months, before American intervention could make a difference. The calculations seemed precise and scientific, a mathematical formula for victory. What they didn't account for was human unpredictability, American resources, and the development of convoy tactics that would dramatically reduce shipping losses. On February 1, 1917, Germany announced the resumption of unrestricted submarine warfare. Any ship of any nation found in the waters around Britain, France, or in the Mediterranean would be sunk without warning. Germany knew this would likely bring America into the war, but gambled that Britain would be defeated before American troops could arrive in significant numbers. It was a desperate gamble, born of desperation, and it failed. 3 days before the unrestricted campaign began, an event occurred that would prove almost as important as the submarine announcement itself. The British intercepted and decoded the Zimmermann telegram. Arthur Zimmermann, the German foreign minister, had sent a message to the German ambassador in Mexico proposing a military alliance. If the United States entered the war, Germany would support Mexico in reclaiming Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona, territories lost in the Mexican-American War 70 years earlier. The telegram was intended as a contingency plan, but when the British released its contents to the American government in late February, the reaction was explosive. The idea that Germany was plotting to dismember the United States made the submarine campaign seem like part of a larger hostile design, rather than a desperate response to the blockade. The combination of unrestricted submarine warfare and the Zimmermann telegram made American entry into the war virtually inevitable. Wilson, who had won re-election in 1916 on the slogan "He kept us out of war," asked Congress for a declaration of war on April 2, 1917. Congress voted overwhelmingly in favour on April 6th. The United States, with its enormous industrial capacity, its vast population, and its financial resources, was now officially in the fight. Germany's gamble had failed before it had a chance to succeed. The submarine campaign did achieve initial success. In April 1917, U-boats sank 881,000 tons of Allied shipping, the worst month of the war. Britain had only about 6 weeks' worth of grain reserves, and projections suggested that if losses continued at this rate, starvation would force surrender by autumn. First Sea Lord John Jellicoe reportedly told the War Cabinet that if the losses continued, "We cannot go on." The German calculations were proving accurate, too accurate for Allied comfort. What saved Britain was the convoy system. For years, naval orthodoxy had held that merchant ships should sail independently, dispersing across the ocean to make them harder for submarines to find. Convoys, groups of merchant ships sailing together under naval escort, were considered dangerous because they concentrated targets and required coordination that would slow shipping. The Navy resisted convoys, the shipping industry resisted convoys, and the Admiralty insisted that convoys wouldn't work. Then Lloyd George, now Prime Minister, essentially forced the Navy to try them anyway. The results were dramatic. When ships sailed in convoys with escort vessels, losses dropped precipitously. The mathematics that had seemed so favourable to the submarine now worked against it. A submarine that encountered a convoy could only attack 1 or 2 ships before escorts drove it away or destroyed it, and finding convoys in the vast ocean was harder than finding individual ships scattered across shipping lanes. By the end of 1917, shipping losses had fallen to manageable levels. New construction began to exceed losses. The submarine campaign had failed to knock Britain out of the war, and the price, American belligerence, was about to come due. The convoy system succeeded for reasons that seem obvious in hindsight but weren't obvious at the time. A convoy of 50 ships escorted by 6 destroyers presented a smaller target than 50 ships sailing independently, because submarines could only engage targets they found. Once a submarine found a convoy, it might sink 1 or 2 ships before being driven off, but the other 48 would escape. Submarine detection technology improved throughout 1917 and 1918. Hydrophones that could hear submarine engines, depth charges that could destroy submerged boats, and these technologies were more effective when concentrated around convoys than when dispersed across the ocean. The submarine, which had seemed like a war-winning weapon in early 1917, was contained by the simple expedient of having ships travel together. American entry transformed the war in ways that went beyond military contribution. American industry began producing weapons and supplies for the Allies at a rate that Germany couldn't match. American loans and credits sustained Allied economies. American troops, eventually numbering 2 million in France, provided fresh manpower that compensated for French exhaustion and British attrition. The morale effect was equally important. While Germany faced the prospect of fighting an enemy with inexhaustible resources, the Allies could look forward to eventual victory if they could only hold on long enough. The human dimension of submarine warfare was as remarkable as its strategic implications. Life aboard a U-boat was an exercise in endurance that makes modern submarine complaints about cramped quarters seem charmingly quaint. The typical submarine of this era was about 200 feet long and contained a crew of 35 men who shared space with torpedoes, engines, batteries, ammunition, and whatever food could be crammed into remaining corners. There was no room for bunks for everyone. Men slept in shifts, in hammocks strung over torpedo tubes or wherever they could find space. The smell was indescribable. Diesel fuel, unwashed bodies, cooking odours, and the ever-present reek of the bilge combined into an atmosphere that veterans said you never forgot. Fresh water was too precious for washing, it was needed for the batteries, so personal hygiene was essentially non-existent during patrols that could last weeks. The dangers were constant and varied. Depth charges, introduced by the British in 1916, created a terrifying new threat. Explosive canisters dropped from escort vessels that detonated at predetermined depths, crushing submarine hulls through water pressure alone. A successful depth charge attack didn't even need to hit the submarine directly. Close was often enough. Survivors described the experience as being inside a giant bell that someone was hitting with a sledgehammer, over and over, while hoping the hull would hold. Many hulls didn't. Of approximately 360 German submarines that saw service during the war, 178 were lost, a casualty rate that exceeded any other branch of the German military. Submarine sailors knew their odds weren't good, but they volunteered anyway, drawn by extra pay, adventure, and the sense that they were striking back against the blockade that was starving their families. The submarine crews developed their own culture and mythology, distinct from the surface navy. They called themselves Lords of the Sea, proud of their technical expertise and their ability to survive in conditions that would break ordinary sailors. Successful commanders became celebrities, their sinking totals reported in newspapers like sports statistics. Lothar von Arnold de la Perrière, the most successful submarine commander in history, sank over 450,000 tons of shipping during the war, a record that would never be approached. The aces of the submarine service were every bit as celebrated in Germany as the fighter aces of the air war, and their fame served similar propaganda purposes, demonstrating that German technology and German courage could overcome enemy advantages. The naval war of 1914 to 1918 never produced the decisive fleet battle that pre-war planners had expected. The Battle of Jutland in May 1916 was the largest naval engagement of the war, pitting the British Grand Fleet against the German High Seas Fleet in the North Sea. The result was tactically ambiguous. Germany sank more ships and killed more sailors, but strategically decisive. The German fleet retreated to port and never seriously challenged British control of the North Sea again. The battleships that both nations had spent billions building sat in harbour, too valuable to risk, while submarines and mines did the actual work of naval warfare. The dreadnought revolution that had consumed naval budgets before the war proved largely irrelevant to the war itself. By 1918, the submarine campaign had been defeated, the British blockade was strangling Germany, and American forces were arriving in France at a rate of 300,000 per month. Germany's gamble on unrestricted submarine warfare had backfired catastrophically. Instead of knocking Britain out of the war before America could intervene, it had brought America in while Britain remained in the fight. The decision to resume unrestricted submarine warfare in January 1917 ranks among the most consequential miscalculations in military history, a gamble that seemed logical at the time but that sealed Germany's ultimate defeat. The naval war left a complex legacy for the future. The effectiveness of submarines against merchant shipping would be remembered, leading to renewed submarine campaigns in the next World War, campaigns that would again threaten to strangle Britain before being defeated by convoy tactics and technology. The ethics of blockade warfare remained unresolved. Was starving civilians an acceptable method of war? The British blockade had killed hundreds of thousands. The German submarine campaign had killed tens of thousands. Both sides had targeted non-combatants, and neither side's methods seemed obviously more moral than the others. The First World War had demonstrated that modern warfare could not be confined to battlefields. It engulfed entire societies, making everyone a participant and everyone a potential victim. The Sea War also demonstrated the importance of economic warfare in modern conflicts. Victory in the trenches ultimately depended on victory in the factories, and victory in the factories depended on access to raw materials and food. The nation that could strangle its enemy's economy while protecting its own would eventually prevail, regardless of what happened in any individual battle. This lesson would shape strategic thinking for the rest of the century, influencing everything from the Allied strategic bombing campaign of World War II to Cold War economic containment. The First World War was the first truly industrial war, and the naval campaign showed what that meant. War was no longer just about killing soldiers, but about destroying the enemy's ability to produce the means of war. For Germany, the failure of the submarine campaign represented the last best chance to win the war. With American resources flowing to the Allies, with the blockade tightening, and with no prospect of breaking the deadlock on the Western Front, Germany was slowly being strangled. The spring offensives of 1918 would represent one final gamble, an attempt to win before American power became overwhelming. When that gamble failed too, Germany's defeat became inevitable, not through any single battle, but through the cumulative effect of economic exhaustion and military attrition that the naval war had done so much to accelerate. When the war began in August 1914, the airplane was barely a decade old. The Wright brothers had made their famous flight at Kitty Hawk only 11 years earlier, and most military thinkers considered it an interesting curiosity with limited practical applications. Cavalry officers looked down on the new flying machines with the disdain that horsemen have always reserved for mechanical contraptions, and even enthusiasts of aviation weren't entirely sure what planes were good for in a military context. Racing, certainly. Delivering mail, perhaps. Showing off at air shows, absolutely. But fighting? The machines were too fragile, too unreliable, too dependent on good weather to be serious weapons of war. This assessment would prove spectacularly wrong. By 1918, air power had transformed warfare in ways that nobody had anticipated, creating entirely new forms of combat and laying the groundwork for the strategic bombing campaigns that would devastate cities in the next World War. The aircraft that went to war in 1914 were remarkably primitive by any modern standard, and by the standards of 1918 for that matter. They were typically biplanes, with two sets of wings held together by wooden struts and wire bracing, covered in doped fabric that was essentially treated canvas. Engines produced perhaps 80 to 100 horsepower, giving top speeds of around 70 miles per hour and service ceilings of perhaps 10,000 feet. The pilots sat in an open cockpit exposed to wind, weather and enemy fire with minimal instrumentation, a compass, an altimeter, perhaps a rev counter. There were no parachutes issued to most pilots, no radios, no enclosed cockpits, no heating systems. Flying these machines in the summer was uncomfortable. Flying them in winter was an exercise in frozen misery that makes modern complaints about airline legroom seem rather petty. The initial role of aircraft was reconnaissance, flying over enemy lines to observe troop movements, artillery positions and defensive preparations. This was genuinely useful work, and it proved its value almost immediately. During the First Battle of the Marne, aerial reconnaissance revealed the gap opening between German armies, enabling the Allied counterattack that saved Paris. Artillery spotting became another crucial mission. Observers in aircraft could see where shells were landing, and radio or signal corrections to the gunners below, dramatically improving accuracy. The observation balloon, a technology dating back to the American Civil War, also saw extensive use, floating tethered above the lines with observers peering down through binoculars. These sausage-shaped balloons were vulnerable to aircraft attack, but they could stay aloft for hours and provided continuous observation that aircraft couldn't match. Balloon operations represented one of the war's more peculiar military activities. The balloons themselves, called sausages or Drachen by the Germans, floated at altitudes of 2,000 to 5,000 feet, connected to the ground by steel cables and equipped with telephones so observers could report directly to artillery batteries. The observers needed steady nerves, hanging in a wicker basket beneath several thousand cubic feet of hydrogen. Watching aircraft approach with obvious hostile intent was not everyone's idea of a good posting. Unlike airplane crews, balloon observers were issued parachutes. The descent was straight down without the complications of a spinning, diving aircraft, and surviving observers became expert at judging when to jump. Some balloon observers made multiple parachute jumps during the war, a record that would be impressive even today. Attacking balloons became a specialized skill that produced its own subset of aces. The balloons were defended by anti-aircraft guns and often by dedicated fighter patrols, making attacks dangerous. The standard technique involved diving at high speed, firing incendiary ammunition into the gas bag, and pulling away before the defenders could react. Frank Luke, an American pilot known as the Arizona Balloon Buster, destroyed 14 balloons and 4 aircraft in just 17 days of combat before being shot down and killed. His aggressive, almost reckless approach to combat made him briefly famous and posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, though his colleagues found him difficult to work with. Balloon busting required a particular combination of skill, courage, and perhaps a slight deficit in the self-preservation instinct that most people consider desirable. The daily routine of a fighter squadron combined tedium with terror in proportions that varied with the weather. On clear days, patrols went up at dawn, flew for 2 or 3 hours along assigned routes and returned, assuming they returned for breakfast. More patrols followed throughout the day, with pilots sometimes flying 3 or 4 missions between sunrise and sunset. In good weather, a pilot might spend 6 or 8 hours in the air, which was physically exhausting even without the added stress of combat. Bad weather grounded the aircraft, giving pilots time to rest, write letters, drink rather more than was probably advisable, and contemplate the mathematics of survival that everyone pretended not to think about. The social atmosphere of fighter squadrons was characterized by determined cheerfulness, underlaid with barely suppressed anxiety. Pilots knew the odds. They could count the empty chairs at the mess table. But acknowledging this reality too openly was considered bad form, worse than bad form actually, since pessimism was believed to be contagious and possibly self-fulfilling. So pilots joked about death, adopted mascots, developed elaborate rituals and superstitions, and maintained a facade of carefree bravado that fooled no one but was expected nonetheless. The British developed the stiff upper lip to an art form, the French cultivated Gallic insouciance, the Germans maintained professional discipline. All of them were scared, and all of them did their best to hide it. The transition from reconnaissance to combat happened almost organically, as pilots from opposing sides began encountering each other over the front lines. At first, these encounters were almost friendly. Pilots would wave at each other or ignore each other entirely, focused on their reconnaissance missions. The war in the air retained a certain sporting atmosphere in those early days, when flying itself was still novel enough to create a sense of shared adventure among all aviators regardless of nationality. This gentlemanly phase didn't last long. Someone, accounts vary on exactly who and when, decided that letting enemy aircraft gather intelligence unimpeded was perhaps not the best military strategy. Pilots began carrying pistols, then rifles, then bricks to throw at enemy planes. One French pilot reportedly tried to grapple an enemy aircraft with a hook on a rope, which sounds like something from an adventure novel, but apparently actually happened, though without success. The fundamental problem with early air combat was that the most logical place to mount a machine gun, facing forward so the pilot could aim by pointing the entire aircraft, was blocked by the propeller. Shooting through your own propeller tended to have predictable and unfortunate results. Various solutions were attempted. Pusher aircraft, with the propeller behind the pilot, allowed forward-firing guns but suffered from inferior performance because the pusher configuration was aerodynamically inefficient. Observer aircraft carried rear-facing gunners who could engage enemy planes from behind, but this required the pilot to maneuver into position while someone else did the shooting. Some pilots mounted guns on the upper wing, firing over the propeller arc, but this was awkward to aim and impossible to reload in flight. The breakthrough came from an unlikely source. Roland Garros, a French pilot better known for pre-war aviation exploits, attached metal deflector plates to his propeller blades and began shooting through the propeller arc, trusting the plates to deflect any bullets that hit the blades. This worked well enough to make Garros an ace, defined as a pilot with 5 or more aerial victories, but it was a crude solution that damaged the propeller over time and wasted ammunition. The real revolution came when Garros was forced down behind German lines and his aircraft captured. German engineers examined the deflector system and, rather than copying it, developed something better, an interrupter gear that synchronized the machine gun's firing with the propeller's rotation, ensuring that bullets passed between the blades, rather than hitting them. The interrupter gear, mounted on the Fokker EI monoplane, gave Germany a decisive advantage in the air war for most of 1915 and early 1916. The period became known as the Fokker Scourge, as German pilots systematically shot down Allied aircraft that couldn't match their forward-firing armament. Pilots like Max Immelmann and Oswald Bölker became national heroes, their victories celebrated in newspapers and their tactics studied by other aviators. Bölker in particular became influential as both a fighter ace and a theorist, developing the Dichter-Bölki, a set of tactical principles for air combat that remained relevant throughout both world wars. His rules were essentially common sense systematized. Attack with the sun behind you, close to short range before firing, always continue an attack once begun, and so forth. But common sense in warfare is surprisingly uncommon, and having it written down was genuinely valuable. The Allies eventually developed their own interrupter gears and forward-firing fighters, ending German air superiority by mid-1916. The remainder of the war saw a continuous seesaw of technological advantage, as each side introduced new aircraft types that briefly dominated before the other side produced something better. The French Nieuport fighters gave way to the Spad series. The British developed the Sopwith Pup, then the Sopwith Camel, a tricky aircraft to fly but deadly in the hands of a skilled pilot. Germany responded with the Albatros D3, then the Fokker D7, which was good enough that the armistice specifically required Germany to surrender all examples. The Sopwith Camel deserves particular mention as both one of the war's most effective fighters and one of its most dangerous to fly. The Camel earned more aerial victories than any other Allied fighter, about 1,300, but it also killed more of its own pilots through accidents than the enemy did. The problem was the aircraft's rotary engine, which created a powerful gyroscopic effect that made the Camel turn sharply to the right and reluctantly to the left. Inexperienced pilots who pulled back too hard on the stick could find themselves in an uncontrollable spin, often with fatal results. Pilots who mastered the Camel's quirks, however, could use that same gyroscopic effect to outturn any other fighter in the sky. The aircraft demanded respect and punished mistakes, but it rewarded skill with unmatched maneuverability. The Fokker Doctor 1 triplane, made famous by Richthoven's red example, was another aircraft whose reputation exceeded its actual impact. The triplane configuration provided exceptional climb rate and maneuverability, but the aircraft was slower than its contemporaries and had structural problems that grounded the fleet for modifications. Richthofen flew a triplane because it suited his cautious, positioning-based fighting style, but most German pilots preferred the faster Albatros, or later Fokker D7. The triplane became iconic largely because Richthofen made it so, another example of how individual personalities shaped the perception of the air war. The air war on other fronts was less intense but still significant. On the Eastern Front, Russian aviation was hampered by industrial weakness. Russia couldn't produce enough aircraft or engines, relying on imports that were slow to arrive, but Russian pilots still fought effectively with what they had. Italy's air war against Austria-Hungary produced its own aces and its own tactical innovations, including early experiments in strategic bombing. The Middle Eastern campaign saw aircraft used for reconnaissance over vast distances that would have been impossible to cover otherwise. Everywhere aircraft were used, they proved their value, and everywhere the basic patterns established on the Western Front were replicated. Fighters gained air superiority, reconnaissance provided intelligence, bombers attacked enemy infrastructure, and ground attack aircraft supported army operations. This technological arms race compressed decades of normal aviation development into 4 years of frenetic innovation, each new model rendering the previous generation obsolete within months. Night operations added another dimension to the air war, though they remained relatively limited compared to daytime flying. Night flying with 1914 to 1918 technology was extraordinarily hazardous. There were no navigational aids, no runway lights, and cockpit instruments were barely readable even in daylight. Pilots navigating at night relied on dead reckoning, which is exactly as reliable as it sounds, supplemented by whatever landmarks they could see by moonlight or starlight. Night fighters attempting to intercept Zeppelins or bombers faced the additional challenge of finding their targets in the dark, usually by looking for the flames of exploding anti-aircraft shells or the searchlight beams that occasionally caught a radar. The few successful night fighter pilots were considered either exceptionally skilled or exceptionally lucky, and probably both. Aircraft decoration became an unexpectedly significant aspect of air warfare, serving purposes both practical and psychological. Pilots painted personal insignia on their aircraft, ranging from simple geometric patterns to elaborate artwork depicting everything from playing card symbols to cartoon characters to rather more macabre imagery. National markings, the German Iron Cross, the French cocarde, the British roundel, were standardized for identification, but individual decorations expressed personality in a military environment that otherwise enforced conformity. Richthofen's all-red aircraft was the most famous example, but many pilots followed suit with distinctive paint schemes that made them recognizable to both friends and enemies. Whether this was tactically wise, making yourself easy to identify meant making yourself easy to target, was debated, but the psychological value of personal expression apparently outweighed the tactical risk for many pilots. The aircraft themselves evolved dramatically over the war's course. Engine power roughly tripled, from around 80 horsepower in 1914 to over 200 horsepower in 1918. Top speeds increased from 70 miles per hour to over 130 miles per hour. Service ceilings rose from 10,000 feet to over 20,000 feet. The flimsy stick-and-wire constructions of 1914 gave way to more robust designs, with metal fittings and in some cases metal structures. By war's end, specialized aircraft types had emerged. Single-seat fighters for air superiority, two-seat reconnaissance and artillery observation planes, ground attack aircraft for strafing trenches, and bombers ranging from tactical machines, carrying a few small bombs to strategic bombers capable of reaching enemy cities. Behind every pilot was a small army of ground crew whose work was essential but rarely celebrated. Mechanics, called riggers for those who maintained airframes and fitters for those who worked on engines, kept the fragile aircraft flying through conditions that were hard on both machines and men. Aircraft of this era required constant maintenance, engines needed regular overhauls, fabric covering required patching and replacement, wires needed tensioning, and every landing that wasn't perfectly smooth could damage the undercarriage or propeller. A typical squadron might have 50 or more ground personnel for every 10 pilots, working in primitive conditions with limited tools and spare parts. The mechanics developed intimate knowledge of their aircraft and their pilots' preferences. A good mechanic could diagnose engine problems by sound, spot structural weakness before it became critical, and make field repairs that kept aircraft flying when proper replacements weren't available. Pilots learned to trust their mechanics, your life depended on their work, and relationships between pilots and their assigned ground crews often became close. When a pilot failed to return, his mechanic lost not just a colleague but someone he had worked with daily, whose aircraft he had prepared with personal care. The ground crew shared the losses without sharing the glory, which was perhaps the most common experience of warfare in any era. The logistics of air operations posed challenges that military bureaucracies struggled to meet. Aircraft consumed fuel and ammunition at rates that would have seemed profligate to cavalry commanders used to thinking in terms of oats and horseshoes. An active squadron might fire thousands of rounds of ammunition daily and consume hundreds of gallons of fuel. Spare parts had to be manufactured to specifications that changed constantly as new aircraft types were introduced. Pilots needed specialized clothing, leather flying suits, goggles, gloves, silk scarves, which prevented the chafing caused by constantly turning one's head to scan for threats, that didn't exist in standard military supply chains. Airfields needed to be constructed and maintained near enough to the front to be useful, but far enough back to be safe from artillery fire, with hangars, workshops, fuel storage, ammunition dumps, and living quarters for personnel. The rapid pace of technological change created its own logistical nightmares. An aircraft type might be state-of-the-art when it entered service and obsolete within 6 months, but production and supply systems couldn't adapt that quickly. Squadrons sometimes received aircraft that were already outdated, or found themselves unable to get parts for newer models that factories hadn't yet tooled up to produce. The British shortage of suitable engines was a recurring problem throughout the war, forcing reliance on French engines or compromises in aircraft design. Germany faced increasing shortages of everything as the blockade tightened, eventually producing aircraft with inferior materials and reduced quality control. The air war was as much a contest of industrial capacity as of flying skill, and the nation that could produce more aircraft, more engines, and more trained pilots would eventually prevail. The fighter pilots who flew these machines became celebrities in a war that otherwise offered few opportunities for individual recognition. While millions of infantrymen fought and died in anonymous mass combat, fighter aces emerged as identifiable heroes whose victories could be counted and compared. Manfred von Richthofen, the Red Baron, became the most famous pilot of the war with 80 confirmed victories, a record that would never be equalled. He painted his aircraft bright red, partly for identification by his own pilots, and partly, one suspects, because he enjoyed the theatrical effect. Richthofen came from Prussian aristocratic stock, and approached air combat with the methodical efficiency of a hunter, which he had been before the war. He wasn't a brilliant aerobatic pilot. He succeeded through superior tactics, disciplined firing at close range, and an instinct for positioning that let him attack from advantage. The cult of the ace served important propaganda purposes for all belligerent nations. In a war characterized by industrial-scale anonymous death, the aces offered a narrative of individual skill and courage that newspapers could romanticize. They were depicted as knights of the air, engaging in chivalric combat above the squalid trenches, a comforting fantasy that obscured the reality of air warfare, which was just as brutal and industrialized as warfare on the ground. Pilots didn't typically die in dramatic duels. They were shot from behind without ever seeing their attacker, or they burned to death when their fuel tanks ignited, or they crashed on landing because their aircraft was too damaged to fly properly. The parachutes that might have saved many lives were generally not issued to pilots. Military authorities worried that crews might abandon perfectly good aircraft, preferring to lose both pilot and plane rather than just the plane. This policy killed thousands of men who might otherwise have survived. The aces themselves were a diverse group united only by their exceptional skill at aerial killing. Beyond Richthofen, Germany produced Bölker, who died in a mid-air collision with a wingman in October 1916, and Werner Voss, whose last fight against 7 British SE-5 fighters became legendary for its virtuoso flying. Voss held off his attackers for nearly 10 minutes in a display of aerobatics that left his opponents in awe even as they finally shot him down. British ace James McCudden praised Voss after the battle, writing that he had never seen such flying and that he would have rather taken him prisoner than killed him. This kind of chivalric sentiment, genuine or not, fed the romantic narrative that surrounded air combat. France produced its own heroes, including René Fonck, who finished the war as the top Allied ace with 75 victories and the distinction of never having been shot down or wounded. Fonck was an extraordinary marksman who preferred to attack from close range, and typically needed only a few bullets to destroy an enemy aircraft, a surgical precision that contrasted with the spray-and-pray approach of lesser pilots. Charles Nungesser, another French ace, was famous for continuing to fly despite injuries so severe that he had to be lifted into his cockpit and couldn't use the rudder pedals normally. His aircraft was decorated with a skull and crossbones, coffin and candles. Not exactly subtle imagery, but then again, subtlety wasn't really Nungesser's style. He would later disappear attempting to fly across the Atlantic shortly before Lindbergh's successful crossing. British aces included Albert Ball, who became famous for his aggressive solo patrols and his habit of attacking regardless of odds. Ball was only 20 years old when he was killed in May 1917, having achieved 44 victories. His death came in unclear circumstances, either shot down by Lothar von Richthofen, the Red Baron's brother, or killed in a crash while disoriented in cloud. Edward Mick Manock, who finished as Britain's leading ace with 73 victories, overcame an unpromising start. He was initially considered a mediocre pilot, through intense dedication and careful study of tactics. Manock was killed in July 1918 when his aircraft caught fire after being hit by ground fire. He had always feared burning to death and carried a pistol specifically to shoot himself if his aircraft caught fire, but whether he used it is unknown. The Canadians produced William "Billy" Bishop, a controversial figure whose claimed 72 victories have been questioned by some historians, but who undeniably became a national hero and symbol of Canadian military achievement. Australian pilot Robert Little scored 47 victories flying for the Royal Naval Air Service before being killed by ground fire in May 1918. The list goes on, aces from every nation, each with their own stories, their own styles, their own eventual fates, almost always death in combat or, for the lucky few, survival marked by wounds, psychological trauma, or simply the strange experience of having lived through something most people couldn't imagine. The social composition of pilot corps reflected and reinforced the class structures of the societies that produced them. In Britain, pilots were overwhelmingly drawn from the upper and upper middle classes, men who had attended public schools, played sports, and possessed the combination of education, confidence, and physical fitness that flying seemed to require. The Royal Flying Corps and later the Royal Air Force cultivated an ethos of gentlemanly amateurism that could shade into dangerous casualness about training and tactics. German pilots came from similarly privileged backgrounds, though the German system was perhaps somewhat more meritocratic. French pilots included a broader social range, reflecting republican ideals that weren't always matched by British or German practice. Regardless of nationality, pilots formed a distinct community that saw itself as separate from and superior to ordinary soldiers, an attitude that ground troops, who were dying in rather larger numbers, sometimes resented. The experience of air combat was unlike anything human beings had previously experienced. Pilots fought in 3 dimensions at speeds and altitudes that pushed human physiology to its limits. Above 15,000 feet, the lack of oxygen caused hypoxia, impaired judgment, tunnel vision, and eventually unconsciousness. In open cockpits at high altitude, temperatures could drop to 40 below zero, causing frostbite despite multiple layers of leather and fur. The combination of cold, altitude, stress, and physical exertion was exhausting, and pilots frequently landed unable to stand without assistance. Yet despite these hardships, many pilots described the experience of flight in almost mystical terms. The freedom of the open sky, the beauty of clouds seen from above, the strange peace of altitude contrasted with the chaos of combat. Flying created its own psychology, a mixture of terror and exhilaration that shaped the men who experienced it. Combat in the air was brief, violent, and chaotic. The typical dogfight lasted only minutes, with aircraft swirling around each other in a constantly shifting dance of pursuit and evasion. Pilots fired short bursts from close range, ideally within 100 yards, because accuracy at longer distances was nearly impossible with fixed forward-firing guns and no computing gun sights. Ammunition was limited, perhaps a few hundred rounds per gun, and could be expended in seconds of sustained firing. A successful attack required positioning, timing, and nerve, closing to killing range while avoiding the enemy's fire, then hitting a small, fast-moving target before overshooting or being counterattacked. The physical demands were intense. Pilots pulled multiple Gs in tight turns, fighting blackout and disorientation while tracking enemies and checking for threats. A moment's inattention could be fatal. Most pilots who were shot down never saw their attacker. The average life expectancy of a new pilot on the Western Front was measured in weeks. Some estimates put it at just 11 days for British pilots during certain periods of the war. This wasn't because new pilots were less brave than veterans. It was because air combat required skills that could only be learned through experience, and the learning curve was steep. A new pilot didn't know how to scan the sky effectively, didn't recognize the signs of an impending attack, didn't understand the capabilities and limitations of his aircraft under combat conditions. If he survived his first few missions, his chances improved dramatically. If he didn't, he became another statistic. The attrition was relentless, and the pilot shortages that resulted forced both sides to send men to the front with inadequate training, perpetuating the cycle. Pilot training programs evolved throughout the war, though they never quite caught up with the demands of combat. In 1914, training consisted of little more than learning to fly the aircraft without crashing, a non-trivial accomplishment given the primitive machines involved, but hardly adequate preparation for fighting. By 1918, training had expanded to include gunnery practice, formation flying, mock combat, and specialized instruction in navigation and tactics, but training programs still struggled to produce pilots fast enough to replace losses. The British established a massive training organization in Canada and Egypt, where good weather allowed flying throughout the year, but even this couldn't produce enough qualified pilots to meet demand. The entry of the United States into the war brought American pilots to the Western Front, initially flying French aircraft because American aviation industry was too underdeveloped to produce combat aircraft in quantity. The Lafayette Escadrille, a squadron of American volunteers flying for France before American entry, had already established a tradition of American air combat, and the hat-in-the-ring squadron of the United States Army Air Service would produce America's leading ace, Eddie Rickenbacker. Rickenbacker was an unusual figure, a former race car driver who had been Eddie Rickenbacker until anti-German sentiment during the war prompted the spelling change, who didn't learn to fly until he was 27, old for a fighter pilot. His racing experience gave him excellent mechanical knowledge and cool nerves under pressure, and he survived the war with 26 victories, going on to become a prominent figure in American aviation. American industrial capacity eventually began producing aircraft, though most American squadrons still flew French or British designs. The American contribution to the air war was significant but relatively brief. American air units only became fully operational in the war's final months, and the lessons learned would shape American military aviation for the next generation. Billy Mitchell, who commanded American air units in France, became an advocate for air power who would later be court-martialed for criticizing military leadership too publicly, a fate that perhaps says something about the relationship between innovative thinkers and established institutions. The tactical innovations of air warfare evolved rapidly under the pressure of combat experience. Early fighting had been individualistic, pilots seeking out individual opponents and engaging in single combat. This proved inefficient and dangerous, and by 1916, formation flying had become standard. Flights of aircraft would patrol together, covering each other and concentrating firepower against individual enemies. Belker's Jagdstaffeln, fighter squadrons, pioneered these tactics on the German side, and the Allies developed their own formation doctrines. By 1918, air battles might involve dozens or even hundreds of aircraft in swirling melees that sprawled across miles of sky. Coordination was difficult. There were no radios in most fighters, so formations relied on visual signals and prearranged tactics, breaking apart into chaos as soon as combat began and reforming afterward if possible. The air war had periods of particular intensity that earned their own grim nicknames. Bloody April, 1917 saw the Royal Flying Corps suffer catastrophic losses during the Battle of Arras, with an average pilot lifespan of just 17 days. The British lost 245 aircraft and 400 aircrew that month, a rate of attrition that seemed unsustainable. The causes were multiple. German aircraft were temporarily superior, German tactics were more sophisticated, and British commanders demanded aggressive patrols regardless of losses. The RFC's culture of offensive action, while admirable in spirit, led to missions flown in unfavourable conditions against superior opponents with predictable results. New pilots arrived, flew a few missions and died, their places taken by more new pilots who would share their fate. Ground attack aviation emerged as a significant factor in the war's later years, as aircraft were used to support ground operations directly rather than merely fighting for air superiority. Low-flying aircraft would strafe enemy trenches, disrupt troop movements, and attack artillery positions with small bombs and machine gun fire. This was extraordinarily dangerous work. Flying low and slow over enemy positions invited fire from every soldier with a rifle, but it could be devastatingly effective when coordinated with ground attacks. The German Schlachtstaffeln, battle squadrons, specialised in this role, while the British and French developed their own ground attack tactics. By 1918, air support had become an integral part of offensive operations, with aircraft attacks preceding and supporting infantry advances in ways that anticipated the combined arms warfare of the next World War. Strategic bombing, the use of aircraft to attack enemy cities, factories and infrastructure far from the front lines, began during the First World War, though its full implications wouldn't become apparent until the next conflict. German Zeppelin airships bombed British cities starting in 1915, killing civilians and causing panic disproportionate to the actual damage inflicted. The Zeppelins were eventually countered by improved defences, incendiary ammunition that ignited their hydrogen gas, night fighters that could intercept them, searchlights and anti-aircraft guns that made raids increasingly costly. Germany then turned to aircraft, the Gotha bombers and later the giant bombers that raided London in 1917 and 1918. These raids killed over 1,400 British civilians and forced the diversion of fighters and guns from France for home defence, a significant strategic effect even though the physical damage was modest. The British responded with their own strategic bombing campaign, eventually creating the independent force of the Royal Air Force specifically for attacking German industry and cities. The results were limited by the technology of the time. Navigation was imprecise, bomb loads were small and losses were high, but the precedent was established. Future wars would see bombing develop into a devastating weapon capable of destroying entire cities. The First World War demonstrated both the potential and the limitations of strategic air power, lessons that would be studied, debated, and ultimately applied on a vastly larger scale 20 years later. The creation of the Royal Air Force in April 1918 represented a significant organisational innovation. Britain became the first nation to establish an independent air force, separate from Army and Navy control. The RAF combined the Royal Flying Corps, Army, and the Royal Naval Air Service, Navy, into a single service with its own command structure, doctrine and identity. This was partly a response to the German bombing campaign. An independent air force could coordinate home defence more effectively than divided services, but it also reflected a growing belief that air power was a decisive military force that deserved independent status. Other nations would eventually follow Britain's example, though the arguments about whether air forces should be independent or subordinate to ground and naval commands have continued to the present day. The human cost of the air war was substantial, though modest compared to the slaughter in the trenches. Exact figures are difficult to establish, but estimates suggest that approximately 50,000 aircrew from all nations were killed or died of wounds during the war. The proportion of those who served who became casualties was extremely high, perhaps 30 to 40% depending on nationality and period. The psychological toll was also severe. Combat fatigue, called flying sickness at the time, was common, and many pilots broke down under the strain of repeated missions. Unlike infantry, who might get relief in quiet sectors, pilots on the Western Front were usually engaged daily when weather permitted, with no escape from the pressure except injury, death, or breakdown. The air war left a complex legacy that shaped attitudes toward aviation for decades afterward. On one hand, the romance of the fighter ace created a public enthusiasm for aviation that would fuel the golden age of flight in the 1920s and 1930s. Pilots like Charles Lindbergh, who became famous for peacetime achievements, were building on a mystique that had been created by wartime heroes. On the other hand, the experience of bombing raids created a deep fear of air attack that influenced interwar strategic thinking. "The bomber will always get through," British politician Stanley Baldwin famously warned, expressing a belief that future wars would begin with devastating air attacks against cities. This fear drove both air defense preparations and the development of bomber forces, contributing to the strategic bombing campaigns that would devastate Europe and Japan in the next war. The technological and tactical lessons of air warfare were studied intensively after the armistice. The fighter aircraft that emerged from the war's final year, the Fokker D-7, the Spad-13, the Sopwith Snipe, represented a mature technology that would change only incrementally until the late 1930s. Interwar fighters were faster and more powerful than their predecessors, but they were still biplanes with open cockpits and fixed landing gear until the mid-1930s, when a new generation of monoplane fighters transformed air combat again. The strategic bombing theories developed during the war, particularly by Italian theorist Giulio Douhet, argued that air power would be the decisive weapon of future conflicts, capable of winning wars by destroying enemy industry and braking civilian morale without the need for ground campaigns. These theories proved influential, if not entirely accurate, and shaped Air Force development throughout the interwar period. By November 1918, the Western Front alone was patrolled by over 8,000 aircraft, roughly 4,000 on each side, a number that would have seemed fantastic in 1914. Aviation had grown from a minor auxiliary service to a major military arm in 4 years, consuming enormous resources and producing its own heroes, tactics, and technology. The pilots who survived the war had learned to fight in a medium that had barely existed when they were born, developing skills and knowledge that had no precedent in human history. Some would become famous in peacetime: aviation pioneers, airline pilots, test pilots pushing the boundaries of flight. Others would return to the sky in the next war, now as senior officers applying lessons learned over the Western Front. The air war of 1914 to 1918 had been a beginning, a prototype of things to come, a glimpse of how technology could transform warfare in ways that no one had quite anticipated. The romantic image of the fighter ace would persist long after the war ended, embedded in popular culture through novels, films, and memoirs. The reality had been rather different from the legend: brutal, industrial, and statistically lethal. But the legend served purposes that the reality could not. In a war characterized by impersonal mass death, the aces offered individual stories that could be told and retold, heroes that could be celebrated, victories that could be counted. They represented what people wanted to believe about war: that skill and courage mattered, that individuals could make a difference, that glory was still possible in the age of machine guns and poison gas. The truth was more complicated, as truth usually is, but the legend endured. The skies over the Western Front had witnessed the birth of a new kind of warfare, one that would grow and evolve until it threatened the existence of civilization itself. The pilots of 1914 to 1918, flying their fragile canvas-covered machines through a sky filled with bullets and burning aircraft, had pioneered something that their descendants would develop to its terrible logical conclusion. The bombing of Guernica, of London, of Dresden, of Hiroshima, all of these had their origins in the experimental raids and primitive bombers of the First World War. The pilots who dropped those early bombs could not have imagined what would come, but they had opened a door that could never quite be closed again. While the Western Front consumed the attention of newspapers and the bulk of military resources, the First World War was truly global in scope, spreading to every continent except Antarctica, and drawing in peoples who had never heard of Sarajevo and couldn't have found Serbia on a map. The Great War was fought in the deserts of the Middle East, the mountains of the Caucasus, the jungles of Africa, and the islands of the Pacific. These campaigns are often called sideshows by historians focused on the Western Front, but they were anything but sideshows to the millions who fought and died in them. The forgotten theatres of the First World War would reshape the maps of the Middle East, Africa and Asia, creating borders and conflicts that persist to this day. The Ottoman Empire's entry into the war in October 1914 opened multiple new fronts that would prove enormously consequential. The Ottomans, allied with Germany and Austria-Hungary, controlled territory stretching from the Balkans through Anatolia to Mesopotamia and the Arabian Peninsula. This made them a threat to British interests in Egypt and the Suez Canal, to Russian ambitions in the Caucasus, and to the oil fields of Persia that were becoming increasingly important to the Royal Navy. The Ottoman military was not what it had once been. The empire had lost most of its European territories in the Balkan Wars just 2 years earlier, but it still commanded substantial forces and occupied strategically vital territory. Defeating the Ottomans, Allied planners believed, might knock Germany's ally out of the war, open a supply route to Russia through the Black Sea, and secure British interests in the Middle East. What actually happened was rather more complicated and considerably more bloody. The Gallipoli campaign of 1915 stands as one of the war's most ambitious failures, a bold strategic concept undone by poor planning, inadequate resources, and Ottoman defenders who turned out to be rather better than anyone expected. The idea originated with Winston Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty, who proposed forcing the Dardanelles Strait with naval power alone, sailing through to Constantinople and knocking the Ottoman Empire out of the war with a single dramatic stroke. It was the kind of audacious plan that looks brilliant if it works and catastrophically foolish if it doesn't. It didn't work. The naval assault began in February 1915, with British and French warships bombarding the Ottoman forts guarding the straits. Initial progress was encouraging, but on March 18th the fleet attempted to force the Narrows and ran into a minefield that nobody had detected. 3 battleships were sunk and 3 more crippled in a single day, a disaster that convinced the naval commanders to halt the attack and call for ground troops to clear the way. This decision gave the Ottomans a month to prepare their defences, time they used to excellent effect. When Allied troops finally landed on April 25, 1915, they found defenders ready and waiting. The landings at Gallipoli were a nightmare from the first moments. British forces landing at Cape Helles encountered fierce resistance and suffered heavy casualties trying to establish a foothold on beaches overlooked by Turkish positions. The Anzac forces, the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, making their first major appearance in the war, landed at the wrong beach, finding themselves at the base of cliffs rather than the gently sloping terrain they had expected. They climbed the cliffs anyway, because that's what you do when you've come this far, but they never advance far beyond the beachhead. What was supposed to be a quick campaign to seize the heights and march on Constantinople became instead another trench stalemate, this time on beaches and hillsides where water was scarce, disease was rampant, and summer heat made conditions almost unbearable. The geography of Gallipoli worked entirely in the defenders' favour, a fact that better reconnaissance might have revealed before anyone committed to the operation. The peninsula was narrow, meaning flanking movements were impossible. The terrain rose sharply from the beaches, giving defenders clear fields of fire over any approach. Water sources were limited and mostly in Turkish hands, forcing the Allies to bring water by ship and ration it strictly. The beaches themselves were cramped and overlooked, meaning that supply operations were conducted under constant threat of artillery fire. None of this was exactly secret information. Maps existed, and the terrain could have been studied, but the planners seem to have assumed that Turkish resistance would collapse quickly, making detailed planning unnecessary. This assumption proved, as military assumptions often do, somewhat optimistic. The Turkish forces defending Gallipoli were underestimated in almost every respect. Western observers had dismissed the Ottoman military after its poor performance in the Balkan Wars, assuming that Turkish soldiers were poorly motivated and their officers incompetent. What they encountered instead was a force fighting for its homeland under capable leadership, entrenched in strong positions and supplied by interior lines that the Royal Navy couldn't interdict. The Turkish soldier, called Johnny Turk by the Anzacs, with gradually increasing respect, proved to be a formidable opponent, brave, resilient, and quite willing to die defending his country. The Ottoman officer corps included men who had studied modern warfare in German military schools and were quite capable of applying its lessons. Mustafa Kemal, who commanded a division during the crucial early days of the campaign, exemplified this capable Turkish leadership. When the Anzac landing threatened to break through to the heights above the beaches, Kemal led a counterattack that stabilized the line at a critical moment. His famous order, "I do not order you to attack, I order you to die. In the time which passes until we die, other troops and commanders can take our places," captures both the desperation of the moment and the determination that would characterize Turkish resistance throughout the campaign. Kemal was wounded and had a watch in his breast pocket shattered by a piece of shrapnel, which stopped just short of his heart. Such near misses seem improbable in retrospect, but war is full of improbable survivals alongside equally improbable deaths. The fighting at Gallipoli produced some of the war's most desperate moments. At Lone Pine, Australian forces captured Ottoman trenches in brutal close quarters, combat that lasted 4 days and earned 7 Victoria Crosses, Britain's highest military honour, in an area about the size of a football field. At the Neck, Australian light horsemen charged Turkish machine guns in an attack so suicidal that it became the subject of a famous film 6 decades later. The narrow confines of the peninsula meant that neither side could manoeuvre. It was trench warfare compressed into a space where you could sometimes throw a grenade from the front line to the enemy's reserve positions. The flies were so numerous that men couldn't eat without swallowing them. The smell of unburied bodies permeated everything. And through it all, the Turkish defenders, led by commanders including Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, held their ground with a tenacity that earned the grudging respect of their enemies. The August offensive at Gallipoli represented the last major attempt to break the deadlock. Fresh landings at Suvla Bay were supposed to outflank the Turkish positions, while attacks at Anzac Cove aimed to seize the heights that dominated the peninsula. Neither succeeded. The Suvla Bay landing achieved complete surprise. The beaches were virtually undefended, but the commander, Lieutenant General Frederick Stopford, was elderly, cautious, and apparently exhausted by the strain of the operation. Instead of pushing inland while the opportunity existed, he allowed his troops to rest on the beaches, giving the Turks time to bring up reinforcements. The moment passed, and another stalemate developed. At Anzac Cove, the attacks on Chunuk Bair and Hill 971 came agonizingly close to success, before being thrown back with heavy losses. By the end of August, it was clear that Gallipoli could not be won with the forces available. The decision to evacuate came in December 1915, and ironically, the evacuation was the most successful operation of the entire campaign. Over 2 weeks, more than 100,000 troops were withdrawn from the peninsula without the Turks realizing what was happening. Elaborate deceptions, rifles rigged to fire automatically, campfires kept burning, the usual patterns of activity maintained, convinced the defenders that the trenches were still occupied until the last men slipped away. Not a single soldier was lost in the evacuation, which says something about what might have been achieved if the landing had been planned with equal care. The Gallipoli campaign cost the Allies approximately 250,000 casualties, killed, wounded, and sick, while the Ottomans suffered roughly comparable losses. Nothing strategic had been achieved. The Dardanelles remained closed, and the Ottoman Empire remained in the war. Gallipoli's legacy extended far beyond the immediate military failure. For Australia and New Zealand, the Anzac landings became foundational national myths, the moment when colonial forces proved themselves on the world stage and began to develop identities separate from Britain. April 25th, Anzac Day, remains a solemn commemoration in both countries, marked by dawn services and national reflection. For Turkey, Gallipoli was a rare victory in a war that would end badly, and the defence of the peninsula became central to Turkish national identity. Mustafa Kemal's fame from Gallipoli would help propel him to leadership of the Turkish independence movement after the war, making him the founder of modern Turkey. The failed campaign had created national heroes and national myths on all sides, a strange outcome for what was essentially a disaster for everyone involved. The Mesopotamian campaign unfolded with equal ambition and similar results, at least initially. British and Indian forces invaded Ottoman Mesopotamia, modern Iraq, in late 1914, initially to protect the oil installations at Abadan and the head of the Persian Gulf. These limited objectives were achieved easily enough, but success bred overconfidence. The advance continued up the Tigris River toward Baghdad, a glittering prize that seemed tantalizingly within reach. General Charles Townshend, commanding the advance, pushed his forces forward despite increasingly stretched supply lines and growing Turkish resistance. In November 1915, his forces reached Ctesiphon, just 25 miles from Baghdad, where they fought a bloody battle that cost over 4,000 British casualties and failed to break through. Townshend retreated to Kut al-Amara and found himself besieged. The Mesopotamian campaign revealed the logistical challenges of fighting in remote regions with minimal infrastructure. The Tigris River was the only viable supply route, and it was shallow, winding, and inadequate for the needs of a modern army. Medical facilities were virtually non-existent. Wounded men sometimes waited weeks for evacuation, dying of infections that would have been treatable with proper care. The summer heat was brutal, reaching temperatures that could kill unacclimatized soldiers, while winter nights could be bitterly cold. Disease, as in every tropical campaign, killed more men than combat. Dysentery, malaria, cholera, and a dozen other ailments swept through forces whose sanitation arrangements were overwhelmed by the conditions. The British Indian Army bore the brunt of the Mesopotamian fighting, and its experiences there illustrated both the strengths and limitations of the colonial military system. Indian soldiers were professional, well-trained, and generally well-led at the regimental level. But they were deployed with inadequate medical support, insufficient supplies, and commanders who sometimes seemed to regard them as expendable in ways that British troops were not. The notorious hospital ships that evacuated wounded from Mesopotamia became scandals in the British press when their conditions were revealed. Men lying in their own filth, untreated wounds turning gangrenous, mortality rates that seemed medieval. The Mesopotamian Commission that investigated these failures produced a damning report that contributed to major reforms in British military medicine. The siege of Kut lasted 147 days and ended in one of the most humiliating British surrenders of the war. Relief expeditions tried repeatedly to break through to Townshend's force, losing over 20,000 men in the attempts, but none succeeded. Inside Kut, supplies dwindled until the garrison was eating horses, then mules, then whatever else could be found. When Townshend finally surrendered on April 29, 1916, approximately 13,000 soldiers marched into captivity. What followed was a death march that killed more than half of them through starvation, disease, and brutal treatment. The Kut disaster shocked Britain and led to a major reorganisation of the Mesopotamian command. It also led, eventually, to the capture of Baghdad in March 1917 and Mosul in 1918, but these later successes couldn't erase the memory of the humiliation at Kut. The Caucasus Front pitted the Russian and Ottoman empires against each other in some of the war's most brutal mountain warfare. The terrain was appalling: steep mountains, limited roads, extreme temperatures that could reach 40 below zero in winter, and both sides suffered terribly from the conditions as much as from enemy action. The Ottoman winter offensive of 1914 to 1915, personally directed by War Minister Enver Pasha, was one of the war's worst military disasters. Enver, convinced of his own strategic genius despite a complete lack of evidence supporting this belief, sent his forces through mountain passes in winter, without adequate supplies or cold weather equipment. The result was predictable. Approximately 90,000 Turkish soldiers froze to death or died of disease, compared to perhaps 30,000 killed in actual combat. The Russian defenders, who were at least prepared for winter, found themselves collecting the frozen bodies of their enemies by the thousands. The Caucasus campaign also produced one of the war's most controversial and tragic events, the Armenian Genocide. Accusing the Armenian population of disloyalty and collaboration with Russia, accusations that had some basis in fact for some Armenians, but were applied indiscriminately to the entire population, the Ottoman government in 1915 ordered the deportation of Armenians from eastern Anatolia. What followed was systematic mass murder, death marches into the Syrian desert, massacres, starvation, and exposure that killed an estimated 1 to 1.5 million people. The genocide was reported at the time by diplomats and missionaries, and it sparked international outrage that led to the first use of the phrase crimes against humanity. Turkey has never officially acknowledged that these events constituted genocide, a denial that continues to cause diplomatic friction more than a century later. The fighting in Palestine and the Middle East created legends and drew maps that would shape the region for the next century. British forces based in Egypt initially focused on defending the Suez Canal, which 2 Turkish attacks in 1915 and 1916 failed to threaten seriously. The canal was Britain's lifeline to India and the East, and losing it would have been a strategic catastrophe. Fortunately for British planning, the attacks were poorly coordinated and easily repelled, though they demonstrated that Egypt couldn't be treated as a secure rear area. The Ottomans lacked the logistics to project significant force across the Sinai Desert, but they could raid, threaten, and generally make nuisances of themselves. The British then went on the offensive, slowly pushing across the Sinai Peninsula and into Palestine. The campaign was bedeviled by water shortages. An army needs water even more than it needs ammunition, and by Ottoman defences that proved surprisingly stubborn. 2 British attacks on Gaza in early 1917 failed with heavy losses, costing the commander his job and producing another of the war's many tactical stalemates. The First Battle of Gaza in March 1917 actually achieved initial success. British forces penetrated the town and were on the verge of capturing it, when confusion over orders led to a withdrawal. The Second Battle of Gaza, in April, was a frontal assault against prepared defences that achieved nothing except casualties. These failures demonstrated that Ottoman forces, properly led and positioned, could match British performance even outside their home territory. The Sinai campaign that preceded the Palestinian offensive was itself a significant logistical achievement. Building a railway and water pipeline across the Sinai Desert, essentially creating the infrastructure needed to support a modern army in one of the world's most inhospitable environments, took months of labour and engineering skill. The pipeline alone was over 150 miles long and required pumping stations at regular intervals. Without this infrastructure, no offensive into Palestine would have been possible. With it, British forces could advance confident that their water supply at least was secure. It was the kind of unglamorous but essential work that rarely makes it into histories but without which armies cannot function. The breakthrough came with the appointment of General Edmund Allenby, a cavalry officer known as the Bull for his physical presence and forceful personality. Allenby brought energy, resources, and a willingness to try new approaches. His attack on Beersheba in October 1917 featured one of the war's last great cavalry charges, as Australian light horsemen galloped through Turkish defences in a desperate gamble to capture the town's wells before the defenders could destroy them. The charge succeeded, the wells were taken intact, and the Ottoman defensive line began to crumble. Jerusalem fell on December 9, 1917, and Allenby entered the city on foot, a deliberate contrast to Kaiser Wilhelm's mounted entry 2 decades earlier, in a gesture of respect for the Holy City's significance. The final campaign of 1918 demonstrated what Allenby's forces could achieve when fully prepared and properly supported. The Battle of Megiddo in September 1918 was one of the war's most complete victories, a breakthrough followed by cavalry pursuit that destroyed the Ottoman armies in Palestine and Syria within weeks. Allenby's forces advanced over 350 miles in 38 days, a pace of advance that would have been unimaginable on the Western Front. The Ottoman army simply ceased to exist as an effective force, its remnants fleeing northward while British and Arab forces raced to be first into Damascus. The campaign culminated in the capture of Damascus on October 1, 1918, where Arab forces, coordinated with Lawrence, entered the city marginally ahead of Australian cavalry in a politically significant but militarily trivial race. The Megiddo campaign succeeded for reasons that illuminate why similar offensives failed elsewhere. The terrain, while difficult, allowed for manoeuvre in ways that the Western Front's continuous trench lines did not. Air superiority was complete, with British aircraft dominating the skies and conducting effective ground attacks against retreating Ottoman columns. The Ottoman forces, after years of fighting on multiple fronts, were exhausted and undersupplied, while Allenby's forces were fresh, well-equipped, and confident. Perhaps most importantly, the ratio of force to space allowed for genuine breakthroughs. There simply weren't enough Ottoman troops to hold a continuous defensive line, so once the front was pierced, the defence collapsed. The naval dimension of the Middle Eastern War, though less prominent than ground operations, played important supporting roles throughout the campaigns. The Royal Navy's presence in the Eastern Mediterranean protected supply lines, provided fire support for coastal operations, and maintained the blockade that slowly strangled Ottoman resources. The failed Dardanelles campaign was primarily a naval operation, and naval planners learned lessons from its failure that would influence amphibious doctrine for decades. German submarines occasionally operated in Mediterranean waters, threatening Allied shipping and forcing defensive measures that diverted resources from offensive operations. The capture of Jerusalem was as much symbolic as strategic, but symbols mattered in this war. British propaganda made much of the city's liberation from Ottoman rule, presenting it as a crusade, a framing that had complicated implications given the religious sensitivities involved. Allenby himself was careful to guarantee freedom of worship for all faiths, a promise that would prove easier to make than to keep. The British also found themselves making contradictory promises about the future of Palestine. The Balfour Declaration of November 1917 promised support for a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine, while earlier agreements with Araba leaders had implied support for Arab independence in the same territory. These contradictions would haunt British policy for decades and contribute to conflicts that continue today. The Arab Revolt, which began in June 1916, added another dimension to the Middle Eastern campaigns and produced one of the war's most colourful figures, T. Lawrence, better known as Lawrence of Arabia. Lawrence was a British intelligence officer and archaeologist who became the liaison between the British and Sharif Hussein of Mecca, who had agreed to lead an Arab uprising against Ottoman rule in exchange for British support and promises of post-war independence. Lawrence's role evolved from liaison to active participant, leading Arab forces in guerrilla operations against the Ottoman railroad system, and eventually participating in the capture of Damascus. His account of these adventures, 7 Pillars of Wisdom, became a classic of war literature, though its accuracy on some points has been questioned. The Hejaz Railway, which Lawrence and his Arab allies targeted, was the logistical lifeline of Ottoman forces in Arabia. Built before the war to carry Muslim pilgrims to Mecca and Medina, it now carried troops, supplies, and reinforcements south. Cutting this railway, or at least disrupting it enough to reduce its capacity, became the primary Arab military objective. Lawrence proved adept at demolition work, developing techniques for destroying bridges, culverts, and locomotives with maximum effect and minimum expenditure of precious explosives. The raids became almost routine. Approach the railway at night, plant charges, retreat into the desert before Ottoman patrols could respond. Each raid forced the Ottomans to divert troops to guard the line, reducing their strength at the front. The desert warfare that Lawrence helped conduct was unlike anything on the European fronts. The Arab fighters were mostly Bedouin tribesmen, irregular forces who fought for pay, plunder, or tribal loyalty rather than national ideology. They were superb raiders, mobile, self-sufficient, intimately familiar with the terrain, but they were not suited to conventional warfare and couldn't be expected to assault fortified positions or hold ground against regular troops. Lawrence learned to work with these limitations rather than against them, designing operations that played to Bedouin strengths, hit-and-run attacks, ambushes, raids on isolated outposts. It was warfare as the Bedouin had practiced it for centuries, now directed towards strategic objectives that served British imperial interests. The capture of Aqaba in July 1917 was Lawrence's most celebrated achievement, and a masterpiece of unconventional thinking. Aqaba was a small port on the Red Sea, defended against naval attack by guns pointing seaward, but virtually undefended from the landward side, because the landward side was hundreds of miles of supposedly impassable desert. Lawrence led a small force on a grueling march through that impassable terrain, recruited local tribes along the way, and descended on Aqaba from the direction nobody expected. The garrison, unable to turn their fixed guns around to face the attack, surrendered with minimal resistance. The port became a supply base for further Arab operations and demonstrated what could be achieved by forces willing to think outside conventional military categories. Lawrence himself was a complex, contradictory figure who has been interpreted in many different ways. Romantic hero, brilliant guerrilla leader, colonial manipulator, tortured soul, self-promoting fabricator, or some combination of all of these. What's clear is that the Arab Revolt, whatever Lawrence's exact role in it, significantly disrupted Ottoman logistics and tied down forces that might otherwise have reinforced the main fronts. The Arab forces couldn't defeat regular Ottoman armies in pitched battle, but they didn't need to. They raided supply lines, blew up trains, and made the Hejaz Railway unusable for extended periods. This was classic guerrilla warfare, applied in conditions, vast deserts, limited infrastructure, mobile nomadic populations that were ideally suited to it. The promises made to secure Arab support would become sources of bitter controversy after the war. Sharif Hussein believed he had been promised an independent Arab kingdom covering most of the Middle East. The British and French, through the secret Sykes-Picot Agreement of 1916, had already agreed to divide the region between themselves. When the war ended and the colonial powers carved up the Ottoman territories, Arab leaders felt betrayed, with considerable justification. The modern map of the Middle East, with its straight-line borders drawn in European foreign ministries, emerged from these broken promises and competing interests. Lawrence himself felt deep guilt about his role in what he saw as British duplicity, a guilt that contributed to his post-war psychological troubles and his attempts to disappear into anonymity. The African campaigns of the First World War are perhaps the most forgotten of all the forgotten theatres, yet they lasted longer than any other and involved remarkable feats of endurance and improvisation. Germany's African colonies, Togoland, Cameroon, Southwest Africa and German East Africa, were scattered across the continent, isolated from the homeland and impossible to reinforce once the war began. Allied forces expected to conquer them quickly, but one colony would prove unexpectedly difficult. German East Africa, modern Tanzania, where a small German force under Lieutenant Colonel Paul von Lettow-Vorbeck conducted a guerrilla campaign that lasted the entire war and was never defeated. Lettow-Vorbeck is one of the war's most fascinating military figures, a master of unconventional warfare who tied down Allied forces many times his own strength through a combination of tactical skill, local knowledge, and sheer stubbornness. He commanded a force that never exceeded about 15,000 men, mostly African askaris with German officers, against Allied forces that eventually numbered over 300,000. He couldn't win the war in Africa. He knew that from the beginning. But he could force the Allies to divert resources from other fronts, and that's exactly what he did. Every British soldier chasing Lettow-Vorbeck through the East African bush was a soldier who wasn't fighting on the Western Front or in Mesopotamia. The askaris who served under Lettow-Vorbeck were professional soldiers whose loyalty and fighting ability repeatedly surprised European observers. They were recruited from various East African peoples, trained to German military standards, and led by a combination of German officers and African NCOs who had often served for decades. Their pay was good by local standards, their equipment was adequate, and their esprit de corps was remarkable. Many askaris stayed with Lettow-Vorbeck throughout the entire campaign, enduring hardships that would have broken less committed men. When he finally surrendered, the askaris were still under discipline, still following orders, still a functioning military force. Their contribution to the German war effort has rarely been acknowledged, a reflection of the racial attitudes that made Europeans reluctant to credit African soldiers with military excellence. The Allied forces pursuing Lettow-Vorbeck came from across the British Empire and beyond. South African forces, fresh from conquering German Southwest Africa, formed the initial pursuit force. Indian regiments, diverted from other theatres, added numbers and experience. West African troops from Nigeria and the Gold Coast, what are now Nigeria and Ghana, proved particularly effective in the difficult conditions. Rhodesian and East African settler units contributed local knowledge. Eventually, even Portuguese forces joined the pursuit, though with limited effectiveness. This multinational army struggled constantly with supply problems, disease, and the difficulty of coordinating forces across vast distances with minimal communications infrastructure. The campaign in German Southwest Africa, in contrast to East Africa, was relatively quick and conventional. South African forces under Louis Botha, himself a former Boer commander who had fought against the British just 15 years earlier, invaded the German colony in 1915 and forced its surrender within months. The Germans had few troops and no realistic prospect of reinforcement. Resistance was a gesture rather than a serious military effort. The conquest of Southwest Africa demonstrated what could be achieved with overwhelming force and adequate logistics, which made the failure to replicate the success in East Africa all the more frustrating for Allied commanders. Cameroon, modern Cameroon, presented more difficulties. The German colony there was larger and more defensible than Southwest Africa, and the garrison, though small, made effective use of the terrain. Anglo-French forces invaded from multiple directions, slowly converging on the interior. The campaign lasted until February 1916, when the remaining German forces crossed into neutral Spanish territory rather than surrender. Togoland, the smallest German colony, fell in just 3 weeks in August 1914, so quickly that it's often forgotten entirely. These African campaigns, taken together, consumed resources that might have made differences elsewhere, though whether they affected the war's overall outcome is debatable. The East African campaign was fought in conditions that make the Western Front look almost comfortable by comparison. Tropical diseases, malaria, dysentery, typhoid, sleeping sickness, caused far more casualties than combat. An estimated 100,000 African porters died carrying supplies for the various armies, their deaths largely unrecorded and unremembered. The British employed over 1 million carriers at various points, along with soldiers from South Africa, India, Nigeria, the Gold Coast, and the Caribbean. A truly multinational force that reflects how global this war really was. The Askaris who fought for both sides were professional soldiers whose military tradition predated European colonization, and they fought with skill and courage that earned the respect of their officers. Leto Vorbeck's tactics were brilliantly adapted to his circumstances. He avoided pitched battles that would deplete his irreplaceable forces, instead attacking supply lines, raiding outposts and disappearing into the bush before the enemy could concentrate against him. He improvised constantly, manufacturing ammunition from brass curtain rods, distilling quinine from cinchona bark, making boots from captured supplies when his own wore out. His force lived off the land, requisitioning food from villages in ways that blurred the line between foraging and looting. The local African population suffered greatly from the campaign, caught between competing armies that demanded their supplies and their labour. By 1917, Leto Vorbeck had been pushed out of most of German East Africa, but he simply crossed the border into Portuguese Mozambique and kept fighting. The Portuguese, nominally allied but with minimal military capacity in Africa, were unable to stop him. He captured Portuguese supplies that allowed him to re-equip his force and continue operations. In 1918, he crossed into British Northern Rhodesia, still fighting, still undefeated. He only surrendered on November 25, 1918, 2 weeks after the armistice in Europe, when news of Germany's capitulation finally reached him. He marched his remaining forces, about 1,300 men, into captivity with their weapons and their colours, having never lost a battle or been forced to surrender. The British, somewhat bemused by this undefeated enemy, treated him with the honours of war. Leto Vorbeck's post-war reputation has been complicated by the context of colonial warfare. He was fighting to preserve German colonial rule over African peoples who had not been consulted about the arrangement. His army's requisitioning policies caused significant hardship for local populations. The porters who died carrying supplies for all the armies in East Africa died in a war that had nothing to do with their own interests or desires. Yet Leto Vorbeck also pioneered a kind of warfare that would become common in the 20th century. The guerrilla campaign by a weaker force against a stronger one, using mobility and local knowledge to offset material disadvantage. His methods would be studied and adapted by insurgent movements around the world, though few would match his combination of tactical skill and sustained success. The Pacific and Asian theatres of the war are often overlooked entirely, but they too had significant consequences. Japan, allied with Britain since 1902, entered the war in August 1914 and quickly seized German colonial possessions in China and the Pacific, Tsingtao, the Marshall Islands, the Carolines, the Marianas. These conquests gave Japan a foothold in the Pacific that would prove important 2 decades later, when Japanese forces would use these same islands as bases for expansion during the Second World War. Japan's participation in the First World War was minimal in terms of combat contribution, but it was significant in terms of establishing Japan as a Pacific power with imperial ambitions that would eventually clash with American interests. The Tsingtao campaign, the siege of Germany's Chinese naval base, was brief but intense. Japanese forces, with a small British contingent, besieged the port from September to November 1914. The German garrison, hopelessly outnumbered and cut off from reinforcement, held out for 2 months before surrendering. The siege featured all the technologies of the Western Front in miniature: trenches, artillery bombardments, aircraft reconnaissance. It was a preview of the Pacific War to come, though few recognized it at the time. The Pacific Islands that Japan seized in 1914 would become household names 3 decades later: Truk, Saipan, the Marshalls. Japan fortified these islands and used the mandate system established by the League of Nations to legitimize what was essentially imperial expansion. The indigenous populations of these islands, who had experienced German colonial rule and now experienced Japanese rule, were not consulted about these arrangements. For them, the First World War meant a change of overlords, not liberation, and Japanese rule would prove at least as demanding as German had been. Japan's involvement in the war extended beyond the Pacific. Japanese destroyers served in the Mediterranean, escorting Allied convoys against German submarines, a contribution that was genuine if modest. Japanese industrial production supported Allied war efforts through exports of weapons, munitions, and ships. The war provided Japan with economic opportunities that accelerated its industrialization and shifted the balance of power in East Asia. When the war ended, Japan emerged stronger than before with expanded territory, industrial capacity, and international influence. The seeds of future conflict with America and Britain were being planted, though they would take another generation to germinate. The war's global reach also touched South America, though no South American nation sent combat troops to Europe. Brazil declared war on Germany in 1917 following submarine attacks on Brazilian shipping, making it the only South American belligerent. Brazilian naval forces patrolled the South Atlantic, and Brazil contributed supplies and raw materials to the Allied war effort. Other South American nations remained neutral, though their economies were disrupted by the war's effects on international trade. The European conflict demonstrated that no region of the world could entirely escape the consequences of great power warfare, a lesson that would be reinforced more emphatically 20 years later. China itself was drawn into the war in 1917, though its contribution was less military than economic. Chinese labourers, the Chinese Labour Corps, served behind the lines in France, performing the manual labour that freed European workers for military service. Over 140,000 Chinese workers dug trenches, built roads, loaded ships, and maintained the infrastructure that kept the Allied war effort running. They worked under dangerous conditions, sometimes under artillery fire, and thousands died from enemy action, disease, and accidents. Their contribution has been largely forgotten in Western histories of the war, overshadowed by the combat roles played by other nationalities. The war's spread to Africa, Asia, and the Middle East had consequences that extended far beyond the immediate military campaigns. Colonial subjects who had been taught that European civilization was superior found themselves fighting and dying in a European civil war that seemed to demonstrate the opposite. Indian soldiers who served on the Western Front returned home with expanded horizons and diminished respect for British authority. African veterans questioned why they should accept colonial rule from nations that couldn't even keep peace among themselves. The First World War didn't directly end European colonialism. That would take another world war and several decades of struggle, but it planted seeds of doubt and resistance that would eventually grow into independence movements across the global South. The borders drawn after the war in the Middle East created problems that persist to this day. The mandates awarded to Britain and France, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Transjordan, were carved out of Ottoman territory with little regard for ethnic, religious, or tribal realities on the ground. Iraq combined Sunni, Shia, and Kurdish populations who had little in common and no history of shared nationhood. Syria and Lebanon were separated based on French colonial preferences. Palestine was promised to both Jews and Arabs in ways that guaranteed future conflict. These arrangements were designed to serve European interests, not the interests of the people who lived there, and the region has paid the price ever since. The forgotten theatres of the First World War remind us that this was truly a world war, not merely a European one. The fighting spread wherever the colonial empires extended, drawing in peoples from every inhabited continent and reshaping maps that still define our world. The suffering was immense. Millions of soldiers and civilians in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, who are rarely counted in the war's casualty totals, and the consequences are still unfolding. When we remember the First World War, we should remember not just Verdun and the Somme, but Gallipoli and Kut. Not just the Western Front, but the deserts of Palestine and the jungles of East Africa. The war that was supposed to end all wars touched every corner of the globe, and its legacy is still with us. The First World War introduced a concept that would define 20th century conflict: total war, the mobilization of entire societies for military purposes. Previous wars had been fought by professional armies while civilian life continued more or less normally. Farmers farmed, merchants traded, and most people experienced war as distant news rather than daily reality. The Great War shattered this distinction. For the first time in modern history, every citizen of the belligerent nations became a participant in the war effort, whether they wanted to be or not. Factories converted to weapons production, women entered the workforce in unprecedented numbers, governments controlled food distribution and suppressed dissent, and propaganda shaped public opinion with industrial efficiency. The home front became a second front, just as vital to victory as the trenches, and just as demanding of sacrifice. The The transformation of national economies from peacetime to wartime production was staggering in its scope and speed. In 1914, European economies were organised around consumer goods, international trade, and the comfortable assumption that serious wars were things of the past. By 1915, those same economies were producing shells, rifles, uniforms, and the 1,000 other items a modern army consumes in astronomical quantities. The British shell crisis of 1915 illustrated both the problem and the solution. When the army ran short of artillery ammunition, the government responded by creating the Ministry of Munitions under David Lloyd George, which essentially took control of British industry and redirected it toward war production. What had been unthinkable government intervention in peacetime became standard practice within months. The scale of production required was almost incomprehensible to pre-war planners. Before 1914, military experts had assumed that a modern war would be short precisely because no economy could sustain the consumption of a prolonged conflict. They were wrong about the war being short, but right that consumption would be extraordinary. At the height of the war, Britain was producing 50 million shells per year, roughly 100 shells per minute around the clock every day. France, despite having much of its industrial territory occupied by Germany, achieved comparable production. Germany, facing blockade and shortages of raw materials, performed economic miracles of improvisation that kept its army supplied until nearly the end. Every rifle, every boot, every bandage, every tin of bully beef represented civilian labour, diverted from peacetime pursuits to the business of war. Women entered the industrial workforce in numbers that transformed both the economy and society. Before the war, working-class women had always worked in domestic service, textile factories, and other suitable occupations, but the war opened doors to jobs previously reserved for men. The munitions factories, which needed workers desperately and couldn't afford to be choosy about gender, became the most visible symbol of this transformation. The munitionettes who filled shells, machined components, and assembled weapons proved that women could do industrial work as well as men, a revelation that seems obvious now but was genuinely surprising to many at the time. By 1918, Britain employed approximately 950,000 women in munitions work alone, with millions more in other war industries. The conditions in munitions factories were not, it should be said, particularly pleasant. Workers handled toxic chemicals that turned their skin yellow, hence the nickname Canary Girls, and explosions were a constant risk. The worst single incident was the Silvertown explosion of 1917, when a London munitions factory blew up, killing 73 people and injuring over 400. TNT poisoning caused jaundice, anemia, and liver damage. Those affected were said to have TNT tan. Working hours were long, 12-hour shifts were common, and the pace was relentless because the army's appetite for shells never slackened. Yet women took these jobs willingly, even eagerly, because they paid well, because they offered independence from domestic service or family constraints, and because they provided a sense of contributing to the war effort. The munitions factories were dangerous, exhausting, and unhealthy, but they were also liberating in ways that peacetime employment had rarely been. The transformation of women's appearance during the war was itself remarkable. Women working in factories couldn't wear the elaborate dresses and hairstyles of pre-war fashion. They were impractical and dangerous around machinery. Shorter skirts, simpler clothes, and bobbed hair became practical necessities that gradually became fashionable choices. Some women wore trousers for the first time, a development that shocked traditionalists but proved undeniably practical for physical work. The changes weren't just cosmetic. Women who could wear practical clothes could move more freely, work more effectively, and occupy spaces that elaborate costumes had made inaccessible. Fashion, like so much else, was transformed by wartime necessity into something that would have seemed almost scandalous just a few years earlier. The welfare provisions for munitions workers reflected government recognition that productive workers needed adequate care. Factory canteens were established to provide decent meals, often better food than workers could afford at home. Nurseries for children allowed mothers to work full shifts. Medical facilities treated the inevitable injuries and illnesses. These welfare measures were practical rather than idealistic. Sick or hungry workers couldn't produce shells efficiently, but they established precedents for workplace standards that would persist after the war. The munitions factories, despite their dangers, became laboratories for industrial welfare that would influence labour relations for decades. Beyond munitions, women moved into virtually every sector of the economy, as men left for the front. They drove buses and trams, delivered mail, worked as bank clerks and civil servants, managed farms and businesses. The Women's Land Army recruited thousands to work in agriculture, replacing the farm labourers who had enlisted. Women served as nurses close to the front lines, as ambulance drivers, as telephone operators at military headquarters. They didn't, with rare exceptions, serve in combat. That line was maintained, but they did everything else. The sight of women in uniforms, in trousers, doing jobs that had been exclusively male became first remarkable, then commonplace, then unremarkable. Social boundaries that had seemed permanent dissolved under the pressure of wartime necessity. The effects on gender relations were profound and lasting, though not as revolutionary as some hoped at the time. Women who had experienced independence, decent wages, and work outside the home were not uniformly eager to return to domestic service or economic dependence when the war ended. The suffrage movement, which had struggled for decades before the war, achieved its goals in the war's aftermath. British women over 30 got the vote in 1918, with full equal suffrage following in 1928. American women won the vote in 1920. The connection between women's war work and political rights was explicitly made by advocates and opponents alike. Women had proven themselves citizens in the crisis, and citizenship brought rights. Yet the workplace gains proved more fragile than the political ones. When men returned from the front, women were expected to give up their jobs, and most did, willingly or not. The wartime transformation was real, but it was also partial and temporary, a glimpse of possibilities that would take another generation and another war to fully realise. Rationing and food control became facts of daily life in all the belligerent nations, though the systems varied in severity and effectiveness. Germany, cut off from imports by the British blockade, suffered most severely. The turnip winter of 1916 to 1917 became legendary. The potato crop had failed, and turnips, usually considered animal fodder, became the staple food for millions. Germans ate turnip bread, turnip coffee, turnip everything, and still went hungry. Ersatz products, substitutes for coffee, meat, butter, and dozens of other items, became the normal diet. Soap was scarce, clothing wore out and couldn't be replaced. The small comforts of pre-war life disappeared one by one. The civilian population was slowly starving, and everyone knew it, though the censored press couldn't admit it openly. The ingenuity of German ersatz production would be impressive if it weren't so desperately necessary. Coffee was made from roasted acorns, barley, or chicory, none of which tasted remotely like coffee, but all of which provided a hot brown beverage that people could pretend was the real thing. Bread was stretched with sawdust, ground bark, and potato flour, producing loaves that were nutritionally inadequate and gastronomically unpleasant. Rubber, essential for industry and military equipment, was so scarce that scientists developed synthetic alternatives that would later prove commercially valuable. Nitrates for explosives, normally imported from Chile, were synthesized through the Haber-Bosch process, a technological triumph that kept German artillery firing, but also had implications for both warfare and agriculture that would outlast the war itself. The black market flourished in Germany despite official attempts at suppression, because people with money would pay premium prices for food that the rationing system couldn't provide. Farmers who were supposed to deliver their produce to government collection points found ways to divert supplies to buyers willing to pay cash. Urban dwellers made hamster trips to the countryside, trading valuables, jewellery, clothing, anything of value for eggs, butter and meat. The authorities tried to prevent this unofficial trade, but they couldn't stop hungry people from seeking food wherever they could find it. The black market created resentment between city and country, between those who had connections and those who didn't, between the official economy of sacrifice and the unofficial economy of survival. Britain, dependent on food imports but protected by the Royal Navy, faced less severe but still significant shortages. The submarine campaign of 1917 brought genuine crisis. At one point, Britain had only 6 weeks' worth of grain reserves. The government responded with a comprehensive rationing system that covered sugar, meat, butter and other essentials. Ration books became familiar objects, and queuing for food became a regular activity. The food queue entered the British vocabulary and British life. The rationing system was, by most accounts, reasonably fair and efficient, distributing scarcity equitably rather than allowing the wealthy to buy up available supplies. Working-class nutrition actually improved during the war in some respects. because rationing guaranteed access to basic foods that poverty had previously denied. The British public was encouraged to embrace austerity as a patriotic duty, with campaigns promoting everything from meatless days to vegetable gardens. Dig for victory hadn't been coined yet. That would wait for the next war, but the sentiment was already present. Allotments and backyard gardens proliferated as civilians tried to supplement rations with homegrown produce. Cookbooks appeared with recipes designed to stretch limited ingredients, sugarless cakes, meatless pies, and dozens of dishes that made the most of whatever was available. Some of these wartime recipes were edible, others were culinary crimes born of necessity. The phrase "waste not, want not" became something more than a proverb. It became a moral imperative. The royal family made conspicuous displays of shared sacrifice, whether genuine or theatrical. King George V announced that the royal household would observe the same rationing as ordinary citizens, a gesture that may have been more symbolic than substantive but was widely publicised. The king also took the pledge against alcohol for the duration of the war, hoping to set an example that would reduce drinking among munitions workers and improve productivity. Most of the population did not follow this particular example, finding that wartime stress was easier to bear with occasional access to beer or spirits, but the gesture was appreciated. France, occupying a middle position, partly occupied by the enemy, partly self-sufficient in agriculture, experienced its own version of wartime scarcity. The occupied territories in the north included important industrial regions and agricultural land, reducing French productive capacity significantly. Those living in occupied France endured particular hardships: German requisitions, forced labour, separation from loved ones in unoccupied France, and the constant presence of enemy soldiers. The unoccupied regions managed reasonably well until 1917, when shortages became acute and rationing was introduced. French civilians, like their counterparts elsewhere, learned to do without, to substitute, to endure. The psychological demands of total war extended beyond material sacrifice. Governments discovered that modern warfare required not just physical resources but psychological mobilization. Populations had to believe in the war, support it actively, and resist the temptation to seek a compromise peace. This realization produced propaganda efforts unprecedented in their scale and sophistication. Every belligerent nation established agencies to shape public opinion, control information, and demonize the enemy. The modern science of mass persuasion was born in the propaganda offices of the Great War, and its techniques would be refined and applied throughout the 20th century. British propaganda was perhaps the most effective, combining official government efforts with the enthusiastic participation of the press, churches, and civil society. Atrocity stories, some true, some exaggerated, some fabricated, depicted Germans as barbaric Huns, capable of any crime. The Bryce Report on alleged German atrocities in Belgium, published in 1915, was widely believed at the time and shaped public opinion profoundly, though later investigations suggested many of its claims were exaggerated or invented. Recruiting posters appealed to patriotism, shame, and duty. The famous image of Lord Kitchener pointing with the caption, "Your country needs you," became iconic. Women were encouraged to pressure men into enlisting through the White Feather campaign, in which women would present white feathers, symbols of cowardice, to men not in uniform. This practice, which seems almost unbelievably cruel in retrospect, was widely supported at the time as a legitimate form of social pressure. The poster art of the Great War achieved a level of graphic sophistication that would influence advertising for decades. Artists employed by government propaganda offices created images designed to provoke immediate emotional responses: fear, anger, guilt, pride, determination. A poster showing a mother and children watching British soldiers march away asked, "Women of Britain, say, go." Another depicted a German soldier as a guerrilla carrying off a woman, with the caption, "Destroy this mad brute." The images were crude by artistic standards but psychologically effective, tapping into primal emotions and bypassing rational consideration. The techniques developed for wartime propaganda would later be applied to commercial advertising, political campaigns, and totalitarian movements, a legacy that was perhaps not entirely benign. The cinema emerged as a powerful propaganda tool during the war. Official films depicted military operations, heavily edited and staged, of course, while narrative features promoted patriotic themes. The German film industry produced dramas glorifying military sacrifice. British studios countered with their own versions of the same themes. Newsreels shown before feature films brought images of the war to audiences who could see actual footage, however carefully selected and captioned, of what their soldiers were doing overseas. The emotional impact of moving pictures exceeded what words or still images could achieve, and governments recognized this power even as they struggled to control it. The film industry that emerged from the war would be larger, more influential, and more conscious of its propaganda potential than the modest entertainment medium that had existed in 1914. German propaganda operated under different constraints and with different messages. The government emphasized defensive justifications. Germany was surrounded by enemies, fighting for survival against encirclement, and promoted the idea of a spirit of 1914 that had unified the nation across class and regional divisions. As the war continued and conditions worsened, propaganda focused increasingly on endurance and sacrifice, promising eventual victory if the nation held firm. The submarine campaign was sold to the public as a way to break the British blockade that was starving German children, a framing that was not entirely inaccurate but conveniently ignored the effects of German submarines on neutral and allied civilians. Censorship was the dark complement to propaganda. Governments controlled information about the war with unprecedented thoroughness, suppressing bad news, exaggerating successes, and preventing any public discussion that might undermine morale. Letters from soldiers were censored before they could be sent home, removing any details that might reveal positions, conditions, or failures. Newspapers operated under strict controls that sometimes made their war coverage fantasy more than journalism. The gap between official accounts and actual conditions became a source of bitter cynicism among soldiers, who knew perfectly well that the cheerful reports in the papers bore no relation to reality. This credibility gap would have lasting consequences, contributing to the disillusionment that followed the war and the distrust of government pronouncements that characterized the interwar period. The churches of every nation blessed their country's cause with a fervor that seems troubling in retrospect. English bishops preached that God supported Britain, German pastors assured their congregations that God was with Germany, French priests blessed the sacred union of the nation. The commandment against killing was creatively interpreted to exclude wartime combat, and the Prince of Peace was recruited for nationalist purposes. Some clergy dissented from this martial Christianity, but they were lonely voices in a chorus of religious nationalism. The war's effect on faith was complex. Some found their beliefs strengthened by crisis, while others couldn't reconcile the slaughter with any benevolent deity. The death of God that some philosophers proclaimed in the war's aftermath was partly a response to the Church's enthusiastic endorsement of mass killing. Children were mobilized for the war effort in ways that seem remarkable by modern standards. Schools taught patriotic lessons, organized collections of scrap metal and other materials, and encouraged students to support the war in age-appropriate ways. Children's literature featured plucky young heroes doing their bit for king and country. Boy Scouts and Girl Guides served as messengers, hospital visitors, and auxiliary helpers in countless small capacities. War games, toy soldiers, mock battles, playing at being soldiers became ubiquitous forms of childhood play. The war was sold to children as an adventure, a noble cause, a chance to participate in great events. Whether this was wise or harmful is a question that historians still debate. What's clear is that the war touched even the youngest members of society, shaping their understanding of the world in ways that would persist for decades. Entertainment continued during the war, though with distinct wartime characteristics. Music halls and theatres remained open, offering escape from the grim realities of daily life. Songs range from patriotic anthems like "It's a Long Way to Tipperary" to sentimental favourites like "Keep the Home Fires Burning," music that acknowledged separation and loss while maintaining determined optimism. Comedy acts provided relief through laughter, though jokes about the enemy could shade into vicious stereotyping that seems uncomfortable today. The entertainment industry discovered that audiences wanted not just distraction, but validation, acknowledgement that their sacrifices mattered, that the war was worth fighting, that better days would come. Football, soccer to American listeners, continued throughout the war, though with significant modifications. The professional leagues were suspended, replaced by regional competitions that accommodated the dislocations of wartime. Football matches at the front, played by soldiers in rest areas, became legendary, including the famous informal truces of Christmas 1914 when British and German soldiers reportedly played in no man's land. Whether these matches actually happened as commonly described is debated by historians, but they captured something important: the human need for normalcy, for play, for connection even in the midst of horror. Sport reminded people that life contained more than war, even when war seemed to consume everything. The arts reflected wartime preoccupations in ways both obvious and subtle. Popular novels featured patriotic themes, heroic sacrifices, and dashing officers, escapist fantasies that bore little resemblance to actual trench warfare, but provided readers with the comfort of narrative resolution. Poetry moved in two directions: the traditional verse of Rupert Brooke, who died early in the war and became a symbol of youthful idealism, and the bitter realism of poets like Wilfred Owen, who survived long enough to see what the war actually meant, and wrote verses that rejected romantic illusions entirely. The gap between these poetic sensibilities reflected the gap between the war as imagined by civilians and the war as experienced by soldiers, a gap that propaganda worked hard to maintain and that returning veterans would struggle to bridge. The elderly and those unfit for military service found roles in the expanded war economy. Men too old to fight worked in factories, served as special constables, or filled administrative positions vacated by younger men. The line between military and civilian blurred in countless small ways. A factory producing shells was as essential to the war effort as an artillery battery firing them, and everyone knew it. This knowledge was both empowering and burdensome. Empowering because it gave meaning to civilian sacrifice, burdensome because it made everyone responsible for the war's continuation. There was no escape from the war, no sphere of life it didn't touch, no corner of society it didn't penetrate. The social upheaval of total war created tensions that sometimes erupted into unrest. Workers in essential industries, though initially patriotic, grew restive as working conditions deteriorated and real wages fell behind inflation. The year 1917 saw significant strike activity in Britain, France, and Germany. Workers demanding better pay, shorter hours, or simply protesting conditions that had become intolerable. These strikes were usually settled through negotiation rather than force, because governments couldn't afford to alienate the workers who kept the war machine running, but they revealed the limits of patriotic consensus. Not everyone was willing to sacrifice indefinitely, especially as the war's end seemed no closer than it had years before. Food riots, particularly among working-class women, became a recurring phenomenon in Germany and Austria-Hungary as shortages intensified. Women who couldn't feed their children were not particularly interested in government explanations about the necessity of sacrifice. They wanted food, and they were willing to take it from shops or demand it from officials. These riots were usually local and quickly suppressed, but they demonstrated that civilian morale had limits. The home front could only endure so much before it began to crack, and by 1917 cracks were appearing in the morale of all the belligerent nations. Profiteering, the practice of making excessive profits from wartime scarcity, became a source of intense public resentment. While ordinary workers accepted reduced living standards as patriotic duty, some businessmen were making fortunes from government contracts, scarce goods, and the general disruption of normal markets. War profiteers became objects of hatred, blamed for shortages, high prices, and the suffering of both soldiers and civilians. Governments attempted to control profiteering through price controls, excess profits taxes, and public shaming, but the opportunities for enrichment were too numerous, and the enforcement mechanisms too weak to prevent it entirely. The perception that sacrifice was unequally distributed, that the rich were getting richer while the poor suffered, poisoned social relations and contributed to post-war radicalism. Class tensions, which the war had initially seemed to dissolve in a wave of national unity, resurfaced as the conflict continued. The spirit of 1914, the sense that all classes were united in common purpose, couldn't survive years of differential sacrifice. Working-class families sent their sons to die in the trenches while wealthy families sometimes found ways to keep theirs in safe positions. Workers in essential industries faced long hours and dangerous conditions while factory owners collected profits. The rhetoric of shared sacrifice rang hollow when some were obviously sacrificing more than others. These tensions wouldn't explode immediately, but they accumulated like pressure in a boiler, waiting for the war's end to release them. The conscription debates that roiled several countries illustrated the tensions between individual liberty and national necessity. Britain, alone among the major powers, had traditionally relied on volunteer military service. The regular army and its reservists were professional soldiers, and the mass armies of the continent had no British equivalent. The rush to enlist in 1914 initially made conscription unnecessary. Lord Kitchener's new armies were raised entirely from volunteers, but as casualties mounted and volunteers dwindled, the question became unavoidable. The Military Service Act of 1916 introduced conscription for single men, later extended to married men, generating significant controversy. Conscientious objectors, those who refused military service on moral or religious grounds, faced tribunals, prison, and sometimes brutal treatment. Some served in non-combatant roles, others were imprisoned, a few were executed for refusing orders. The treatment of conscientious objectors revealed the limits of liberal tolerance in wartime and raised questions about individual conscience that would echo through the century. The Irish experience illustrated how the war could exacerbate pre-existing tensions. Ireland, then part of the United Kingdom, had been on the verge of civil war over Home Rule when the larger war intervened. Most Irish political leaders supported the war effort, at least initially, and tens of thousands of Irishmen enlisted and served with distinction. But a minority saw the war as an opportunity to strike for independence, while Britain was distracted. The Easter Rising of 1916, when Irish Republicans seized key buildings in Dublin and proclaimed an independent Irish Republic, was quickly suppressed, but the execution of its leaders transformed them into martyrs and shifted Irish opinion toward separatism. By 1918, resistance to conscription had become a major political issue in Ireland, and the wartime cooperation between Irish and British had collapsed into mutual hostility that would lead to war and partition within a few years. The refugee crisis created by the war displaced millions of people from their homes, generating humanitarian challenges that governments were poorly equipped to handle. Belgian refugees fled the German invasion in 1914, with approximately 250,000 finding shelter in Britain alone, the largest refugee movement Britain had ever experienced. They were initially welcomed as symbols of German brutality, objects of charity and sympathy, though this welcome cooled somewhat as the war continued, and refugees were perceived as competing for jobs and housing. French civilians from the occupied territories, Serbian refugees fleeing the Austrian invasion, Russians displaced by the Eastern Front campaigns, millions of people became refugees during the war, creating administrative problems that would prefigure the even larger displacements of the 20th century. Healthcare for civilians strained under wartime demands. Doctors and nurses were diverted to military service, leaving fewer medical professionals to serve civilian populations. Hospitals filled with wounded soldiers had less capacity for civilian patients. Medical supplies were prioritized for military use. The Great Influenza pandemic of 1918 to 1919 struck populations already weakened by wartime deprivations, poor nutrition, stress, overcrowded housing, and found healthcare systems unable to cope with the surge of patients. The pandemic killed more people worldwide than the war itself, perhaps 50 million or more, though exact figures are impossible to establish. It struck down young adults in particular, the same demographic that had been depleted by 4 years of combat, leaving societies doubly bereaved. Mental health care for civilians was virtually non-existent, though the need was enormous. The constant anxiety about loved ones at the front, the strain of wartime work and wartime shortages, the grief of bereavement, all of these took psychological tolls that weren't recognized or treated as medical conditions. Women who lost husbands or sons were expected to carry on stoically, their grief privatized and their suffering unacknowledged. The psychological casualties of the home front were invisible in ways that the physical casualties of the trenches couldn't be, but they were no less real for being hidden. The United States, which joined the war in April 1917, experienced its own version of wartime mobilization, compressed into a shorter time frame but no less intense. The American economy, already the world's largest, was redirected toward war production, with characteristic energy and efficiency, or at least that was the intention. The reality was messier. Shortages of ships delayed troop movements, the aircraft program failed to deliver promised planes, and coordination between military and civilian agencies was often chaotic. But American industrial capacity was so enormous that even inefficient mobilization produced results. By 1918, American factories were shipping vast quantities of supplies across the Atlantic, and American troops were arriving in France at rates that Germany could not match. American propaganda focused on idealistic war aims, making the world safe for democracy, in Woodrow Wilson's phrase, and on demonising Germany with enthusiasm equal to any European effort. The Committee on Public Information, headed by journalist George Creel, produced posters, films, pamphlets, and speakers that promoted the war effort with innovative techniques that would influence advertising and public relations for decades. Dissent was suppressed with vigour. The Espionage Act of 1917 and Sedition Act of 1918 made it illegal to criticise the war, the draft, or the government, and thousands were prosecuted for expressing opposition. Socialist leader Eugene V. Debs was imprisoned for an anti-war speech. Immigrants from Germany and Austria-Hungary faced suspicion and harassment. German-language newspapers were suppressed, and German Americans pressured to demonstrate their loyalty. The war brought out both the best and worst of American society: idealism and paranoia, generosity and intolerance, energy and excess. The war transformed gender roles, class relations, and political assumptions in ways that weren't fully apparent until afterward. The old certainties that men worked and women kept house, that the upper classes led and the lower classes followed, that government should be limited and individual liberty paramount, had all been challenged by wartime necessity. Working-class soldiers who had endured the trenches were not inclined to return to deference and subordination. They had earned something, they believed, and they expected recognition. Women who had run factories and farms were not uniformly content to return to domestic dependence. The war had promised a better world once it was won. When victory came, people expected that promise to be kept. The cultural impact of total war extended to art, literature, and music in ways that would define modernism. The war seemed to demand new forms of expression because the old forms couldn't capture its reality. Traditional romantic imagery, knights, glory, noble sacrifice, seemed obscene when applied to gas attacks and machine guns. Poets like Wilfred Owen and Siegfried Sassoon wrote verse that rejected the patriotic pieties of earlier war poetry, describing the trenches with brutal honesty that shocked readers expecting uplifting sentiments. Visual artists experimented with fragmentation and abstraction that seemed to mirror the shattered landscapes and shattered lives of the war. Music moved toward dissonance and atonality that expressed emotions too dark for conventional harmony. The war didn't create modernism, these trends had begun before 1914, but it accelerated and intensified them, making traditional artistic forms seem as outdated as cavalry charges. The postal system became an emotional lifeline connecting soldiers at the front with families at home, handling volumes of correspondence that would have been unimaginable in peacetime. The British Army Postal Service delivered approximately 2 billion letters and 114 million parcels during the war, roughly 12 million letters per week at peak periods. These letters carried news, love, reassurance, and the small domestic details that helped both soldiers and civilians feel connected across the vast distance of war. Letters from the front were censored, of course, which limited what soldiers could say about their actual experiences, but the mere fact of correspondence, knowing that a loved one was alive when the letter was written, provided comfort that nothing else could match. Parcels from home brought small luxuries that made trench life slightly more bearable: cigarettes, chocolate, warm socks, reading material, and dozens of other items that soldiers craved. Families saved rations, pooled resources, and knitted frantically to send packages to the front. The arrival of a parcel could transform a soldier's week, providing not just material goods but tangible evidence that someone at home was thinking of them. The postal connection was so important to morale that both military and civilian authorities worked hard to maintain it, recognizing that letters and parcels sustained the psychological bond between front and home. The mail also carried notifications that families dreaded: the telegram announcing that a soldier was killed, wounded, or missing. The sight of a telegram boy approaching the house could stop hearts and catch breaths, because everyone knew what those yellow envelopes usually contained. The ritual of notification varied by country and service, but the effect was universal. Lives changed in an instant by the arrival of a few typed words. Some families received multiple notifications as brothers, cousins, and fathers all fell. Villages that had sent contingents of pals to serve together sometimes received dozens of telegrams within days, their young men wiped out in a single engagement. The infrastructure of civilian life was transformed by wartime demands in ways that would prove permanent. Government intervention in the economy, initially a temporary emergency measure, became normalized. planners discovered that state coordination could achieve things that market competition could not, a lesson that would influence economic thinking for decades. Daylight saving time, introduced to save energy for war production, became permanent in most countries. Income tax, which had been relatively modest before the war, expanded dramatically to fund the conflict and never returned to pre-war levels. The welfare state, in embryonic form, emerged from wartime programs that provided for soldiers' dependents, wounded veterans, and war orphans. Total war had required total mobilization, and total mobilization had required government to do things it had never done before. Public transportation adapted to wartime conditions in ways large and small. With fuel scarce and horses requisitioned for military use, civilians found their mobility constrained. Buses and trams ran on reduced schedules. Private automobiles became luxuries that most couldn't fuel. The bicycle experienced a surge in popularity as a practical alternative to increasingly unreliable public transport. People walked more, travelled less, and learned to manage without the mobility that had been taken for granted before the war. The geography of daily life contracted as fuel and transport shortages made longer journeys impractical. Air raid precautions, primitive by Second World War standards, introduced civilians to the experience of enemy attack from the sky. German Zeppelin raids on British cities in 1915 to 1917, followed by airplane raids in 1917 to 1918, killed over 1,400 civilians and injured many more. Blackout regulations required lights to be dimmed or extinguished. Warning systems alerted populations to incoming raids. Shelters, often just cellars or underground stations, provided dubious protection. The raids caused panic disproportionate to their actual destructive power, demonstrating the psychological impact of attacks on civilian populations. The experience of being bombed, even inefficiently bombed, would shape British attitudes toward air power and air defence for the next generation. Wartime philanthropy organised itself on unprecedented scales. Charities proliferated to address specific needs: comforts for soldiers, aid for refugees, support for orphans, assistance for the wounded. Women who couldn't serve directly often found meaning in charitable work, rolling bandages, organising fundraisers, knitting and sewing for soldiers. The Red Cross expanded massively, becoming a genuinely international organisation that attempted to maintain humanitarian principles amid the carnage. These philanthropic efforts couldn't address the fundamental problems of the war. No amount of charity could bring the dead back or end the suffering, but they provided channels for civilian concern and created institutions that would persist after the war ended. The psychological toll on civilians, while less visible than the trauma of combat soldiers, was real and significant. The strain of years of deprivation, anxiety about loved ones at the front, and constant bombardment with propaganda demanding ever greater sacrifice left populations exhausted. The influenza pandemic of 1918 to 1919, which killed more people than the war itself, struck populations already weakened by poor nutrition and stress. The combination of war losses and pandemic deaths created demographic holes that took generations to fill. Villages without young men, families without fathers, populations without the generation that should have been their most productive. The war's end, when it finally came, brought relief more than celebration, sheer exhaustion more than triumph. By 1918, the home fronts of the belligerent nations were at or near their breaking points. Germany was starving, Austria-Hungary was disintegrating, France was exhausted, and even Britain, relatively least affected, was weary of sacrifice. Russia had already collapsed into revolution, an example that alarmed governments and inspired radicals everywhere. The societies that had mobilized for war with such enthusiasm in 1914 had discovered that total war demanded total sacrifice, and the price had been higher than anyone imagined. When the guns finally fell silent in November 1918, the home fronts that had sustained the fighting for 4 years were transformed almost beyond recognition and would never quite return to what they had been before. If 1916 was the year of attrition, 1917 was the year when the foundations cracked. The accumulated strain of 3 years of industrial slaughter finally began to break nations apart. Russia, the largest Allied power in terms of territory and population, collapsed into revolution and withdrew from the war. France, which had borne the heaviest burden on the Western Front, saw its army mutiny after another disastrous offensive. But America, long neutral, finally entered the conflict, bringing resources that would eventually prove decisive. The year 1917 marked the hinge of the war, the point where the old order began its final collapse and the outlines of the 20th century started to emerge from the rubble. Russia entered 1917 in a state of profound crisis that had been building for years. The war had exposed every weakness of the Tsarist system: an incompetent government, a corrupt bureaucracy, an inadequate industrial base, and a transportation network that couldn't supply both the army and the civilian population simultaneously. The army had suffered catastrophic defeats: Tannenberg, the Gorlice-Tarnow breakthrough, the loss of Poland, and while it had achieved some successes, particularly the Brusilov offensive of 1916, these came at costs in men and material that Russia could ill afford. Casualties had reached into the millions. Soldiers at the front were often short of rifles, ammunition, and basic supplies. Morale, never entirely reliable, had deteriorated steadily as the war dragged on without apparent purpose or end. The home front was collapsing even faster than the military front. Food shortages in the cities had become critical by early 1917, not because Russia lacked food, it was one of the world's great grain producers, but because the railway system couldn't move supplies efficiently. Trains that should have carried food to cities were diverted to military use. Locomotives broke down and couldn't be repaired. The entire logistical system was overwhelmed by demands it had never been designed to meet. Bread lines formed in Petrograd and Moscow, and the people waiting in them had ample time to discuss who was responsible for their misery. The answer they increasingly arrived at was the government. Tsar Nicholas II had made matters worse by assuming personal command of the army in 1915, a decision that tied his prestige directly to military outcomes and left the government in Petrograd under the influence of his wife, Tsarina Alexandra, and her notorious advisor Grigory Rasputin. Rasputin was a Siberian peasant mystic who had gained the Tsarina's trust by apparently helping to control her son's haemophilia. He used this access to influence government appointments and policy in ways that seemed designed to maximize scandal. Stories about Rasputin's debauchery, many exaggerated, some probably true, circulated widely and damaged the monarchy's reputation. When a group of nobles murdered Rasputin in December 1916, they thought they were saving the dynasty. They were about 2 months too late. The February Revolution began, like many revolutions, almost accidentally. On International Women's Day, March 8, 1917, February 23rd by the old Russian calendar, hence the name, women workers in Petrograd went on strike to protest bread shortages. They were joined by workers from other factories, and the demonstrations grew over the following days. The government ordered troops to disperse the crowds, but the soldiers, many of them recent conscripts with more sympathy for the demonstrators than for the regime, began refusing orders and joining the protests instead. By March 12th, the Petrograd garrison had largely gone over to the revolution. The Duma, Russia's weak parliament, formed a provisional government, and Tsar Nicholas, isolated at army headquarters and receiving conflicting reports, was pressured to abdicate. On March 15th, 300 years of Romanov rule ended, not with a dramatic confrontation, but with a weary signature on a document in a railway car. The speed of the collapse astonished everyone, including the revolutionaries themselves. A dynasty that had seemed permanent just weeks earlier simply ceased to exist, overthrown not by a planned conspiracy, but by a spontaneous uprising that nobody had organized and nobody controlled. The February Revolution was less a revolution than a collective loss of faith, the moment when enough people simultaneously stopped believing in the regime's right to rule that the regime simply collapsed. Nicholas II, learning of events through delayed and confused reports, seemed not to fully understand what was happening until it was far too late. His final diary entries reveal a man more concerned with the weather and his family's health than with the empire crumbling around him. He would spend the remaining 16 months of his life in increasingly restrictive captivity before being murdered, along with his entire family, by Bolshevik executioners in July 1918. The initial mood after the February Revolution was almost euphoric. Political prisoners were released, censorship was lifted, exiles returned from Siberia and abroad. Russians spoke of the freest country in the world, and for a brief moment it seemed that democracy might actually take root in Russian soil. Crowds celebrated in the streets, strangers embraced each other, and the future seemed full of possibility. This optimism would prove tragically short-lived, but it was genuine while it lasted. People who had lived their entire lives under autocracy suddenly found themselves citizens of a republic, and the feeling was intoxicating. The provisional government that replaced the Tsar faced an impossible situation. It was committed to continuing the war, partly from genuine conviction, partly from fear of what the Allies would do if Russia made a separate peace. But the army and the people were increasingly unwilling to fight. Alongside the provisional government, a rival power centre emerged, the Petrograd Soviet, a council of workers' and soldiers' deputies that claimed to represent the revolutionary masses. This dual power arrangement meant that the government could only act with the Soviets' consent, but the Soviet wasn't willing to take responsibility for governing. Orders from the government were obeyed or ignored depending on whether the Soviet approved, creating paralysis at every level. The most consequential act of the early revolution was Soviet Order No. 1, issued on March 14th, which established soldiers' committees in every military unit, gave these committees control over weapons, and declared that orders from the provisional government were only valid if they didn't contradict Soviet decrees. This effectively destroyed military discipline. Officers who had maintained authority through a combination of tradition, law, and force suddenly found that their soldiers could simply vote to ignore them. Units began electing their own officers, deciding democratically whether to obey orders, and voting with their feet, deserting when they disagreed with military decisions. An army run by committee is not really an army at all, and the Russian army began dissolving into an armed mob. The provisional government, under pressure from the Allies and hoping that a successful offensive might restore national unity, launched what became known as the Kerensky Offensive in July 1917. Named after Alexander Kerensky, the dynamic young minister who promoted it, the offensive initially achieved some success against weakened Austrian forces, but when German reserves arrived and counterattacked, the Russian army simply fell apart. Entire divisions refused to advance, soldiers shot officers who tried to enforce orders, the retreat became a rout. The offensive's failure discredited the provisional government and demonstrated that the Russian army was no longer capable of sustained offensive operations. The Eastern Front, which had tied down millions of German and Austrian troops for 3 years, was collapsing. Into this chaos stepped Vladimir Lenin and the Bolsheviks. Lenin had spent the war in Swiss exile, watching events with the frustration of a revolutionary who couldn't reach his revolution. The German government, with cynical brilliance, arranged for Lenin and other Russian revolutionaries to travel through Germany in a sealed train, hoping they would cause trouble for Russia and weaken its war effort. It was one of history's most successful covert operations. The Germans essentially shipped a virus into the Russian body politic, and the infection would prove fatal. Lenin arrived at Petrograd's Finland station on April 16, 1917, and immediately began pushing for a more radical revolution than the one that had already occurred. Lenin was not an imposing figure physically, short, bald, with a reddish beard and penetrating eyes, but his certainty and his willingness to act decisively set him apart from other revolutionary leaders who were still debating what to do. While moderates hesitated and compromised, Lenin pushed relentlessly toward his goals. His political genius lay in understanding what people wanted to hear and telling them exactly that, even when, especially when, the promises were impossible to keep. He was a master of the slogan, the simplified message that cut through complexity and mobilized action. In a country exhausted by war and desperate for change, this skill proved devastatingly effective. The Bolshevik party that Lenin commanded was small but disciplined, organized on principles of democratic centralism that meant in practice that Lenin's decisions were binding on everyone. Unlike the other revolutionary parties, which were loose coalitions of idealists and intellectuals, the Bolsheviks were a tight organization designed to seize and hold power. They had cadres in the factories, the military units, and the Soviets. They had their own newspaper, Pravda, which spread their message. They had a clear chain of command that could translate decisions into action. When the moment came, they would be ready to act while others were still discussing. Lenin's message was simple and devastatingly effective. Peace, land, and bread. End the war immediately. Give the land to the peasants. Feed the hungry. The provisional government couldn't deliver any of these things. It was committed to continuing the war, cautious about land reform and helpless against the food crisis. The Bolsheviks, unencumbered by responsibility, could promise everything. Through the spring and summer of 1917, Bolshevik influence grew in the Soviets, in the factories, and especially in the military units around Petrograd. A premature Bolshevik uprising in July was suppressed, and Lenin fled to Finland, but the government's weakness was evident to everyone. The October Revolution, November 7th by the new calendar, was less a revolution than a coup against a government that had already ceased to function. Bolshevik Red Guards seized key points in Petrograd: the telephone exchange, the railway stations, the bridges. The Winter Palace, where the provisional government was meeting, was defended by a handful of military cadets and a women's battalion. It fell with minimal bloodshed after a largely symbolic bombardment from the cruiser Aurora. Kerensky fled in a car borrowed from the American embassy. Most of his cabinet was arrested. Lenin announced that power had passed to the Soviets, though in practice it had passed to the Bolsheviks who controlled the key Soviets. The world's first communist state had been born, though it would take years of civil war before its survival was assured. The Bolsheviks moved quickly to take Russia out of the war. An armistice was signed in December 1917, and peace negotiations began at Brest-Litovsk. The German terms were harsh. Russia would lose Poland, the Baltic states, Ukraine, and other territories containing a third of its population and much of its industry and agriculture, but Lenin accepted them anyway. "We're trading space for time," he explained, betting that the German Empire would collapse before the losses became permanent. He was right, though the margin was closer than anyone expected. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, signed in March 1918, officially ended Russia's participation in the Great War and freed German divisions for the Western Front. The Allies watched in horror as their strategic calculations collapsed. The two-front war that had been Germany's nightmare was over, and Germany could now concentrate its full strength in the West. While Russia was collapsing in the East, France was experiencing its own crisis in the West. Less dramatic than revolution, but potentially just as fatal to the Allied cause. The French army mutinies of 1917 remain one of the war's most remarkable and least discussed episodes, perhaps because the French government worked so hard to suppress information about them. After the catastrophic failure of the Nivelle offensive in April, French soldiers began refusing to return to the trenches. This wasn't desertion or surrender. The mutineers were willing to hold defensive positions, but they would no longer participate in futile attacks that achieved nothing except casualties. They had endured Verdun, the Somme, and 3 years of industrialized slaughter. They had seen their officers' promises of breakthrough proven false again and again. They had had enough. The Nivelle offensive deserves particular attention as an example of how military overconfidence could produce catastrophe. Robert Nivelle had replaced Joseph Joffre as French commander-in-chief in late 1916, promising a new approach that would achieve decisive breakthrough within 48 hours. Nivelle was charismatic, fluent in English, his mother was British, and absolutely certain of success. His plan called for a massive assault on the Chemin des Dames ridge, supported by unprecedented artillery preparation and employing tactics that had worked on a smaller scale at Verdun. He promised victory with minimal casualties, a promise that should have raised red flags given everything that had happened since 1914. Instead, politicians and generals, desperate for good news, believed him. The offensive began on April 16, 1917, and failed almost immediately. The Germans had captured the French plans, security was abysmal, and prepared accordingly. The artillery bombardment, though massive, failed to destroy the deep German dugouts or cut the wire adequately. When French infantry went over the top, they encountered the same machine guns and artillery that had stopped every previous offensive. The promised breakthrough within 48 hours didn't materialize. Instead, the French army suffered approximately 120,000 casualties in the first week alone. Nivelle, rather than acknowledging failure, ordered the attacks to continue, producing more casualties without corresponding gains. By the time the offensive was finally halted in May, French losses had reached approximately 187,000, with nothing to show for them except a few miles of churned earth. The mutinies began in late April and spread through May and June, eventually affecting approximately half the French army's divisions to some degree. The forms of protest varied. Some units refused orders to attack, others demonstrated or marched on Paris. Still others simply sat in their trenches and ignored commands. There was surprisingly little violence against officers. This wasn't a revolutionary uprising like Russia's, but rather a strike by soldiers who had concluded that their lives were being wasted on impossible missions. The mutineers' demands were modest: better food, more leave, no more pointless offensives. They wanted to be treated as human beings rather than expendable resources, a request that seemed reasonable given their years of sacrifice. The character of the mutinies varied widely from unit to unit. Some took the form of orderly protests, with soldiers presenting written demands to their officers and waiting for responses. Others involved drunken demonstrations, looting of wine cellars, and threats against officers who tried to restore order. In a few cases, soldiers sang the Internationale, the socialist anthem, and spoke of imitating the Russian Revolution that was unfolding to the east. But there was remarkably little actual revolutionary sentiment. The mutineers were not trying to overthrow the government or end the war. They simply wanted better treatment and an end to suicidal attacks. Thiers remained patriotic in their way, willing to defend France but unwilling to die for nothing. The role of socialist and pacifist agitation in the mutinies has been debated ever since. German propaganda tried to foment discontent, and French socialists had long argued against the war, but the evidence suggests that the mutinies were primarily a spontaneous response to intolerable conditions, rather than the result of organised subversion. Soldiers didn't need agitators to tell them that the Nivelle offensive had been a disaster. They had seen the casualties with their own eyes. They didn't need propaganda to convince them that their commanders had failed them. The evidence was written in the bodies of their comrades. The mutinies arose from the ground up, from the accumulated frustrations of men who had given everything and received nothing but more demands for sacrifice. The French government and high command faced a terrifying situation. If the Germans discovered that the French army was incapable of offensive action, they might launch an attack that could end the war. Remarkably, German intelligence failed to detect the mutiny's full extent. They knew something was wrong, but didn't realize how serious it was. This failure gave the French time to address the crisis before it became catastrophic. Nivelle was dismissed and replaced by Philippe Pétain, the hero of Verdun, whose defensive-minded approach and reputation for caring about soldiers' welfare made him the ideal choice to restore morale. Pétain handled the mutinies with a combination of firmness and conciliation that probably saved the French army from complete collapse. On one hand, he ordered courts-martial for the most serious offences. Approximately 3,400 soldiers were convicted, 554 were sentenced to death, and 49 were actually executed. These numbers were small given the scale of the mutinies, but they established that outright refusal of orders would have consequences. On the other hand, Pétain addressed the legitimate grievances. He improved food quality, increased leave, rotated units more fairly, and most importantly, promised that there would be no more futile offensives until the Americans arrived in force, and the balance of power shifted. The French army would defend but not attack, husbanding its strength for the decisive moment. The mutiny's suppression took weeks, and for much of the summer of 1917, the British army carried the burden of offensive operations on the Western Front essentially alone. This led to the Third Battle of Ypres, better known as Passchendaele, one of the war's most controversial and horrific campaigns. British commander Douglas Haig believed that one more push would break through the German lines and reach the Belgian coast, cutting off German submarine bases and perhaps ending the war. His optimism was not shared by many subordinates or political leaders, but Haig persisted, and the offensive was approved. Passchendaele began in late July 1917 and continued into November, producing some of the most nightmarish conditions soldiers had ever experienced. The Flanders terrain was low-lying and poorly drained. Years of shelling had destroyed the drainage systems, and the autumn rains turned the battlefield into a swamp. Men drowned in mud, not figuratively, but literally, sucked down into shell holes filled with liquid muck from which they couldn't escape. Wounded men who fell off the duckboard paths might never be seen again. Tanks, which Haig hoped would provide breakthrough, sank into the mire and became useless. The conditions at Passchendaele became a byword for the war's horror. Soldiers described a landscape that seemed to belong to another planet, a sea of mud punctuated by shattered tree stumps and flooded craters, without a single intact building or recognizable landmark. The mud had a particular quality, a clinging, sucking consistency that could trap a man in minutes and hold him until he died of exhaustion, exposure, or simply surrendered to the inevitable. Rescue was often impossible. Comrades who tried to help might be trapped themselves, and many men watched helplessly as friends sank slowly into the mire. The human cost extended beyond the obvious casualties. The psychological strain of fighting in such conditions, the constant wet, the cold, the impossibility of staying clean or dry, the sight of decomposing bodies embedded in the mud, the knowledge that the ground you walked on contained the remains of countless dead. broke men's minds as surely as shells broke their bodies. The 1,000-yard stare of shell shock was especially common at Passchendaele, where the normal horrors of war were compounded by an environment that seemed designed to drive men insane. Artillery barrages, which were supposed to support the advancing infantry, often made things worse by churning the already soft ground into deeper mud. The shells that were supposed to destroy German defences also destroyed the drainage ditches and created new water-filled craters. Every bombardment made the battlefield less passable, so that attacking troops had to struggle through terrain that their own artillery had devastated. It was a vicious cycle that nobody knew how to break. The advance, measured in yards rather than miles, cost approximately 275,000 British casualties, though the exact figure is disputed, for gains that had no strategic value. The village of Passchendaele, which gave the battle its name, was finally captured in November, a pile of rubble in a sea of mud. It was abandoned a few months later when the German spring offensive of 1918 recaptured everything the British had gained. The only bright spot for the British in 1917 came at Cambrai in November, where tanks were used in mass for the first time on suitable terrain. Nearly 400 tanks, supported by infantry and aircraft, broke through the Hindenburg Line without preliminary bombardment, achieving surprise that had been impossible with traditional artillery-dependent tactics. The initial success was dramatic. Church bells rang in England to celebrate the breakthrough, but German counterattacks recaptured most of the ground within days. Cambrai demonstrated that tanks could be effective when properly used, but also that 1917 technology couldn't yet exploit a breakthrough before the enemy recovered. The battle became a blueprint for future operations, lessons that would be applied more successfully in 1918. American entry into the war, declared on April 6, 1917, transformed the strategic equation even though its effects wouldn't be fully felt for another year. The United States had the world's largest economy, a population of over 100 million, and industrial capacity that dwarfed any European nation. Converting this potential into actual military power would take time. The American army in April 1917 numbered only about 130,000 men, smaller than Belgium's, but once the conversion was complete, the Central Powers would face resources they couldn't possibly match. Germany's gamble on unrestricted submarine warfare, which had triggered American entry, now looked like the catastrophic miscalculation it was. The American public's shift from neutrality to belligerence had been gradual but decisive. Wilson had won re-election in 1916 with the slogan "He kept us out of war," and as late as January 1917, he was calling for peace without victory, a negotiated settlement that neither side would win. The announcement of unrestricted submarine warfare in February changed the calculation. The sinking of American ships and the Zimmermann telegram's revelation of German plotting with Mexico against the United States transformed public opinion. By April, even many former pacifists supported the war, convinced that German aggression threatened American interests and American values. Wilson, who had genuinely sought to avoid war, now led his nation into it with a fervour that surprised even himself. Wilson's war aims, articulated in his 14-point speech of January 1918, went far beyond defeating Germany. He envisioned a new world order based on self-determination, open diplomacy, freedom of the seas, and collective security through a League of Nations. The war would be fought not for territorial gain, but for principles, to make the world safe for democracy, as Wilson famously put it. This idealism was genuine, but also somewhat naive. The European allies had war aims of their own that had nothing to do with Wilson's principles, and the compromises necessary to win the war would compromise the peace that followed. But in 1917, Wilson's vision gave the war a moral purpose that inspired Americans and raised expectations that would prove difficult to fulfill. The American mobilization was a mixture of impressive achievement and chaotic improvisation. The Selective Service Act of May 1917 introduced conscription, eventually registering 24 million men and drafting nearly 3 million for service. Training camps sprang up across the country, struggling to process the flood of recruits. Equipment was in short supply. American industry hadn't been producing military goods in quantity, and conversion took time. American soldiers would largely fight with French artillery, French tanks, and French aircraft, because American industry couldn't produce these items fast enough. But American industry could produce ships, and ships meant the ability to move troops and supplies across the Atlantic faster than submarines could sink them. The first American troops arrived in France in June 1917, but they were a symbolic presence rather than a combat force. General John J. Pershing, commanding the American Expeditionary Force, insisted that American troops would not be used as replacements for depleted British and French units. They would fight as an independent American army under American command. This was politically necessary but militarily frustrating for the Allies, who desperately needed reinforcements now and couldn't afford to wait for Pershing to build his independent army. The debate over amalgamation versus independence would continue throughout 1917 and into 1918, with Pershing generally winning but occasionally compromising under extreme pressure. The U-boat campaign that had brought America into the war was failing by mid-1917, defeated by the convoy system that the Admiralty had finally adopted. Shipping losses dropped dramatically once convoys were implemented, and new construction began to exceed sinkings. The German Navy had predicted that unrestricted submarine warfare would force Britain to surrender within 5 months. Instead, Britain was still in the war, America had joined the fight, and the submarine force was being ground down by increasingly effective anti-submarine measures. Germany had traded a favourable strategic position for a losing one, and there was no way to undo the trade. Italy's disaster at Caporetto in October 1917 added to the year's catalogue of Allied setbacks. The Italian front had been stalemated since 1915, with 11 bloody battles of the Isonzo producing enormous casualties and minimal gains. The Italian commander, Luigi Cadorna, had pursued the same strategy of frontal assault with the same lack of success as commanders elsewhere, but with even less tactical flexibility. The Italian army had suffered terribly, over 1 million casualties by late 1917, and morale was crumbling under the strain of repeated failed offensives and brutal discipline. Cadorna was notorious for decimation, the practice of executing every 10th man in units that performed poorly, a medieval punishment that didn't exactly inspire loyalty. The 12th battle would be different. German and Austrian forces, using the infiltration tactics developed on the Eastern Front, broke through the Italian lines near Caporetto and advanced an astonishing 80 miles in 2 weeks. The tactics employed were revolutionary. Instead of massed frontal assault, small groups of stormtroopers infiltrated weak points, bypassed strong defences, and attacked from behind. Artillery bombardments were brief but intense, using gas and high explosives to neutralise defenders rather than destroy fortifications. The combination of tactical innovation and Italian demoralisation produced a collapse that shocked observers on both sides. The Italian army collapsed in a rout that cost 300,000 prisoners and forced a retreat to the Piave River, barely 20 miles from Venice. The retreat became chaotic as units lost contact with each other, civilians clogged roads trying to flee the advancing enemy, and officers lost control of their men. Entire divisions surrendered without serious resistance. Others dissolved as soldiers simply walked away from the war. Cadorna blamed his troops for cowardice and treachery, issuing communiques that insulted the men he had led to disaster. But the real cause was 3 years of mismanagement that had destroyed the army's will to fight. Only desperate defensive efforts, reinforced by British and French divisions rushed from the Western Front, stabilised the line. Italy remained in the war but had been badly shaken, and the defeat contributed to political instability that would eventually bring Mussolini to power. The year 1917 also saw the first serious attempts at a negotiated peace, all of which failed but which revealed the war weariness that was spreading through the belligerent nations. Pope Benedict XV issued a peace appeal in August calling for a return to pre-war borders and international arbitration of disputes, a proposal that satisfied nobody because it required everyone to give up their war aims. The German Reichstag passed a peace resolution in July calling for peace without annexations or indemnities, though the German military leadership had no intention of following it. Secret contacts between various parties explored possible terms, but found no basis for agreement. Germany wouldn't give up Belgium, France wouldn't give up Alsace-Lorraine, Britain wouldn't accept German domination of the continent. Everyone wanted peace, but nobody wanted the peace that everyone else would accept. The internal politics of Germany revealed the contradictions that would eventually tear the country apart. The Reichstag Peace Resolution of July 1917, passed by a coalition of Social Democrats, Catholics and Liberals, called for negotiated peace without annexations, a direct challenge to the war aims of the military leadership and the annexationist. Right, but the resolution had no practical effect. Real power lay with the Supreme Command under Hindenburg and Ludendorff, who had no intention of giving up their plans for territorial expansion. The split between those who wanted peace and those who wanted victory would widen through 1918, eventually contributing to the revolution that ended the war. The German military leadership, faced with the failure of the submarine campaign and the prospect of American intervention, drew the logical conclusion: Germany must win the war in the West before American strength became decisive. Through the winter of 1917 to 1918, they planned a series of massive offensives that would use troops freed from the Eastern Front to achieve the breakthrough that had eluded everyone for 3 years. The new tactics tested at Caporetto would be applied on a grand scale. Everything would be staked on one final gamble, victory or defeat with no middle ground. The desperation behind this planning revealed how precarious Germany's position had become. But desperation sometimes produces boldness, and boldness sometimes succeeds. Austria-Hungary was already looking for a way out of the war that it couldn't afford to continue. The young Emperor Karl, who had succeeded Franz Joseph in November 1916, made secret approaches to the Allies through various intermediaries, offering territorial concessions in exchange for a separate peace. These negotiations went nowhere. The Allies' terms included the dismemberment of the Habsburg Empire, which Karl couldn't accept, but they revealed how desperate Austria-Hungary had become. The empire was held together by little more than inertia, and the fear that collapse would be worse than continuation. Both the fear and the inertia would prove justified. The empire's collapse in 1918 would produce chaos that took years to settle, and created problems that would help cause the next war. The war's 4th year had begun with the belligerents evenly matched, and ended with the balance shifting decisively, though in contradictory directions. Russia's collapse and the release of German troops for the Western Front gave Germany a temporary numerical advantage that it would exploit in the spring of 1918. But American entry guaranteed that this advantage would be temporary. By mid-1918, American troops would be arriving faster than German troops could be transferred from the east, and the balance would shift permanently against Germany. The race between German offensive capability and American reinforcement would determine the war's outcome. If Germany could achieve decisive victory before American strength became overwhelming, it might still win. If the Allies could hold until American power tipped the scales, Germany would lose. Everything depended on timing. The Middle Eastern campaigns of 1917 provided rare Allied successes in an otherwise grim year. Allenby's capture of Jerusalem in December gave Britain a symbolic victory that boosted morale at home and established British dominance in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration of November 1917, promising British support for a Jewish homeland in Palestine, was issued partly for strategic reasons, to win Jewish support in America and Russia, but would have consequences extending far beyond the war. In Mesopotamia, British forces finally captured Baghdad in March 1917, redeeming the humiliation of Kut and securing Britain's position in the Persian Gulf region. These victories mattered more for imperial prestige than for the war's outcome, but imperial prestige was not nothing to governments that needed to justify continued sacrifice. The naval war, too, reached a turning point in 1917. The adoption of the convoy system in May transformed the submarine campaign from a potentially war-winning weapon to a slow attrition that Germany couldn't sustain. Shipping losses, which had reached crisis levels in April, dropped dramatically once convoys were implemented. The German submarine force continued to operate and continued to sink ships, but no longer threatened to knock Britain out of the war. The strategic gamble that had brought America into the conflict had failed to achieve its objective before American intervention could make a difference. The year 1917 had shattered the illusion that the pre-war order could survive the war intact. Russia's revolution demonstrated that 3 years of total war could destroy even the largest empire. The French mutinies showed that soldiers' endurance had limits. The failure of every offensive, Russian, French, British, Italian, proved that the military problem of breaking trench deadlock remained unsolved. The U-boat campaign's failure showed that technological solutions couldn't overcome strategic blunders. An American entry demonstrated that the war had become truly global, that its outcome would be determined not just by European powers, but by a rising nation that would dominate the 20th century. The old world was dying in 1917, though the new world that would replace it remained unclear. The aristocratic empires that had dominated Europe for centuries were cracking under the strain. Russia had already fallen, Austria-Hungary was tottering, and Germany's internal tensions were growing. The liberal democracies, Britain, France, and now America, seemed to represent the future, though the war had forced them to adopt measures that compromised their liberal principles. And from Russia's chaos, a new ideology was emerging that would compete with liberalism for the rest of the century: communism, which promised to end not just this war, but all wars by abolishing the capitalist system that supposedly caused them. The ideological conflicts of the 20th century were taking shape even as the military conflict continued. The home fronts of all the belligerent nations showed signs of strain in 1917. In Germany, the turnip winter of 1916 to 1917 had demonstrated that the British blockade was slowly strangling the civilian population. Strikes and demonstrations, though suppressed, indicated growing discontent with a war that seemed endless. In Austria-Hungary, the death of Emperor Franz Joseph in November 1916 had removed the one figure who commanded universal loyalty. His successor, the young Karl, lacked his predecessor's authority and prestige. In Britain, the Lloyd George government that took power in December 1916 promised more vigorous prosecution of the war, but even British determination was being tested by the accumulating losses. Only the hope that American intervention would prove decisive sustained morale through another year of sacrifice. The soldiers themselves, by 1917, had become a population apart. 3 years of war had created a vast community of veterans who had experienced things that civilians couldn't understand and couldn't share. The gap between front and home had widened into a chasm that returning soldiers found difficult to cross. Men on leave often felt more alien in their own homes than in the trenches with their comrades. The war had created its own culture, its own language, its own values, a culture of endurance, dark humour, and comradeship that made civilian concerns seem petty and civilian ignorance seem almost offensive. This alienation would persist long after the guns fell silent, contributing to the social and political instability of the post-war years. For the soldiers in the trenches, these grand historical developments mattered less than the immediate realities of survival. The war ground on, indifferent to revolutions and peace proposals and the entry of new belligerents. Men still died daily from artillery, snipers, disease, and the accumulated misery of trench life. The difference between 1917 and earlier years was psychological rather than physical. By 1917, almost everyone had given up expecting quick victory. The war had become a permanent condition, an environment to be endured rather than a crisis to be resolved. This acceptance made the war easier to bear in some ways. Unrealistic hopes had stopped being crushed. But it also made it harder to justify continued sacrifice. If victory wasn't coming soon, if the war might go on indefinitely, what exactly were all these deaths accomplishing? The answer to that question was unclear in 1917, and it remains unclear today. The war had taken on a momentum of its own, continuing because nobody could figure out how to stop it without admitting that millions had died for nothing. Each side believed that one more year, one more offensive, one more sacrifice would finally bring the victory that would justify everything. They were wrong, but they couldn't know that yet. The war that had begun with such confidence in 1914 would end with exhaustion and collapse in 1918. But first there would be one more year of killing, one more round of offensives and counter-offensives, one more harvest of death. The worst was still to come. The winter of 1917 to 1918 found Germany in a paradoxical position, stronger than it had been in years, yet running out of time to use that strength. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk had knocked Russia out of the war, freeing approximately 50 divisions for transfer to the Western Front. For the first time since 1914, Germany would have numerical superiority in the West, roughly 192 divisions against the Allies' 178. But this advantage was temporary. American troops were arriving in France at a rate of 300,000 per month, and by summer the balance would shift permanently against Germany. If Germany was going to win the war, it had to win in the spring of 1918. Everything, 4 years of sacrifice, millions of dead, the future of the German Empire would be staked on one last desperate gamble. Erich Ludendorff, who had effectively controlled German military strategy since 1916, planned a series of offensives designed to split the British and French armies and drive the British back to the Channel ports. The British, Ludendorff reasoned, were the more dangerous enemy. Their blockade was strangling Germany, their industrial capacity was producing endless weapons and supplies, and their army, though smaller than the French, was less exhausted after the French mutinies of 1917. If the British could be knocked out of the war, France would have to negotiate, and Germany could achieve a favourable peace before American strength became overwhelming. It was a logical plan, as far as it went, though logical plans had a poor track record on the Western Front. The tactics Ludendorff intended to use were revolutionary, or rather, they were the culmination of tactical innovations that had been developing throughout the war. The traditional approach to offensive warfare, lengthy artillery bombardments followed by massed infantry advancing in waves, had failed repeatedly because it sacrificed surprise and gave defenders time to bring up reserves. The new approach, developed by German officers like Oskar von Hüttier and refined through experience at Riga and Caporetto, was different. Artillery bombardments would be brief but intense, using a mixture of high explosives and gas to neutralize rather than destroy defenses. Infantry would advance in small, flexible groups, Stoßtruppen, stormtroopers, that would infiltrate weak points, bypass strong points, and push deep into enemy territory. Speed and surprise would achieve what mass and firepower had not. The stormtrooper concept represented a fundamental shift in infantry tactics. Instead of rigid lines advancing at a uniform pace, stormtroopers operated in small groups with significant autonomy. They carried grenades, light machine guns, flamethrowers, and other weapons suited for close combat. They were trained to find and exploit gaps rather than attack positions head-on. They didn't wait for orders from distant headquarters. They made decisions on the spot based on what they encountered. This required a different kind of soldier, physically fit, mentally flexible, capable of independent action, and the German army had spent months selecting and training these elite units. They were, in effect, the ancestors of modern special forces, applying principles that would define infantry combat for the rest of the century. Operation Michael, the first and largest of the spring offensives, began at 4:40 a.m. on March 21, 1918, with the most intense artillery bombardment of the entire war. Over 6,000 German guns fired approximately 1.1 million shells in 5 hours, a concentration of firepower that turned the British front lines into a smoking moonscape. The shells included a mixture of high explosives, gas and smoke, designed to neutralize defenders, blind observation posts, and disrupt communications. Many British soldiers died without ever seeing the enemy who killed them. Others emerged from the bombardment deaf, disoriented, and unable to resist effectively. The Hurricane bombardment, as it was called, was brief enough to preserve surprise but intense enough to shatter defences. When the German infantry advanced behind the barrage, they found conditions that favoured the attacker for once. Heavy fog blanketed the battlefield, hiding the advancing stormtroopers from British machine gunners and making coordinated defence almost impossible. The British Fifth Army, which held the sector where the main blow fell, was thinly stretched and had recently taken over positions from the French that weren't properly prepared. The defensive system that had stopped German attacks for 3 years, multiple trench lines, deep dugouts, interlocking fields of fire, was incomplete here. German infiltration tactics worked brilliantly. Small groups slipped through gaps in the British line, attacked headquarters and artillery positions from behind, and created chaos that prevented any coherent response. The results exceeded German expectations, at least initially. In the first day, the Germans advanced up to 4.5 miles in some sectors, an astonishing achievement by Western Front standards, where offensives were usually measured in yards. The British Fifth Army was shattered, losing over 20,000 prisoners and 500 guns on the first day alone. By the end of the week, the Germans had advanced up to 40 miles, capturing more territory than all the Allied offensives of 1917 combined. British casualties were catastrophic, over 150,000 in the first 2 weeks, and for a moment it seemed that Ludendorff's gamble might actually succeed. The road to the vital railway junction of Amiens lay open, and beyond Amiens lay the channel ports that sustained the British army in France. Yet even as the Germans advanced, the seeds of their failure were being sown. The very success of the infiltration tactics created problems that couldn't be solved with the technology of 1918. The stormtrooper units, advancing rapidly through enemy lines, outran their supplies, their artillery support, and their communications with higher command. They were supposed to exploit success, but nobody was sure where success was or how to reinforce it. The fog that had helped the attackers on the first day also disoriented them, and units became mixed up, lost, or isolated. The troops that followed the stormtroopers were ordinary infantry, less skilled and less motivated, who couldn't maintain the pace of advance. and the farther the Germans advanced, the worse their supply situation became. They were moving away from their railheads while the Allies were falling back toward theirs. The advance also revealed the devastating effects of 4 years of blockade on German soldiers and civilians alike. When the stormtroopers overran British supply depots, they stopped to loot them, gorging on food and alcohol that had been unavailable in Germany for years. Units lost their cohesion as hungry soldiers abandoned their objectives to ransack captured stores. Officers found their men drunk on British whiskey, stuffing their pockets with chocolate and cigarettes, amazed at the abundance that the enemy had enjoyed while Germany starved. The looting slowed the advance and sapped discipline, but it also sent a message back to German leadership. The home front's suffering had been real, and German soldiers could see what they had been denied. This realization would contribute to the collapse of morale later in the year. The Allies responded to the crisis with a command change that should have happened years earlier. On March 26th, with the British and French armies in danger of being separated, Allied leaders agreed to appoint Ferdinand Foch as supreme commander of all Allied forces on the Western Front. For the first time, there would be unified command, one general coordinating British, French, and eventually American operations. Foch was energetic, optimistic, and absolutely determined to hold the line, qualities that were desperately needed at that moment. His first order was simple: no more retreating. Every unit would hold its ground or die trying. The days of orderly withdrawal were over. The crisis had also forced the British and French to accept American troops more quickly than Pershing wanted. Under the emergency of March 1918, Pershing agreed to have American units serve temporarily under British and French command, filling gaps in the line while the independent American army was still being assembled. American soldiers who had expected to fight alongside their countrymen found themselves attached to British or French divisions, learning the grim realities of Western Front combat from allies who had been enduring it for years. These arrangements were supposed to be temporary, but they exposed American troops to combat experience that would prove valuable when they later fought as an independent force. The German advance slowed and finally stopped in early April, about 60 miles from Paris and about 10 miles short of Amiens. The reasons for the halt were multiple: exhaustion, supply problems, stiffening resistance, and the fundamental fact that the Germans had achieved tactical success without strategic result. They had captured a huge salient, a bulge in the line, but salients were defensive liabilities, vulnerable to attack from multiple directions. They had inflicted heavy casualties on the British, but hadn't destroyed the British army or captured any vital objective. They had used up their best troops and consumed supplies they couldn't replace. And the Americans were still coming, 300,000 per month, an endless stream of fresh soldiers that Germany couldn't match. Ludendorff launched additional offensives through the spring and early summer: Operation Georgette against the British in Flanders in April, Operation Blücher against the French on the Chemin des Dames in May, and several smaller attacks in June and July. Each followed the same pattern: initial success, deep penetration, then exhaustion and stalemate. The attack on the Chemin des Dames was particularly dramatic, advancing 40 miles in 4 days and reaching the Marne River, closer to Paris than German troops had been since 1914. But reaching the Marne and crossing it were different things, and the attack was finally halted with help from American divisions that were now arriving at the front in significant numbers. The Second Battle of the Marne in July 1918 saw American troops fighting as a unified force for the first time, helping to stop the German advance and then counter-attacking successfully. The German spring offensives had gained territory but lost the war. The German army suffered approximately 1 million casualties between March and July, losses it couldn't replace. The elite stormtrooper units were particularly hard hit. They had led the attacks and paid the price. The troops who remained were exhausted, demoralized, and increasingly aware that the war couldn't be won. The victory offensive had become a grinding attrition that Germany was losing. Meanwhile, the Allies were getting stronger every day as American troops, American supplies, and American industrial production flowed across the Atlantic. By mid-1918, the Allies had clear numerical superiority, and the advantage was growing. The Allied counteroffensive began on August 8, 1918, at Amiens, a date that Ludendorff would call the Black Day of the German Army. The attack was a masterpiece of combined arms warfare, integrating infantry, tanks, artillery, and aircraft in ways that anticipated the blitzkrieg tactics of the next war. Over 500 tanks led the assault, supported by aircraft that bombed and strafed German positions, while other aircraft dropped ammunition to advancing troops. The artillery, rather than bombarding for days and sacrificing surprise, opened fire only as the attack began, using predicted fire techniques that didn't require preliminary registration. The Germans, expecting a quiet day, were caught completely off guard. The results at Amiens were unprecedented. The Allies advanced 8 miles on the first day, the greatest single-day gain on the Western Front since trench warfare began. German units collapsed in ways that hadn't happened before. Entire divisions surrendered, soldiers abandoned their weapons and fled, and the defensive system that had held for 4 years simply ceased to function in some sectors. Ludendorff, receiving reports of the disaster, recognized that something fundamental had changed. It wasn't just the territory lost or the casualties suffered, it was the evidence that German soldiers were no longer willing to fight. For the first time, large numbers of German troops were surrendering rather than resisting. The German army's will to fight was breaking. What followed was the 100 Days Offensive, actually a series of interconnected operations that drove the German army backward across France and Belgium from August to November 1918. The Allies had finally learned how to conduct offensive operations on the Western Front. Limited objectives, careful preparation, combined arms coordination, and willingness to halt attacks when they lost momentum rather than reinforcing failure. Instead of trying for decisive breakthroughs, they launched sequential attacks at different points along the line, never giving the Germans time to recover or concentrate reserves. Each attack would advance until resistance stiffened, then stop while another attack was launched elsewhere. The cumulative effect was relentless pressure that the exhausted German army couldn't withstand. The American contribution to the final campaign was substantial and growing. The Saint-Mihiel offensive in September, the first major operation conducted by the American army under its own command, eliminated a German salient that had existed since 1914, capturing 15,000 prisoners and 450 guns. The Meuse-Argonne offensive, which began on September 26th and continued until the armistice, was the largest operation in American military history to that date, eventually involving 1.2 million American troops. The Americans were inexperienced and sometimes poorly coordinated, but they were fresh, well supplied, and seemingly endless. German defenders who fought off one American attack would face another the next day, and another the day after that. The sheer weight of American manpower, combined with American industrial production, was crushing the German army. By October 1918, the German military situation was hopeless, and the home front was collapsing. The British blockade had reduced the German population to near starvation. The influenza pandemic was killing thousands daily. Strikes and demonstrations were spreading through the cities. The army was retreating on all fronts, losing tens of thousands of prisoners each week, and soldiers were increasingly reluctant to fight for a cause that was obviously lost. Ludendorff, who had demanded victory or death just months earlier, now told the government that an armistice was necessary to save the army from complete destruction. The admission shocked German political leaders, who had been told that the military situation was serious but manageable. They now learned that they had weeks, perhaps days, before total collapse. The German government appealed to President Wilson for an armistice based on his 14 points, hoping that American idealism would produce better terms than British and French vengeance. Wilson responded with a series of notes that essentially demanded regime change. Germany must become a democracy, the Kaiser must go, and the military must be subordinated to civilian control. While these diplomatic exchanges continued, Germany began to disintegrate. Bulgaria had already signed an armistice on September 29th. The Ottoman Empire would follow on October 30th. Austria-Hungary, fragmenting into its component nationalities, would collapse completely by November 3rd. Germany stood alone, its allies gone, its army retreating, its population starving. The German Revolution began in early November, sparked by a naval mutiny at Kiel. The sailors, ordered to undertake a suicidal sortie against the British Grand Fleet, refused to obey. They saw no point in dying for a lost cause. The mutiny spread to other naval bases, then to army units, then to the civilian population. Workers' and soldiers' councils, Soviets in the Russian terminology, sprang up across Germany, taking power from authorities who no longer commanded respect. On November 9th, Kaiser Wilhelm II abdicated and fled to the Netherlands. A republic was proclaimed in Berlin, led by Social Democrat Friedrich Ebert, who faced the impossible task of ending the war, preventing communist revolution and building a democratic government all at once. The armistice was signed at 5 a.m. on November 11, 1918, in a railway carriage in the forest of Compiègne. The German delegation, led by civilian politician Matthias Erzberger, because the military leadership conveniently found reasons not to attend, faced Marshal Foch across a small table in the cramped railway car. The terms were harsh. Germany was required to evacuate all occupied territory, surrender its heavy weapons and fleet, accept Allied occupation of the Rhineland, and maintain the blockade until a peace treaty was signed. But they weren't quite the unconditional surrender that some Allies wanted. Foch reportedly said little during the proceedings, accepting the German signatures with cold formality. The war that had killed millions ended with signatures on paper in a railway siding. The decision to have civilians sign the armistice rather than military leaders was a fateful one. Ludendorff and Hindenburg had demanded the armistice but then stepped back, allowing the new civilian government to take responsibility for ending the war. This created the foundation for the stab-in-the-back myth, the claim that the German army had never been defeated in the field, but had been betrayed by civilians, politicians, and especially Jews and socialists. The myth was nonsense. The German army was beaten and everyone at the top knew it, but it proved politically useful for those who wanted to deny responsibility for the defeat. The generals who had lost the war became heroes who had been betrayed. The civilians who ended the bloodshed became traitors who had surrendered a victory. This inversion of reality poisoned German politics for years. The armistice took effect at 11 a.m., the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, a moment of symbolic neatness that gave future commemorations their focus. Along the Western Front, the guns fell silent for the first time in over 4 years. Men emerged from trenches and bunkers, hardly believing that it was finally over. The human cost of the final year defies comprehension. German casualties in 1918 exceeded 2 million, including approximately 800,000 taken prisoner during the final campaign. Allied casualties were similarly enormous. The Meuse-Argonne offensive alone cost the Americans over 120,000 casualties in 6 weeks. The influenza pandemic, which peaked in October and November, killed soldiers and civilians alike, adding millions more to the death toll. The war that had begun with such confidence in August 1914 ended with exhaustion, disease, and collapse in November 1918. 20 million people were dead, soldiers and civilians, and another 20 million were wounded, many permanently. The world that emerged from the war was fundamentally different from the one that had entered it. The peace conference that would settle the Great War opened in Paris on January 18, 1919, exactly 48 years after the German Empire had been proclaimed in the same city, a coincidence that was entirely intentional and not particularly subtle. The timing was meant to humiliate Germany, and it succeeded, setting the tone for negotiations that would produce a treaty designed more for vengeance than for lasting peace. The victorious powers gathered at Versailles, determined to make Germany pay for the war, prevent it from ever threatening them again, and reshape the world according to their various and often contradictory visions. What they actually created was a settlement that satisfied nobody, resolved little, and planted the seeds of an even more destructive conflict 20 years later. The Big Four who dominated the conference represented fundamentally different approaches to peacemaking. Georges Clemenceau of France, known as the Tiger, wanted security above all else. France had been invaded twice by Germany in 50 years, had suffered nearly 1.4 million military dead, and had seen its northeastern provinces devastated by 4 years of fighting. Clemenceau wanted Germany weakened permanently, territorially diminished, militarily emasculated and economically crippled, so that it could never threaten France again. His position was entirely understandable given what France had endured, but it was also short-sighted in ways that would become apparent soon enough. At 77 years old, Clemenceau had waited half a century for this moment of revenge, and he was not inclined toward mercy. The French position was shaped by more than just recent experience. The Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871 remained vivid in French memory. Clemenceau himself had been a young politician during the Siege of Paris and the humiliating peace that followed. The loss of Alsace-Lorraine, the indemnity France had been forced to pay, and the German Empire proclaimed in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles were wounds that had never healed. Now France had the opportunity not just to reverse those losses, but to ensure that nothing similar ever happened again. The temptation to make the most of victory was overwhelming, and France succumbed to it. David Lloyd George of Britain occupied a more ambivalent position. British public opinion demanded harsh treatment of Germany, hang the Kaiser, and squeeze Germany until the pips squeak were popular sentiments. But Lloyd George also understood that a completely prostrate Germany might create as many problems as it solved. A Germany too weak to resist might fall to communism, creating a Soviet ally in the heart of Europe. A Germany stripped of all capacity for economic recovery couldn't pay the reparations that Britain wanted, or buy the British exports that Britain needed to sell. Lloyd George tried to balance revenge against practicality, generally siding with Clemenceau while occasionally moderating the harshest proposals. Woodrow Wilson of the United States came to Paris with an idealistic vision that the Europeans found alternately inspiring and exasperating. Wilson believed that the war had been caused by the old European system of secret diplomacy, balance of power politics and imperial competition. The peace should therefore create a new system based on self-determination, open covenants, and collective security through a League of Nations. Wilson's 14 points had raised expectations, particularly in Germany, which had surrendered based on the assumption that the peace would be negotiated according to Wilsonian principles. But Wilson was discovering that lofty principles were difficult to apply to the messy realities of European politics. Every principle had exceptions, every ideal had complications, and every nation had interests that didn't align neatly with abstract concepts. Vittorio Orlando of Italy rounded out the Big Four, but exercised less influence than the others. Italy had joined the war in 1915 based on secret promises of territorial gains, and Orlando's primary concern was collecting on those promises. When Wilson refused to award Italy the port of Fiume, which the Italians wanted but which Wilson considered essential to the new state of Yugoslavia, Orlando walked out of the conference in protest. He eventually returned, but Italy left Paris feeling cheated, a resentment that would contribute to the rise of fascism. Germany was not invited to participate in the negotiations. The treaty would be presented to them as a fait accompli, to be signed without discussion. This diktat approach poisoned the treaty's legitimacy from the start. Whatever the merits of the specific provisions, Germans could and did argue that they had been denied any voice in shaping the peace, that they had surrendered based on promises that were then broken, and that the treaty was therefore imposed rather than agreed upon. The Allies saw this as appropriate treatment for the nation that had started the war and caused so much suffering. Germans saw it as vindictive hypocrisy that made the treaty impossible to accept as legitimate. Both views had merit, which meant that both sides felt aggrieved. The territorial provisions of the treaty reshaped the map of Europe in ways that still affect us today. Germany lost approximately 13% of its territory and 10% of its population. Alsace-Lorraine, seized from France in 1871, was returned, a restoration that surprised nobody and that most observers considered just. The Saar region, rich in coal, was placed under League of Nations administration for 15 years, after which a plebiscite would determine its fate. The Rhineland, German territory west of the Rhine, would be demilitarized and occupied by Allied troops for 15 years. These Western losses were painful but arguably reasonable given the war's origins and outcome. The eastern territorial settlements were more controversial. Poland, which had ceased to exist as an independent nation in 1795, was reconstituted from territories taken from Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Russia. This was self-determination in action, and most Poles welcomed their restored independence. But creating a viable Poland required access to the sea, which meant giving Poland a corridor of territory through West Prussia to the port of Danzig, cutting East Prussia off from the rest of Germany. Danzig itself, a city with a largely German population, became a free city under League of Nations protection, belonging to neither Germany nor Poland. These arrangements satisfied nobody. The Poles wanted Danzig incorporated into Poland, the Germans wanted the corridor eliminated, and the resulting territorial oddity created endless opportunities for future conflict. The other new states carved from the defeated empires faced similar problems. Czechoslovakia combined Czechs and Slovaks, who had never shared a state, with substantial German minorities in the Sudetenland, who hadn't asked to be included. Yugoslavia merged Serbs, Croats and Slovenes whose historical enmities would eventually tear the country apart. Hungary, which lost 2/3 of its pre-war territory, was left with Hungarian minorities stranded in Romania, Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia. a situation that Hungarian nationalists would seek to reverse at the first opportunity. Austria, the German-speaking rump of the Habsburg Empire, was forbidden to unite with Germany despite the wishes of many Austrians, because the Allies weren't about to let Germany emerge from the war larger than it had entered it. The treaties of Saint-Germain, Trianon, Neuilly and Sèvres dealt with Austria, Hungary, Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire respectively, completing the reorganisation of Central and Southeastern Europe. Each treaty followed the Versailles model: territorial losses, military restrictions, reparations and war guilt clauses. Austria was reduced to a small, economically marginal state that many observers believed couldn't survive independently, and it didn't, eventually being absorbed by Nazi Germany in 1938. Hungary was carved up so severely that a third of ethnic Hungarians ended up outside Hungary's borders, creating irredentist pressures that contributed to Hungary's alliance with Hitler. Bulgaria lost access to the Aegean Sea and territory to Greece, Romania and Yugoslavia, grievances that would push it toward the Axis in the next war. The Ottoman Treaty, Sèvres, was so harsh that it was never implemented. The treaty would have reduced Turkey to a small state in central Anatolia, surrounded by Greek, Armenian and Kurdish territories, with the Straits under international control. Turkish nationalists, led by Mustafa Kemal, the hero of Gallipoli, rejected the treaty and fought a war of independence that succeeded in throwing the Greeks out of Anatolia and establishing the modern Turkish state. The Treaty of Lausanne in 1923 replaced Sèvres with much more favourable terms for Turkey, the only defeated power to successfully revise its peace settlement through force. The lesson was not lost on observers. Treaties could be undone if you were willing to fight for revision. The military provisions of the treaty were designed to ensure that Germany could never again threaten its neighbours. The German army was limited to 100,000 men, enough for internal security but not for offensive operations. The navy was reduced to a token force, and submarines were forbidden entirely. The air force was abolished. The General Staff, the planning organisation that had made German military efficiency famous, was dissolved. The Rhineland demilitarisation meant that Germany couldn't fortify its western border or station troops there. These provisions made Germany essentially defenceless against any determined attack, which was exactly the point. France wanted a buffer zone, and France got one. The reparations clauses became the treaty's most controversial and consequential provisions. Article 231, the War Guilt Clause, required Germany to accept responsibility for causing the war and all its damages. This clause was necessary to provide the legal basis for reparations, but it was also deeply offensive to Germans who believed, with some justification, that responsibility for the war was more widely shared. The clause didn't actually say that Germany was solely responsible, but it was universally interpreted that way, and became a symbol of everything Germans hated about the treaty. The actual reparations figure was not set at Versailles, the amounts were too contentious to agree upon, but a reparations commission was established to determine what Germany owed. The commission eventually settled on 132 billion gold marks, a sum so enormous that it was clearly beyond Germany's capacity to pay in any reasonable time frame. The reparations burden would dominate German politics throughout the 1920s, contributing to hyperinflation, political instability, and resentment that the Nazis would eventually exploit. Whether the reparations were justified, whether they were payable, and whether they were actually responsible for Germany's problems remain debated by economists and historians to this day. The League of Nations, Wilson's cherished project, was established as the treaty's first section, a deliberate placement that reflected Wilson's belief that the League was more important than any specific territorial or economic provision. The League would be an international organisation where nations could resolve disputes peacefully, backed by collective security. An attack on one member would be treated as an attack on all. Wilson believed that the League could correct any injustices in the treaty through peaceful revision, which is why he accepted provisions he disliked. He assumed the League would fix them later. This assumption would prove tragically wrong. The League was fatally weakened from the start by the refusal of the United States Senate to ratify the treaty. Wilson had gone to Paris without bringing along any prominent Republicans, had negotiated the treaty without consulting the Senate, and had assumed that the American public's enthusiasm for his vision would force ratification. He was wrong on all counts. Republican senators, led by Henry Cabot Lodge, objected to the League's collective security provisions, which they believed might commit American forces to foreign wars without congressional approval. Wilson refused to compromise, went on a national speaking tour to rally public support, and suffered a stroke that left him incapacitated for the remainder of his presidency. The Senate rejected the treaty in November 1919, and again in March 1920. The League of Nations would proceed without its principal architect's country, a handicap from which it never recovered. The other notable absence from the League was Soviet Russia, which was not invited to participate in a peace conference designed partly to contain the spread of communism. The Bolsheviks had repudiated the debts of the Tsarist government, had signed a separate peace with Germany, and were actively promoting world revolution. Not exactly qualifications for membership in a club of status quo powers. The exclusion of both America and Russia left the League as essentially a European organisation dominated by Britain and France, neither of which was strong enough to enforce collective security without American support. When the League was tested by Japanese aggression in Manchuria and Italian aggression in Ethiopia, it proved unable to respond effectively. The institution that was supposed to prevent future wars watched helplessly as the next one approached. The treaty's treatment of Germany's colonies reflected the tensions between Wilsonian idealism and old-fashioned imperialism. The colonies were not returned to Germany, that much everyone agreed on, but neither were they granted independence. Instead, they became mandates under League of Nations supervision, administered by various Allied powers who were supposed to prepare them for eventual self-government. In practice, the mandates looked a lot like colonies under new management. Britain took Tanganyika, South Africa took Southwest Africa, Japan took Pacific Islands, and everyone pretended that this was different from imperialism because there was paperwork involved. The mandate system did establish the principle that colonial powers had obligations to their subjects, which was more than traditional imperialism acknowledged, but the actual experience of people living under mandates was often indistinguishable from colonialism. The Middle Eastern settlements, though technically separate from the Treaty of Versailles, were negotiated at the same time and created many of the same problems. The Ottoman Empire was dismembered, with Arab territories divided between Britain and France, according to the secret Sykes-Picot Agreement of 1916. Britain received mandates over Iraq, Palestine and Transjordan. France received Syria and Lebanon. These borders were drawn with little regard for ethnic, religious or tribal realities, creating artificial states that struggled for legitimacy. The contradictory promises made during the war, Arab independence, Jewish homeland, French and British spheres of influence, proved impossible to reconcile. The conflicts that resulted are still being fought a century later. The Treaty of Versailles was signed on June 28, 1919, exactly 5 years after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. The German delegation signed under protest, having been given the choice of acceptance or invasion. The ceremony took place in the Hall of Mirrors, where the German Empire had been proclaimed in 1871, another deliberate humiliation that the Germans would not forget. The German representatives walked a gauntlet of wounded French soldiers, a final reminder of what the war had cost. Outside, crowds celebrated. Inside, the Germans sat grim-faced as the terms they had been forced to accept became international law. The reaction in Germany was unanimous outrage. The Weimar Republic's first Prime Minister, Philipp Scheidemann, had declared, "May the hand wither that signs this treaty," though he then resigned rather than sign it himself. His successor, Gustav Bauer, signed because the alternative, Allied invasion and possible dismemberment of Germany, seemed worse, but signing did not mean accepting. Across the political spectrum, from monarchists to communists, Germans agreed that the treaty was unjust and must eventually be revised. This consensus made the Weimar Republic's task of building German democracy almost impossible. How could a government gain legitimacy when its founding act was to accept a treaty that everyone considered shameful? The treaty went into effect in January 1920, officially ending the state of war and beginning an era that its creators hoped would be characterized by peace and stability. It wasn't. The treaty's fundamental problem was that it was too harsh to be accepted and too lenient to be enforced. It was harsh enough to humiliate Germany and create lasting resentment, but not harsh enough to prevent German recovery. Within a decade, Germany would be the most powerful nation in continental Europe again, its industrial capacity restored, its population growing, and its grievances undiminished. The military restrictions could be evaded, and were through secret cooperation with Soviet Russia. The reparations could be renegotiated, and were, repeatedly, until they were effectively abandoned. The territorial settlements could be challenged, and were, as soon as Germany felt strong enough to challenge them. The treaty created a Germany that was weak enough to resent its treatment, but not weak enough to accept it permanently. The alternative, a more lenient peace that might have reconciled Germany to the post-war order, was probably impossible given the passions of 1919. French public opinion would not have accepted a peace that left Germany intact and unrepentant. British voters had just re-elected Lloyd George on a platform of making Germany pay. The families of the millions who had died demanded that their sacrifice be acknowledged and avenged. A peace of reconciliation would have required statesmanship that the moment couldn't produce, and generosity that the losses couldn't permit. Perhaps no treaty could have succeeded, given the bitterness the war had created. The consequences of Versailles unfolded over the following 2 decades. German resentment at the diktat became a central theme of German politics, exploited by nationalists of all stripes, but especially by Adolf Hitler, whose entire political program was built on rejection of the treaty and restoration of German greatness. The reparations burden contributed to economic instability that undermined the Weimar Republic. The territorial settlements created irredentist movements throughout Central Europe, Germans demanding the Sudetenland, Hungarians demanding Transylvania, Poles and Germans disputing the corridor. The League of Nations proved unable to manage these conflicts peacefully. By the mid-1930s, the treaty was being dismantled piece by piece, and by 1939, Europe was at war again. The First World War and its peace settlement thus form a single tragedy in 2 acts. The war destroyed the old European order, the peace failed to create a stable new one. 4 empires, German, Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman and Russian, had collapsed, leaving in their wake new states that lack the cohesion, resources or legitimacy to maintain order. The victorious powers were too exhausted to enforce the settlement they had created. The United States retreated into isolation. Britain and France, the treaty's principal guarantors, lacked the will or the means to resist German revisionism. The League of Nations, which was supposed to provide collective security, provided only collective hand-wringing. The war had promised to make the world safe for democracy, to end all wars, to create a new international order based on justice and self-determination. Instead, it produced fascism, communism, economic depression, and another war far more destructive than the first. The 20 million dead of 1914 to 1918 would be followed by 60 million dead in 1939 to 1945, many of them in the same places, fighting over the same issues, completing the destruction that the First War had begun. The war to end all wars had ended nothing. It had merely paused between rounds. Yet the First World War did transform the world, even if not in the ways its participants intended. It ended the era of European dominance and began the rise of American power. It destroyed the aristocratic empires that had governed Europe for centuries and replaced them with nation-states and ideological movements. It emancipated women, at least partially, and undermined the social hierarchies that had seemed permanent before 1914. It created the conditions for decolonization, even if decades would pass before the colonies actually became independent. It established that total war was possible and would be repeated, shaping the fears and strategies of the 20th century. The world we live in today was created in the trenches of the Western Front for better and for worse. The men who fought the war, those who survived, carried its memory for the rest of their lives. November 11th became a day of remembrance, marked by silence at the 11th hour and poppies worn in memory of the dead. War memorials sprouted in every village and town, listing names that had once been neighbours, colleagues, friends. The literature of the war, Owen's poetry, Remarque's novels, countless memoirs and histories, kept the experience alive for generations who hadn't lived it. The war became a reference point, a measuring stick, a warning. Never again, the survivors said, though history would prove that never was shorter than anyone hoped. The First World War was not the war to end all wars. That noble aspiration proved tragically naive. But it was the war that ended one world and began another, the catastrophe that shaped the 20th century and continues to shape ours. The battles are over, the trenches have been reclaimed by farmers' fields, and the last veterans have passed away. But the war's consequences are still with us. In the borders of nations, in the conflicts of the Middle East, in the international institutions we rely upon, in our understanding of what war means and what it costs. The war that was supposed to be over by Christmas 1914 ended finally in November 1918. Its aftermath continues still. Good night, sleep well.